I forgot to take my water out. Kirbs, you're 15 and lived in England. You've never had a fucking sausage roll before. I don't believe you. I think you lying, bitch. I think you lying. Anyway, how are y'all doing? Making sure this works. Yep. Studio mode. Yep. Alright. Okay. That makes more sense. Let's go. Well, welcome from work. My birthday's on Saturday instead of Sunday this year. Sad. Why are you sad? It's your birthday, brother. Hello. Anyway. Hello, Michael. Hello, Bug Life. Hello, Novas. Hello, Zeltrus. Hello, Silver. Hello, Failure. I saw Lava in chat before. I saw Random in chat before. How far are we calling it for this one? I have so much streams to catch up on. I'm sad I wasn't there for the 6-hour stream. Don't worry, you'll probably be here for this one, though. Because this one's also going to be a long one, because we're going to be here for another 30 chapters. Hopefully 35. 30 to 35, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm only really going to stop because... I'm only really going to stop today when I'm tired. Hello, Jack. Hello, Andre. Can't wait for the seed souvenir. Where's Harsh? You'll be punished. Don't worry. The second he's here, I'm not going to forget. It's not like you're going to make me forget anyway. Heaven will always leave a path for you for as long as you want to walk there. Okay. I'm going to be in and out because I'm at work. Fair enough. He's dodging the stream, as he should. What, Zeltrus? Is that how you pronounce it? What did Harsh do? Harsh is the main culprit of what we had to read last stream. And it made me go through a little PTSD episode. So, he's in shit. You weren't there for the AO3 stream. Thank fuck for it. Harsh needs rocks thrown at him. We're never gonna let him go for it. We're never gonna let him go. I'm disappointed, Kirbs. Kirbs is a child. He isn't allowed on the 18 plus stream. He's only 14 right now. He's 15 on Saturday. There's a reason we point out specifically he's not allowed in those streams. I also didn't forget that he was supposed to give a top 7 hottest women in Shadow Slave. I did, though. That's a great question. How old's everybody in the cohort now? They're like 20 to 23, 22, something like that? Yeah, that's how you pronounce it. Your Shadow Slave journey is awesome. Looking forward to your takes on later volumes. Has Lava forgotten my age? Yeah. I've watched worse stuff when I was his age. I mean, like, yeah, but I don't want him to go through that. Not with me. I'm not gonna be the representation on why he should get into reading AO3 shit, okay? I'd prefer that not on me. I prefer that on another content creator. Next time I get an energy drink, I'm gonna watch all the streams. Fucking good luck. Good luck. Who knows, when we're done with Volume 5, I might cut down at least LO49 and Falcon Scott into a watchable stream. or a watchable video. Yeah, nice try. Come on, no, just use it. No. Yeah. Just use it, you prick. Imagine Josh being your reason to get into AO3. I'd fucking kill myself. My god. that would actually be my last reason. Jet, Keysong, Tyrus, Cassie, Effie, Hope. Literally anyone else. Because I don't have any ideas. Fighting the Sukuna fans. Don't get me fucking started. Holy fuck. Is that the most retarded fuck, sorry. That is the most brain dead fucking comment section in my existence of being a content creator. Holy fuck. 100 people. Completely illiterate. Completely illiterate. It is embarrassing. Holy, I think it's at 100 comments now at the very least. I know it's on like 7k views. But my day, I'm fighting the urge to not fight it back against them. Fucking hell. Truly the dumbest fucking fanbase I've ever met. Oh no, what are they saying this time? Did you watch the video where I talk about, like, Ken Gojo and Sukuna fans just gave up about who's the strongest is? Worse than the Pokemon fanbase? Infinitely fucking worse. The Pokemon fanbase is just split up into, like, 2 different sections. Pre-Gen 4, post-Gen 6. Yeah, pre-Gen 4, post-Gen 6. Gen 5 fans are kind of in the middle of both of them. But yeah, this 5,700 views, 558 likes, and 85 comments, and all 85 of them are fucking stupid. All 85 of them are fucking stupid. Because they simply do not know how to read. Like, do they need the author to specifically say that Sukuna can't win against Light? Do they need the author's intent to be like, hey, Light and black holes all have weird shit going on, especially when it comes to the relativity of time, which is in Gojo's entire fucking bag when it comes to Infinity. Here's the thing though, the TikTok, the YouTube, like people in the YouTube video was fine with it. To be fair, I think I've gathered a collection of people that, like, know how to read, like, semi-moderately. TikTok, completely different ballpark. It is all just the thickest cunts you could fucking argue with. That's true, there's no one, that's true, no one can fucking read. No one does. Not in the manga community, at the very least. Why do I have to hold your hand as I try to explain to you how a fucking casual dismantle works? Why do I have to explain to you that just saying the technique out loud doesn't mean it's enchanted? When we've already had that explained. Why do I have to explain domains to you? Why do I have to explain evolution to you? Why do I have to explain narrative importance of fucking the borer of all characters in the series to you? Like, Gege is not a subtle author by any fucking means. And yet the community is so blindsided by just simply being incapable of looking at the text, looking at the fucking image in front of them and going, that's how that works. Fuck. Fuck me. Wait till he sees the Reddit. I've been in the Reddit. The Reddit's the stupidest fucking place on earth. Gojo and Sukuna fans are low-key the dumbest cunts I've ever met. Low-key, a Gojo and Deborah fight would be interesting to see from a visual perspective. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like people are mostly mad that I've got Deborah above Sukuna. Like, just generally. Which is just fine. Nah, dude, Shadow Slave fans have to read 3,000 chapters and they still can't fucking read the Shadow Slave Reddit anymore. Basically, the forced romance crown. Forced romance crowd. Oh, yeah. The bad Shadow Slave fans are just humorous JJK. It's just the humorless JJK fandom. That is true. The Shadow Slave community is not that funny. I can at least give the JJK fans this. They can make the series fucking hilarious. The brain rot is like top-notch shit. Every meme that's been posted in at least one of my videos on the TikTok side of things has been as dry as it could get. Like, give me sand and you somehow made it drier. Also, Kirbs, are you still here? I want to change my comment on the Lord of the Mystery stream. Everybody else kind of got, well, everybody who was in the AO3 stream got me, had my explanation from it, but yeah. Yeah, there's some thick-headed dudes out there. One of the things JJK points out... Yeah, here, alright, let me just read this out real quick. One of the things JJK points out is that the less sorcerer does to achieve a feat that the more skilled Gojo a sorcerer. Sorcery is an art of subtraction. Yep. They try so hard to copy Lobotomy Kaizen, but it's all trash. That's fucking awful. Anyway, I reread the actual meeting between Andre, Olga, and Klein. I'm completely wrong about the Blasphemy Slate. I thought it was a literal state that, like, probably a high sequence wielder could go through. No, I'm fucking stupid. It is a slate. It's a stone slate. I'm a dumbass. If I could retract that fucking fairy from last stream, I'll happily do it. But it took me rereading it for me to fucking understand what the hell it was trying to say. The Human the Shadow Slave fandom revolves around posting the same reactions on TikTok. Yeah. I'm specifically talking about the Shadow Slave subreddit. Oh, that I don't know. I've only... The handful of times I've been on Reddit recently, thankfully, he realizes it. Well, yeah, no, I'm just thick as fuck. I'm just fucking stupid. Call me a JJK fan, if you will. But I just completely misread it. It's obviously talking about a slate of information that somehow Emperor Rosal gathered, which obviously led into the sequence of being able to unravel a lot of the ways to ascend up certain pathways. That's just me being stupid. Hi, Meal. Was you here last stream? I've seen your name before. I'm new here. What did I miss? Oh, nothing. You just missed me going on a tangent. If you're new here, you're going to see a lot more of those. Anyway, we're damn near 20 minutes in. Josh, once you catch up to Shadow Slave, please never go to the subreddit. I never do. I never try to go into subreddits anyway. There's very few of them that I actually enjoy being on. The sub is full of Doom posters genuinely hating on everything. Hi, Dante. Hi, Alphist? What the fuck? I'm gonna call you Stee. Or Fella. I'm gonna call you Fella. That's way funnier. Hi, Fella. The amount of literacy is astounding. These days, it's fucking... It's mind-boggling. The new Shadow Slave chapters are introducing new concepts introduced. Fair enough. Anyway, as I was trying to say, I feel like we should get into actually reading, say, if we're going to be here for a long time. Oh, right, I should, never got to set this last Shadow Slave stream. I want to talk about what order we might be fighting everybody in. Obviously, we're dealing with the Cloud fuckers right now. There's a literary crisis, ain't there? Oh yeah, it's a massive one, especially in the West. But yeah. We're fighting the Cloud guys now. I think it might be escalating in, like, legitimate danger. Which could be interesting. And if it's doing that, then yeah, these Cloud guys realistically aren't that strong. It's just, there's just a lot of them. Motherfuckers got mad because Sunny served some tea to Neff. Anyway. Why is chat blurry? Oh, why is chat blurry? Oh, that's why. There we go. For some reason, there's two of you fuckers. Don't know why there was two of you. Anyway, we're fighting the Cloud guys now. I think the next opponent is either going to be... No, it has to be LO49. I think the next one's probably going to be LO49 that we kill. The Darkness, Goliath, then Winterbeast. I think that's going to be the order. Did you get a haircut? I could have sworn your hair was longer last stream that I watched it. Yeah. Dyed it. Back to my regular hair color. Which Titan died? None. Cause... Whoa. I put down in my notes predictions. I put down in the Shadow Slave notes, like, right before, or right after stream ended, who I think is going to be next. I put Cloud Beast, LO49, Goliath, Darkness Swarm, and Winter Beast, but I think I'm going to swap Goliath and Darkness Swarm. Because I think it's going to try and escalate in, like, legitimate potential danger. So, yeah. Did chat die? No, nothing happened. Anyway, let's get into chapter 1000. Fucking Saint's back. We're gonna learn how the fuck she's manipulating True Darkness. Or Darkness even. That's gonna be interesting. What happened last stream? We got the Falcon Scott. We got to meet Tyrus again. We got to introduce to the 5 main bosses of I completely forgot about... Imp has to be before. I'm gonna say Imp is right before the Winter Beast, because that's funny. Later novels. But yeah, everybody is having a meeting, and now we're fighting, like, the Kuzus from Monster Hunter. Like, the giant swarm of those that were attacking everybody, we're fighting that now. Oh, you're talking about the AO3 stream? Oh yeah, no, don't worry about that. Winter Beast, a bastard? Well, yeah, it's fucking up with Tyrus, so I imagine. Anyway, chapter 1000. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 18 till whenever the fuck I'm tired. What the hell am I doing? Indeed, the wall of the city was breached. A menacing nightmare gate was towering above him, and not too far away, a furious battle was raging in a rubble in the staging area. And yet, Sonny was staring at the runes that shimmered brightly in the air in front of him. His vision was a little blurry, but the runes were clear and perfectly legible as is. Oh, perfectly legible. As if existing outside of reality, which they probably did. Oh well. Sonny needed a couple minutes to recover anyway. Looking at the field of runes, searching for the names of his shadows, a new string had then replaced the old ones. Onyx Saint. Didn't we fucking say... Didn't we say this was what Saint would turn into? Like, jokingly, it was either going to be Jade Saint or Onyx Saint. Walkthrough Season 5 is never coming out. It's literally coming out next year. No one watched the OG Yu-Gi-Oh! But when played fun game on which lines I made up. Oh yeah, that was fun. Predicted a rain one, which is quite funny. I'm sure that I'm alive at least. Yeah, yeah. I hope you're alive. If not, you might be living in the same nebula zone as me. Winter is the coldest season of the year, occurring between autumn and spring, marked by short days, low temperatures symbolically representing time of quit or aging. Okay. That has a nice ring to it. Marble Saint had turned into Onyx Saint. Was his Marble Shell going to evolve into Onyx Shell as well? Was it going to evolve into Onyx Shell as well once he transcended? Sonny would have loved to pursue his Sonny would have loved to pursue that train of thought, but unfortunately he couldn't. His thoughts were slow and erratic, refusing to consider anything too complicated. Giving up, he concentrated on the runes of Saint's name and started to read the runes' descriptions. Shadow, Onyx Saint. Shadow rank, Ascended. Shadow class, Devil. Oh, she is a devil now. Rather be cold than hot? Absolutely not. I'd rather be hot every fucking day of the year than be cold. I hate being cold more than anything. I hate being cold more than anything. Shadow attributes. Battle Master, Steward, or Stalwart, Ember of Divinity, Heart of Darkness. Oh. Heart of Darkness and Ember are different. Heart of Darkness, that's new. Sonny glanced at the mass of attacking arachnid warriors, catching a glimpse of Saint decapitating an especially menacing abomination with a swift slash of her black blade, then sending its body flying into a mob with a strike of her shield. Even before the rim of the shield connected with the creature's chest, the blade of the stone sword was already moving to deflect an incoming blow. She was not dead yet. Looking back at the runes, attribute description: a vestige of ancient darkness dwells in the shadow's heart, granting her tabulous power. Ooh. Okay, nice. Love to fucking see it. Again with the insectoid nightmare creatures. You know what? Yeah, you're right. G3 does fucking hate his nightmare. G3 must hate bugs more than anything fucking else. So, Saint had not just destroyed the sphere of black stone in the tunnel, she had taken something from it. Sonny had expected as much. The spark of divinity was also gone, replaced by the ember of divinity. The light of divinity and true darkness now coexist within Saint somehow. There was something interesting about that fact, but Sonny, in a pitiful state, could not quite point what it was. I thought so. I thought it was Spark of the Divinity. That is interesting. Because if I had to take a guess, divinity and the darkness are just inherently different things, or have like actually no correlation with one another. So her being able to wield both must be quite interesting for her. Later. The sound of the battle grew louder and a little closer, forcing him to look past the ruins nervously and hurry up. The Guardian Gate could arrive at any moment. Sonny lowered his gaze. Shadow attributes. Weapon Sage, Underworld Armament, Mantle of Darkness, Blade of Darkness. Okay. The name of the first ability was a bit familiar. He concentrated on it and read Mantle of Darkness. Ability description: darkness embraces this shadow. When surrounded by darkness, and true darkness more so, her swiftness and might will increase. Her wounds will be healed and her heart will grow fuller. Oh! Oh, she a full shadow warrior now. That's sick. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Well, that explains how powerful she is right now. If there's one thing that Antarctica did not lack, it was darkness. Although the staging arena was usually well lit, most tech nearby had been destroyed by the pulse of the opening gate. Saint was wrenched in shadows. The physical augmentation of the Mantle of Darkness seemed to be a formidable one. The combination with its embrace of its four shadows, it produced a truly terrific results. What made him especially happy was that Saint was also able to heal herself from now on, or at least surrounded by darkness. That alone was an incredible boon. The last part of the description spoke of her heart, but the rune could also mean soul. Sonny suspected that it alluded to both the true darkness dwelling in Saint's heart and her essence, or whatever it was that the shadow used instead of essence. The point was, it was Oh my god. The point was that its replenishment rate would be increased. These abilities were very similar to what the Black Knight had possessed, with one serious caveat. Unlike the fallen devil of the Rune Cathedral, his own ascended devil seemed to possess dual affinity, both to the shadow and the element of darkness. Those were supposed to be mutually exclusive, but they were not. In her case, it seemed that Saint's nature as a shadow led to a curious result. I have a question about the power scaling, but how does Deborah win against Gojo? To be fair, I don't really remember what Deborah did. I'm just curious. Infinity basically works as like a time and space negative kind of thing, right? If you're in the boundaries of law and space, of like the laws of physics and space, it's basically impossible to hit him when he has it activated. If he's trying to activate any of his major techniques, specifically purple, domain expansion, red or blue, Infinity turns off as it's trying to culminate into one of the techniques. Deborah's two main abilities right now, if you exclude domain expansion, is being able to manifest a black hole and turning into light. Both things that are very fucky with space and time. So, if anybody's going to be able to touch Gojo through Infinity that isn't Takaba, and by proxy Maharaga and Sukuna with Will Cutting Slash, it's going to be Deborah. And he's not going to need to do anything else on top of that. But it does have curse energy. That's the difference. I was having this argument with somebody before about how, like, Cleave and Dismantle basically don't appear unless it's actively going towards its target. And it's like, no, it works closer to a Madarashi from Naruto, in where it is a chunk of curse energy moving. It's just basically impossible to see without your eyes being augmented to a point where you can see curse energy very efficiently, i.e. like the Six Eyes. So Gojo was able to see all the cursed energy going his way, and Maharaga learned to adapt into seeing cursed energy being manifested in front of him, being able to dodge some of the slashes. I don't remember it saying he has to turn it off when he attacks. It's a weirdly minute thing. It gets mentioned in the flashback, but he can't do both at the same time. He can't attack and defend. He can manipulate the space around him when he's using Infinity, but he can't activate, like, red. He can't activate red when using Infinity, nor can he activate blue or hollow purple, as it has to attribute both. Anyway. So the domain from Gojo also doesn't work. That one's a lot trickier. I do think Gojo kind of, like, domain negs Deborah. And that's why I, like, contributed the idea of Deborah, Sukuna, and Gojo all as a game of rock, paper, scissors, in where Gojo could probably win against Deborah if he is able to get off his domain, which I actually don't think he's able to. I don't think he's fast enough to do so. Not against a man that can literally move at the speed of light. Do you think the cohort will die one by one or all together? Probably all together. Who did I say I didn't want to... I said I don't want two people to die specifically. I don't want everybody in the cohort to die. I feel like that'd be useless. I feel like two people have to live. Luster's one of them. Luster is going to live, and that's going to annoy the fuck out of me. Unfortunately, and I don't know who else. Probably Belle for shits and giggles. But I really don't want Samira and Kim to die. Nope, Samira and Dawn to die, because they're my favorite members of the cohort. I thought, yeah, okay, but that also what I thought. But isn't it clear that Yuji is the strongest? Or, like, unarguably. Anybody who's arguing Yuji isn't the strongest is just illiterate. Neutral Infinity constantly adds to the distance between him and the threat, although an expansion works on him because of the sure hit effect, but it does not exist. Yeah, pretty much. I fucking hate Luster. Luster's one of the most annoying characters in this series. It's not even funny. I like Bell. He's entertaining. Entertaining? Bitch, I can't tell you a single line Bell has said. What about Quinton? Quinton's kind of just a whatever. Like, I don't mind Quinton, but he's one of those characters, he's just in the background for me. Anyway, let's carry on reading. Why do you hate Luster? I fucking hate pervy characters. There's being pervy comically, and then there's just being a fucking perv. And Lust is really fucking annoying for it. He has grown significantly more on me, but he's still my least favorite out of that cohort. Like, I enjoy everybody in the cohort, it's just that Luster is my least favorite. I exaggerate my dislike for him. Hopefully that makes a lot more sense. Anyway. His graceful knight paradoxically enjoyed the flavor of both mundane and true darkness, recalling how harrowing his journey through the underground tunnel had been, so he could not help but feel envious. Interesting. Finally, he turned his gaze to the second of the two new abilities, Blade of Darkness. Is this her original sword, just manifested? Ability description. The true darkness dwelling in the shadow's heart can be summoned into a form of a fearful weapon. As long as the shadow has mastered the use of that weapon, the Blade of Darkness can slay those of flesh and those of spirit. It never dulls, it never falters, it never breaks. Alternatively, the darkness can be summoned to augment the mundane weapons. Oh, shit. So Saint's got Soul Serpent and just shadows on top of normal weapons if she needs be? That's insane. Okay, that's sick. I don't understand how people argue UG isn't the strongest. Like, please, bro, open your eyes and read. Yeah. Again, it's just a literacy issue. He said that he said to Luster, people like you die first, so it makes me feel, and that makes me feel better already. Yeah, okay, so it's good to know Quinton's gonna die. Armament hockey? Yeah, actually, that's a very fair comparison. I don't think we get told Luster's flaw. No, we never get told, but it's heavily insinuated that his flaw is that he just ends up being more lustful. Or he caves into his urges a lot more. It's great when you never have to worry about your weapons anymore. Yeah, plus, she is a master, she is a weapons master. She can use any fucking weapon, so her shadow, or her Blade of Darkness, can turn into fucking any weapon. She's got Soul Serpent without being able to turn into monsters. And, like, a shadow, or in this case, armament hockey on top of it. That's broken as fuck. Sunny smiled. So she fixed her sword herself in the end. The Blade of Darkness was a truly powerful ability. Indeed, since it was a battle master and a weapon sage, she could wield any weapon with superb proficiency, which meant that the true darkness she was a vessel of could take any form. The dark weapon would be as strong as Saint was herself, growing stronger if Saint evolved again in the future. It was capable of killing both corporeal and incorporeal creatures. It could even be used to augment an existing weapon or a weapon-type memory, both making it more powerful and adding an element property to its attacks. Oh yeah, right, true darkness is an element, I forgot. All of it was simply amazing, and when Sunny gathered enough memories, he flinched when something thundered, sending a strong shockwave through the ground. Looking past the ruins, Sunny saw a massive shape entering from the gate. The Guardian had arrived. Somewhere beyond the wall, Skytide was fighting the Devouring Cloud. That's the name of the creature. It's not Cloud Beast, it's Devouring Cloud. The wall had been breached, and he had no idea if the other irregulars were still alive. Master Jet was nowhere to be seen, and probably... No, don't think about it. She won't be easily killed anyway. At least, and lastly, Saint was standing her ground against a whole swarm of dreadful nightmare creatures, surrounded by nothing but enemies and carnage. Even as powerful as she had become, the force arrayed against her was still dire and overwhelming. Sonny let out a tortured sigh. No rest for the wicked. Struggling against the pain and sickness weakening, he staggered onto his feet and grabbed Nightmare, afraid that he might fall again. Then, Sonny looked at the gaze of the tide of nightmare creatures flowing out of it. A strange expression appeared on his face. I might die, but I need to get more memory, so I guess my greed is much greater than my fear. With that, he groaned and hoisted himself on top of the black steed, and it was time for him to join the fight. Sonny, you insane... He's fucking insane. Saint is the best Shadow for real. Imagine Saint wielding a replica of herself as a weapon. In my mind, it would look hilarious if a stone statue swung another stone statue around as a weapon. I am the weapon. I will summon myself. How do you feel? Oh my god, stop it. How do you feel about the non-canon ship of Sonny and Saint? I don't fuck with it. Not my style. She's super effective against shadows now. The irony. For Sonny, people aren't even considered that without trying. He can use blood manipulation, flowing red scales to enhance his already super strong physical body. He can manifest black flashes at will. He has abdomen expansion, all of which he has perfected over 80 years in a prime body. Like, the fuck is anybody gonna do against that? Biblical levels of greed. You know, everyone talks about the nameless guy standing on her feet, but what about Beth? She's the only one who can rival him. What? Who the hell is Beth fucking? I know it ain't Sonny. She couldn't handle that. It's Luster. She fucks Luster. Lava. Oh, yeah, right. 3 ellipses for yes, 4 for no. That's all I need to know from you. It's not Sonny. I just said it's not Sonny. Fuck you, failure. No, it's not Luster? Okay, thank fuck. Oh, that's all I need to know. I don't give a fuck anymore. The Nameless Warrior? That one was a shot on the dog. I wouldn't even say it's dog. I'd say it's fucking pure darkness at that point. But we were just talking about Luster, so you threw me off with it. Beth is the only mundane person people are crazy for, and I'm all here for it. See, Beth and Sonny, I kind of fuck with. Do you believe now, in this point in the story, he can beat the autistic blowtorch? At this point? No. Cause what? It's been 2-3 months. Beth's, no. Sonny, she's been back a total of 5+ months now, and she's definitely been training all this time. Yeah, no, I don't think she can beat him. At least not in a 1v1. Beth wouldn't give Luster the time of day. Thank fuck for it. It's someone better? Alright. Anyway. Let's keep reading. Sonny knew that he would not be able to do a lot in this fight. But then again, he didn't have to. Right now, his role was to support Saint and let his shadow do all the heavy lifting. Maybe that was how he was supposed to fight in every battle. Really, but sadly, fate really gave him such opportunities. In any case, there was going to be one thing that he could do, dismissing the Sin of Solace and the dying wish to get back a little bit of essence. He summoned the Shadow Lantern instead. Get back a little bit of essence. Let me get out my fucking nuke equivalent. Oh my, yeah, okay, Sonny. Fucking brilliant thinking. Oh, no, that is brilliant thinking. Holy fuck, you just made Saint invincible. As soon as it manifested, Sonny tossed the lantern in the direction of the towering Gate Guardian, a monstrous arachnid wielding 6 weapons carved from bone. Advanced it on Saint. He did not have enough essence to sustain the Divine Memories enchantment for long, but he did have enough to open its gates, unleashing a swarm of shadows onto the battlefield. The darkness enveloping it grew even deeper than it did before. In the next moment, Sonny and Nightmare slammed into the crowd of abominations. Crap. The rest of the battle was hazy mayhem of violence. Hi, Nightshade. Finally caught up with an easy stream. Today is turning into a Shadow Slave relay, it seems. 3 chapters of Shadow Slave also today. What, is that how many chapters he ended up covering? So he still hasn't met Sylvain yet? I thought he covered more than that. He did say he was going to stream later on today, though, so. Oh, are you talking about released today? That makes more sense, yeah. That makes more sense. Yeah, no, that's a me. Anyway. Sonny struggled to remain on top of his black steed, lamenting that there had not been enough time to settle it. At some point, he had simply slid onto the ground using Nightmare's body as a shield. Using Nightmare's body to shield himself from the enemies? God, that must be a horrible visual. Not trusting himself to wield a weapon that demanded strength in his weakened state, Sonny summoned the Moonlight Shard instead. The fact this weapon is still even remotely relevant now is ridiculous. A beautiful chalice of the white jade appeared in the other hand, submerging in a narrow blade of the ghostly silhouette into a black liquid. He used it to strike the cracks of the enemy's armor and finish off those abominations that Nightmare had wounded with his fangs, horns, and steeled hooves. At some point, the other soldiers and Awakened joined the fight. More Nightmare creatures emerged from the gate. More humans threw themselves into the meat grinder to stop the enemy from reaching the streets of the city. The resistance was desperate and haphazard, but for now, at least, they had the tide of the abomination back. Beyond the wall, obscured by the hidden rift of the Nightmare Gate, the sky was painted white by lightning. He knew that he was going to win when the spell whispered into his ear, its voice drowned by the sound of the battle. You have slain the corrupted devil, Silkway Archon. Your shadow grows stronger. So, Saint won. Peter, we have a heart attack. Peter would have a heart attack seeing this. Yeah, I just imagine Nightmare's like folded over, and it's just taking all the hits as Sonny's trying to get the Moonlight Shard in his hand. He's hiding. Let him hide. Actually, I think it's like really early for him. I think it's like 7 in the morning for him right now. Something like that. It's like an almost 10-hour difference. So yeah, he's probably sleeping actually. Staggering back, he let out a relieved sigh and glanced into the direction where Saint had been fighting the Gate Guardian. The creature slain spewed on the floor, its limbs severed and its massive body cleaved apart. His shadow was standing above it, her black blade already seeking of another target. Saint's armor was battered, and there were thin streams of fine ruby dust flowing from the breaches. However, wrenched in darkness, her body seemed to be healing already. Without ever slowing down, she shook the dark blood off her sword and dashed forward to face a new enemy. Why are people trying to jump harsh? Because of the AO free stream. Why doesn't he record the damage type of the gate? That's a good question, actually. He's probably gonna do it afterwards. Let him get up, let him get up, let him get up. He'll get up when he needs to get up. With the Gate Guardian slain, the scale of the battle slowly started to tip in the favor of the humans. Sunny was not much use, but with Saint and Nightmare rampaging amidst the abominations, dealing with them was not an insurmountable task. And then, almost abruptly, the battle was over. Sunny leaned tiredly in a piece of rubble, observing the scene of the utter slaughter. His armor was bloodied, and his body was nearly devoid of wounds. Most had been healed by the dying wish, and the rest were repaired by the living stone. Having a magical shell reinforcing his skin was very handy. Still felt terrible, though. Around him, awakened and mundane soldiers were busy building improvised barricades around the gate. The first wave of abominations might have been destroyed, but more could be emerged from the rift at any moment. A few of them suddenly froze, staring at the menacing black figure that had emerged from the darkness into a dim light. Sate's eyes burned with demonic crimson light, and Aronic's armor was glistening, awash with the blood of the arachnid warriors. She looked both graceful and terrifying. One of the soldiers raised his rifle with trembling hands, but the other suddenly shouted, his eyes widened. "Mongrel! It's Lord Mongrel!" I completely forgot people thought Saint was Lord Mongrel. The hum of the voices soon rose away from the barricades. "Mongrel's in Falcon Scott!" I told you you're not going to be bullying me into doing one anytime soon. 10k and no fucking less. Where's the AO free stream? Privated. Can I recommend one? No! I mean, you technically can if you go into the Discord. Link in the description, same with the Twitter and the... What else do I have in the description? I have my Twitter, I have my Discord, and what else? My TikTok. Lady Mongrel will save us. Like and follow the stream, guys. Amen. 30 of you? Do it. So YouTube knows that you enjoy this kind of content. Was it not 5k, Josh? No. And even if it was, I changed it. It's 10k. 10k now. And I'll make that one a long stream. Was it 1k likes? No. Either you witnessed the horrors of the AOV stream yourself, or you're too late. That's just how it works. Yep. The hums of the voices soon rose above the barricades. Oh yeah, I've already read that. He killed the Gate Guardian. It was him. It's clearly a she, you idiot. Thank you, Lady Mongrel. We're saved. Ignoring them, Saint passed between the invigorated soldiers indifferently. The broken oath long dismissed. She approached Sunny and froze, looming above him like a beautiful monument of darkness. Her ruby eyes stared at him intently. Unaccustomed to the cracking of his neck, unaccustomed to craning his neck to look at Saint, Sunny awkwardly cleared his throat. Good job out there. You really saved my skin. She lingered for a few moments, slowly raised her hand, and poked him in the cheek with a finger. Then Saint tilted her head slightly, as if studying him. Her ruby eyes betrayed a hint of some unknown emotion, making Sunny blink. What's happening? Yeah, I'm really fucking... I'm thrown back. Is Saint becoming conscious? And if so, huh? I don't know if I should be glad or disappointed. Glad that I've made it back to 10,000 subscribers. I thought of tuning in, but I was sleepy, so I dodged the bullet. Amen. Josh is aiming to avoid an AO free stream. Yeah. Oh, this is where this shit began? Okay. And switching between the Angel No Devil and Josh's shoulders like moderate mood. Yeah. Remember the stone skin? It's now an attribute of Sunny. Oh yeah, so I guess she's kind of looking at him, not only semi-consciously now as she's gotten stronger. I guess you could say she's like, huh, I'm becoming more of you and you're becoming more of me. That's weird. Without saying anything, of course, the Tartantrum shadow took a step back and turned away, looking at the gate. However, she seemed strangely pleased. Sunny blinked a few more times and then rubbed his cheek. Alright. Was it because of the marble shell? He shook his head, knowing that there was no time to waste pondering on the weird occurrence. Maybe he imagined the whole thing. Anyway, I have to go. Stay here in case more nightmare creatures emerge, and don't let any of them escape into the city. I'll leave Nightmare with you. Sunny had to find out if the battle against the Devouring Cloud was over, whether there was more gates that had just opened within the city. How were his men doing? More importantly, he had to find Master Jet. Leaving the gloomy shadowy saint, he wrapped the other three around his body. Grimston started walking, despite the fact there was no physical wounds on his body. Sunny still hurt. Every step was a struggle. What else was new? Whispering quiet curses, he summoned a cruel sight and used it as a walking stick and headed deeper into the staging area. It's more like Sunny's turning into stone is so interesting to him. Oh yeah, the Devouring Cloud is made of insectoid creatures too. Is it? I thought the Devouring Cloud was more like it acted like a colony of insects, but looked like the Kizu because they're like slimy. Tell the dog I said hi. That wasn't the dog. That was my mom. You call my mom a dog? Fair. She is a dog person. Hey Philip. What did I miss? You missed a weird little interaction between Onyx Saint now and Sunny. She's becoming a little bit more sentient, but other than that, you've not missed much. I'll never get tired of those chapter names. Oh yes, The Fall of Falcon Scott 20. How many more do we have? Fucking 78 chapters of The Fall of Falcon Scott's the stupidest shit ever. I love this. I love this series. Oh my god. Anyway, Sunny did not have to wander the stretch of the staging area that had been ruined by the destruction of the war for long. It was a mess, with the collapsed prefab building laying shattered and broken, buried under piles of alloyed debris. Finding everyone would have been a challenge. Before he allowed himself to drown in dark thoughts, however, a familiar black bird appeared from above and landed on a bent steel beam, protruding from the ground nearby. The crow waved its wings, clearly agitated, and gnawed. Jet! Jet! Sunny let out a shaky breath, feeling a lot of relief. If the Echo was still here, Soul Reaper wouldn't have been dead. He took a step forward to the bird and asked, "Where is she?" Instead of answering, the crow flew away, landing on the communication relay of a dozen meters away, and looked back expectantly. In his way, the Echo led Sunny to Master Jet. After finding her, Sunny remained silent for a long moment and then coughed. That's not what I expected to see. Jet was hanging upside down, her body caught in a jagged mess of torn alloy beams. One of them was piercing her abdomen like a hook, and her arm was caught between two others. Despite their ghastly suggestion, there was a calm and slightly annoyed expression on Soul Reaper's face. Jet was hanging upside down and her body was caught in a jagged mess of torn alloy beams. One of them had pierced her abdomen like a hook, and her arm had caught between two others. Despite the ghastly situation, there was a calm and slightly annoyed expression on Soul Reaper's face. Is Jet immortal? What? What? Fucking... Huh? Yeah, well, care to help me down? I can do it myself, of course, but I would prefer for my insides to remain inside for a little longer. She could probably free herself. Simply a simple alloy would have not held back would not have held back a Master for long. But with how thoroughly trapped Jet was, ripping herself off the hook would have probably exasperated her wounds by a lot. Not everyone had a lineage of tenacious diamond to help recover the skin as a hard enchantment marble. Sunny studied the tangled mess of alloy beams and floated up with the help of the dark wings, and carefully pulled Master Jet off the jagged hook. With a quiet hiss, she slid off the bloodied alloy and fell down, landing softly on her feet. Alright, damn it. Jet clutched her abdomen with a grimace and then slowly straightened. Sunny landed nearby and looked at her with concern. Are you gonna be alright? What the fuck? Why is this casual? Wouldn't call it immortality. Don't ask questions. Bitch, first of all, you people follow me because I ask too many questions. So let's not go there. Secondly, I am allowed to ask why Jet is being so casual about having her fucking abdomen hucked in. Huh? Gotta go for now. Left you a present in the art channel. Oh yeah, we've seen that one. Still appreciate it though. Is it bad that I've only had one glass of water today? Yes. Okay. Instead of answering, Soul Reaper spat a mouthful of blood and then looked in with a dark smile. Her teeth were fully painted red, so the smile was not very reassuring. Don't worry about it. I'm a very sturdy girl. Woman. Whatever. The point is, it will be as good as new in a couple of days, even without a healer. Sunny scratched the back of his head and then hesitated for a few moments, eventually asked, I was afraid that you died. Master Jet laughed and winced as she clutched her wound tighter. Died? That's the last thing you should be afraid of. Believe me, Sunny, I won't die on some godforsaken continent. It's impossible. That sounds pretty fucking immortal to me, cunt. Huh? She's living the casual Josh life? Yeah, fucking me pre-COVID. I bet you wish you were a medal. Please, 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 please. Just be chilling. Yeah. Josh finally experiencing what we went through when he starts telling stories about his life. Look, my life's only slightly concerning. It's chilled out substantially since then. Okay, maybe not substantially, but like a fair bit since then. It's a different kind of drama. Less of my life almost being taken away. And more like my life makes me want to take it away. You know? Ordinary Tuesday for Jet. Fucking bet. He shook his head at her bravado and said, Alright, do you want me to tell you how the battle went? Soul Reaper waved her hand. Crow saw it. Good job handling the gate. I'm a bit embarrassed that I wasn't there to help. There were several others that opened there were several others that opened, either near or within the city. All of them were contained. It was just this one in particular was an unpleasant surprise. The devouring cloud also seemed to be retreated for now. Retreated? Slightly is an understatement. I'd say my life's chill. Nowadays. Like, ever since turning 20, I feel like my life has been more than just chill. Pre-20, different fucking story, okay? That's where the PTSD really kicks in. But most of that's been sorted thanks to several years of therapy. She frowned. You noticed it too, right? Sunny nodded with a dark expression. A new tyrant must have risen from within the swarm. The damn leeches were acting too purposeful. Master Jet used his shoulder for support and pulled him forward, then slowly walked through the ruins of the staging arena, looking like two cripples. Yeah, that's why the devouring cloud pulled away before being destroyed. It will probably be back later. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. Gods, there are so many priority targets converting on the city. I hope that we would destroy at least one today. He glanced at Jet, his eyes tired. So what do we do now? She simply shrugged. Go find our people. Rest, recover, prepare to repeat the whole thing tomorrow. Indeed, what else was there to do? Life was a constant struggle. Fucking Christ. I also realized I've been playing the wrong music. I've had my regular background music on this entire time. Boop. This should be fine? Should be. I like your personality, Josh. Let's just hope it stays... let's hope you stay niche, so you don't change. Okay. Yeah, it's chill for your average car crash survivor. Is the car crash my life or the literal one? And at that point, which one? Because both weren't that bad. Well, one of them was bad, but like... Yeah, isn't the... what's the music supposed to be sinister? Yeah, yeah. Have you listened to the one created for Shadow Slave? No. I'll probably listen... to be fair, I just don't listen to fan-made music that often. Almost. Shot at, but not hit with. Thankfully. I feel like that would have felt like a bitch. Will Saint react to any hardness that happens in his... Will Saint react to any hardness that happened in the body? What happens if Saint gets hit by light? That's, like, my main question. I feel like she's, like, uber weak to light now. She was a shadow. I imagine she was weak to it anyway. But, like, darkness and shadow? I feel like that shit must be awful. Griffin Tyler on YouTube? Who the fuck is Griffin Tyler? Oh, the guy who makes music. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to reading. Also, it did. Are they not in this series? Yes, I will, by the way. I will react to all... How many bulk chapters is it? 10? 10 that's getting releasing? And the first... What was it? The first chapter covered... Chapter 1 through... 3? 1 through 5? So yeah, it's all the first night was definitely going to be done within that. Hit by attacks made of light. Darkness is the predator of both. While darkness... Oh. Oh, that's how this series treats it. Okay. Okay, that's interesting then. Anyway. Since the wall was broken now, they had to find an elevator that would take them to the proper side of the breach. Even worse, the pulse of the gate had destroyed a lot of the fine machinery, so finding a working platform was not easy. Eventually, however, they had made it to the top of the defensive barrier to return to the position of the irregulars. The first one who saw them was Winter, who sat tiredly in the alloy surface of the battlement, her eyes hidden once again behind the sunglasses. A thick crack ran through one of the lenses. Hearing the steps, she turned her head slightly. A pale smile appeared on her face. "The heroes returned. You two look like crap." Amen. Master Jet scoffed, which caused her to wince once again. Thanks for the compliment. Sonny helped her sit down and then looked around, searching for his cohort. Noticing the towering figure of Dorm a dozen or so meters away, he sighed with relief and asked, his voice almost devoid of tension. "So, how did it go? Do we have any casualties?" Winter did not respond, prompting him to look down. Her face was uncharacteristically somber. He felt something cold brush against his heart. What? The Ascended Archer sighed, and then he looked down. "About that, I'm sorry, Sonny. Things were a bit chaotic." He remained motionless for a while and then turned away. He headed towards what he had seen Dorm. As Sonny approached, he mentally counted. Dorm, Belle, Luster, Kim, Samira. When he reached the court, they turned to him, their faces pale and grim. Kim's eyes were glistening as she avoided directly looking at him. Luster was the first one to speak, his tone subdued. "Captain, Sonny cut him off. "Show me." They stepped aside, revealing the figure of Quentin, who was laying on the cold alloy with his eyes closed. Sonny found himself taking a few steps forward and kneeling beside the gallant healer. Fuck! No! Alright. Shit. I didn't think it'd be this early. Oh, no! His face grew calm and his body seemed untouched except for the shallow wounds on the side of his head. His chest was rising and falling, which meant that Quentin was still alive. Okay, thank fuck. He had not been killed, he just lost conscious. Sonny closed his eyes. Quentin had lost conscious near the active gate, which meant that his soul was stolen away by the call. Oh, so he is dead. He had been thrown into an unexplored dire region of the dream realm, surrounded by numerous nightmare creatures and abominations so vile that the word could not describe them. His only chance of survival was to fight his way through this seed and challenge it, and conquer the second nightmare alone. For all intents and purposes, Quentin was already dead. Fuck! Alright. Shit, man. I really don't think Quentin's gonna survive that. So I'm gonna classify him as dead. That fucking sucks! What a brutal way to go out. Yeah. Yeah, that fucking sucks, man. Do you have proof or an explanation on why you believe this? I don't think he's strong enough to do it by himself. He's either going to die by the Horde or he's going to die in the second nightmare. Fuck it, you gotta do it solo. I don't think Quentin's going to do a Nephis. And the healer goes first. Ironically, the healer that said Luster was the one who was gonna die first. Oh, that sucks. A few hours later, Sonny found himself alone in the rhino. The area surrounding the military barracks was quiet, and the interior of the APC was dark. He sat in his bed, unmoving. His eyes were like two pools of darkness. He was cold. It is what it is. War was like that. People died all the time. Sonny had sent many to their deaths. He was not new to losing soldiers, and yet, he was weak. His body and soul were both in pain because of the bruise of the Nightmare Gate, but somehow his heart hurt much more. There was a lot for him to do. Feeding Saint, continuing his attempts to weave a memory from the Devil's Needle. However, Sonny felt unwilling to move, or maybe incapable. He just sat silently as he stared into the darkness. After some time, his communicator lit up. He looked at it and then the screen, and then slowly brought the screen to his face. There was a new message from Rain. Ah, Rain, no, we don't need to do this. Nephis did it as a sleeper. Yeah, no. Nightmares are brutal, but not impossible. It's a trial. I know. I don't think he's gonna do it, though. I don't think he's gonna make it through the night. I don't think he's gonna make it for the nightmare creatures, nor do I think he's gonna make it through the actual nightmare itself. Also, let's forget, Nephis is built fucking different, so. Oh man, that sucks. Anyway, Rain, I kind of need you to not do this right now. Hey, Sonny, is it really hard to imagine that it's winter in Antarctica, and that the nights there last for many months, and the aurora thing that you described? I looked it up on the network, and wow, it's so pretty. There's nothing like that in the NQSC. Well, you know. The stream is going to get interrupted in not that long. Anyway. Well, you know, we could hardly see the stars here because of the light pollution and the air being filled with dust. And the amount of people that were bitching at, well, pretty much everybody that reacted to the initial release of the first chapter. Guys, who do you think wins between Quinton and the Unholy Titan? Well, Quinton's winning that one easily, but yeah. Anyway, however, the weather is warm and the nights are short. I won't complain. You stay warm too. Nothing really interesting happened to me. Did something interesting happen to you? How are you doing? I hope everything's all right. Sonny remained motionless for a while, staring at the screen. Then he closed his eyes for a moment, took a deep breath, and started writing a sentence. Hey, Rain. Lots of interesting things happen to me. Of course. I'm one of the most interesting people in the two worlds. In the two whole worlds, after all. Didn't you know? I'm doing great, too. I mean, all things considered. Since I'm such a dashing and heroic figure, people are around me giving me sandwiches and medals, and like so. He paused for a few seconds and briefly wiped his eyes and continued. Life is pretty sweet. Ah! Fuck you! Oh! Is that what, the second time we ever see Sonny cry? Fuck me! Ugh! Ugh! Big man died. Quinton. Specifically, Quinton died. Dom hasn't died yet. Oh, that one was just fucking mean. It's nice to see Sonny takes mannerisms from Noctis. Yeah, took his chin, took his mannerisms. Yo, why can't I hear? I don't know, I'm not muted. I muted myself a good minute ago, but, Sonny crying is so rare, yeah. Fucking 1,000 chapters in and we've seen him cry twice, ever. Hold you, wretches. A mass of nightmare creatures was advancing through the city street. Mere meters away into slamming into the makeshift barricade formed by the hulking frames of the firing MWPs. The surface of the road was broken and melted. The ruins of the surrounding buildings were enveloped in flames. Leaping off a slowly collapsing roof, Sonny plummeted down and landed between the abomination. The jade blade of the Sinisolus moved, sending fountains of blood into the air. He dashed sideways, dodged the stream of bullets, and groaned. It had already been the second week of the siege, but the damage done to his body and soul by the Nightmare Gate was slow to heal. Sonny shrugged off the pain and called the shadows. Erect a black wall from them and blocked off the street. Flamethrowers. The pilot of the NWPs did not stop firing the mass drivers, but long streams of orange-red flames of an orange-red fire shot from the wrists over the wall. Sonny danced between the flames, circulating his essence to activate the Underworld enchantment. The effect of the memory of fire was enhanced, elevating his resistance even higher. The nightmare creatures were not that lucky. While he dealt with the head of the swarm, Bell and Dorm attacked its tail from the flanks. A sharp sword and a heavy sledgehammer made short work of the frenzied abomination, and at the same time, charged tungsten rounds flashed from the nearby dormitory, slaying the most dangerous targets without fail. Caught between the hammer and the anvil, the swarm swiftly melted. The last one to die was a hideous creature with hardy scales covered in a reptilian body. Sonny simple struck the abomination with the edge of his palm, turning it as heavy as the boulder and as hard as stone. The reptile's skull shattered, disintegrating into a disgusting rain of blood and bone. This is gonna look so fucking cool in the manhwa, man. This is gonna look so fucking cool in the manhwa. Them ninjas are cutting onions again. Yeah, it's fucking awful. Using cruel sight with the using cruel sight with damage of the gate, Sonny. Like, damn. Sonny, don't use the Sinisolus gang. That fucker, I think he actually likes the sword at this point. I think he likes being spoken to like shit. Like, I'm fucking convinced at this point. I can't spell conversation. Even before the heavy body touched the ground, the spell already whispered. You have slain the awakened monster scaled prowler. You have received a memory. His eyes glint. Another memory. Whipping his hands with a revolved expression, Sonny looked around, Luster and Kim. Luster and Kim appeared on the nearby roof, signaling none of the creatures escaped, and he let out a sigh of relief. This situation was caught under control. After the ill-fated battle of the Devouring Cloud, the pressure of the defenders of Falcon Scott had steadily increased. The fact that there was a giant breach in the wall did not help things one bit. Eventually, the defensive barrier that had broken through in 2 or more places, forcing the First Army to evacuate civilians deeper into the city to create a second ring of defense of the empty streets. Oh, okay, we're creating Attack on Titan. The walls of AOT, then, I see. So how insane do you think he'll become by the end of the volume? Oh, pretty insane. I can't see him having, honestly, any sort of good time by the end of the volume. Sonny will become Reverend Insanity. Half as insane as Nephis. Yeah. The Sinisolus is Sonny's own Johnny Silverhand. I forgot to change the chapter thingy. My bad. The situation was under control. Oh. Oh yeah. The topography of the siege was not simple anymore. Humans were still held on the wall, deflecting most of the nightmare creatures from its height. But now, various sections of the Great Barrier were separated, almost turning into an independent fortress. A detachment of soldiers was tasked with defending the breaches from the ground. They mostly managed to prevent the nightmare creatures from breaking through the barricades into the city, even if the rate of casualties among the ground crew was much higher. However, some abominations still reached the streets from time to time. Sonny had dealt with one of the invading swarms. That was the fourth one today. Not a good sign. He bent at a painful coughing fit, feeling a sickening weakness permeate his body once again. After a while, the coughing subsided and Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, breathed hoarsely and waiting for the weakness to subside. Soon it was gone, and all that remained was a gnawing pain in his chest. Fucking hell, that nightmare really did a number on him. Like, it's been 2 weeks and he's still fucked up from it. The new chapter's out, let's not talk about it. I always think how different things would have been if Neff and the cohort was with him. I imagine astronomically different. I imagine, like, literally night and day kind of difference, you know? Damnation. He straightened and glanced at his people, who were making their way through the burning carnage of the destroyed city street. Once they reached him, everyone except Samara, who was still in her sniping nest on top of the empty dormitory tower, Sonny glanced at Kim and asked, "Any updates on Soul Reaper?" She nodded. "Yes, sir. Master Dale pushed the enemy back, reclaiming control over Breath C. We are ordered to stand down and rest. Our next shift starts in 16 hours. Sonny tiredly rubbed his face. 16 hours, huh? Either the army commander's feeling generous or they expect real trouble tomorrow. Well, the more reason to make sure that we're fresh and full of essence. Signal Sam to come down and retreat into the barracks. He studied his soldiers for a moment, making sure that none of them were wounded. Without a healer in the cohort recovering between battles, it becomes somewhat tricky. It demanded outside help, at least. To be fair, if they were here, it would have also harder than it is now. I feel like the only reason any of Antarctica would have been difficult is probably Effie. And I feel like that's entirely because I feel like she would have died at level 49. Two more times? Amen. Filler? Fortunate. Warming up. The feeling. What's the word I'm looking for? The feeling, the absence. Fortunately, the members of the cohort were unscathed. He nodded, letting them go, and turned around. The NWP stood motionless. The incandescent barriers of the guns glowing in the gloom, the coolant liquid was dripping down, evaporating in clouds of haze. Some pilots had opened the cockpits, sitting in the doors, and sitting on the doors with the hatchets and the tired expressions on their faces. They will retreat inside soon, chased back into the overheated war machines by smoke and and by the smell of charred corpses. But, for now at least, the soldiers were enjoying the short moment of reprise in the coldness of the never-ending night. Noticing Sonny, one of the pilots raised a hand and made it into a fist. Sonny returned the steward salute and then silently walked away. It's really weird seeing Sonny in such a military kind of mindset. Like, for the past, like, God knows how many chapters, he has been in such pure leader survival mode that him doing, like, basic military suggestions in this universe is so just weird. Like, him going into meetings, him strategizing with other leaders, it's throwing me off. Or at least it throws me off. A few minutes later, he stumbled, grabbing onto the wall of the dark and isolated alley. The Sinisaurus whispered, mocking him. But it was not too hard to suppress the hateful voice these days. Sonny rested for a few moments and then took a step back. Sane emerged from the shadows and, as silent and as menacing as ever, Nightmare joined her, moonlight glistening in the adamite horns. Sonny sighed and summoned the overpriced saddle, fastening its straps on the black stallion. He glanced at the two shadows and said, "You know what to do. I'll return in 16 hours. Be cautious today. Chances are we'll have to go all out tomorrow." Saint nodded indifferently and then mounted the dark deserter and outstretched a hand. Sonny placed the hilt of the Sinisaurus onto it, at the same time sending the two shadows forth. Then he watched the Tartantrum Knight leave as she headed into the direction of the wall. These days, the two of them worked in shifts. If the Devil of Antarctica was not defending Falcon Scott, the Guardian Angel of Antarctica did. Millions of people had already evacuated from the Doom City, but millions more remained. The siege capital could not be allowed to fall yet. Sonny coughed some more, uttered a quiet curse, and walked in the opposite direction of where Saint had left. That was a chapter of just Sonny complaining. That was more of a, like, quiet chapter, I guess. Filler can just be whatever the plot really is, if you think about it. Yeah, I do find it cool that Sonny and Saint, which are probably pretty relative right now, are now considered the Devil and Angel of Antarctica. Which is really funny considering Sonny is fated, and that is causing all kinds of fucking chaos. The calm before the storm type chapter. Yeah, pretty much. It's the same thing as the rain chapter. As he walked through the empty streets, Sonny breathed in the cold winter air and tried to calm his wildly beating heart. He should have not been that fatigued, but he was. The strange ailment tormenting him had become less severe in the last couple of days. However, it was not gone yet. Curse it. Sonny grimaced, and then noticed a group of soldiers headed ahead and forced himself to put on a mask of confident commander. Mundane humans looked up to masses, and if they saw one walking around with hollow eyes and a troubled expression, the morals would suffer. He had never thought about being preoccupied with the concerns of people's morale would become something he'd bother with, yet here he was. As Sonny walked closer, he heard bits and pieces of their conversation. "I heard Mongrel yesterday. God, he truly is a fiend. My whole unit would have been dead if it was not for him. I wish I could thank the man, but he is definitely from the First Army. Maybe he's a legacy from the local Antarctica clan. I didn't know Antarctica had a clan. No, have you heard the rumors? Mongrel is that master from the first regular company, the Devil. Have you lost your damn mind, fool? Mongrel is like 2 meters tall, while Sonny is on the shorter side. Believe me, I saw the two of them side by side the day the wall was first breached. Also, Mongrel's definitely a woman. Yeah, I saw it too. She even caressed his cheek. Well, Molly poked it. Wait, guys, do you think there's something going on between them? You're all idiots. Mongrel's obviously several people. Okay, that's probably the best suggestion anybody's really fucking come up with, even though that is really funny. Usually, hearing such conversations amused Sonny, but this time he remained detached and indifferent. The soldiers grew quiet as he approached, straightened, and then bowed respectfully. He nodded to them in pausing and continued their way uncaring. What a weird fucking world this is. No way Sonny bagged the Lady Mongrel. I imagine it. The devil bagging Mongrel. I can imagine. Easy imagine. Easy. Come on, brother. This is Sunless you're talking about. This is the devil. He knows his way. He knows his moves. But that reminds him. Sonny summoned the runes and glanced at the description of Saint. Shadow fragments. 185 out of 200. So close. Fucking hell. Is Saint going to evolve twice in Antarctica? That's insane. With the two memories he had received today, one from the awakened monster and the other from the fallen beast, the counter would increase by 2 fragments, bringing it 187 from here. He only needed 13 more for Saint to transcend. He was somewhat pissed. He was somewhat pressed for time. He also had a few of his personal memories that he could sacrifice to accelerate the process. Things were still going according to plan. It was weaving them now's the problem. I feel like I am almost there, but the Midnight Shard is still giving me trouble. Too risky. Sonny pondered the intricacies of the spell weave. Grimacing at the thundering clamor of the distant battle grew, especially loud, and it made it harder to think. Gradually, the noise became quieter, although it never went away entirely. Sonny pressed through the barricades, left the secondary defense ring, and entered the crowded streets of Falcon Scott. Despite the fact that the numerous civilians had been relocated deeper into the city, the signs of the overpopulation were not as dire as they could have been expected. The naval convoy had been busy ferrying the refugees across the strait, after all. By now, somewhere around 80 million people had already been transported to the relative, extremely so, safety of the eastern Antarctica. Ooh, you can taste the pessimism in Sonny's attitude when he's, like, thinking about this. That's fucking great. The Devil of Antarctica building a harem. Fucking, Beth, Kim, now Mongrel, Nephis. Crazy work. Again in Antarctica is fucking insane, brother. It's funny how cliche it all is. Yeah. A little bit. It's not like Shadow Slave hasn't worn its inspiration or its cliches on its shoulders before. That's pretty much all of Volume 3. And I guess Volume 4 to a certain extent. Sorry, Volume 2 and Volume 3 to a certain extent. It almost looked as though the army's command plan was working. Seeing actual proof that all of his efforts were not in vain made Sonny feel a little better. Up ahead, a crowd of refugees were waiting in line to receive rations. He studied it for a moment, noticing a familiar figure handing out packets of synth paste at the front. Sonny smiled a little and then headed in that direction. As he walked closer, the person growled without looking up. "You better not be cutting the line, Beth." Then Beth looked up and blinked a couple times. "Oh, Sonny, what are you doing here?" He shrugged. "On my way back from the wall." Beth helping out the average everyday people. What a woman. Just, what a woman. He shrugged. Oh, she called one of the other volunteers to switch with her, then led him aside to the humming heat projector. Beth stopped in front of it, shivering and rubbing her hands together. How was your day? Sonny remained silent for a bit, not knowing how to answer. Hectic. The old woman glanced at him and scoffed. A man of few words, are you now? Sonny shrugged. How's the old man? Did you guys receive a placement in the queue yet? Beth sighed. No. People say that another ship went down in the strait. Not many replacements are posted again. As for the professor, he's doing fine. The army's got him consulting on how to upgrade the communication array. So he has something to do at least. She looked at him questioningly. Are you coming over today? Sonny hesitated and then slowly shook his head. No, there's a lot I have to do. Also, my gut's telling me that tomorrow will be a tough day. Your dormitory is away from the wall, but still, be careful. Well, you know the drill. The woman turned back at the heater projector. Yeah. Then she suddenly opened the bag hanging over her shoulder and scurried in it, and then took out a tube of toothpaste. Yeah, you forgot this last time. Sonny blinked a couple times. I didn't forget. I left it for you because I know that the supply chain is in shambles. Beth tilted her head and looked at him fiercely. You think I can't get us some toothpaste? Sonny laughed. I mean, if you're so pringled, then why are you not returning the 2 cans of coffee I left in your dormitory as well? The woman looked down and her cheeks turning slightly red. What cans of coffee? I haven't seen anything of sort. Sonny nodded a couple times and gently pushed the toothpaste away. Okay. Anyway, I'll try a drop of it. I'll try and drop by soon. If you do find that coffee, please enjoy it. I love these two. I love them. They're so cute. They are just fucking adorable. You can just see the fanfics and movies about being made about this shit. Oh yeah, Beth being jealous of Sonny's skincare. Well, he does have the tropes of the pretty... Well, he does the tropes pretty good. Yeah. There's that too. I think shit about to hit the fan about a chapter or two. Definitely next chapter. Because we had a depressing chapter, and now we've had a pretty, like, low-key happy chapter. And that's just the inverse of what happened last time with the Rain and Cassie chapters. He bid Beth an awakened farewell and walked away. An awkward farewell and walked away, feeling slightly refreshed. Wait, 1 minute. Here in the city proper, public transport was still functioning and the military vehicles rolling down the streets as well. It did not take long to reach the barricades. After entering the Rhino, Sonny looked around, his gaze pausing on one of the closed sleeping pods. Then, he walked back into the APC, dragging the devil's needle from its place into the floor of the armory, inside. 15 hours left. Should probably get some sleep. At least a couple. Shaking his head, he got to work. This man is a workaholic. He claims he wants to rest. I don't think Sonny ever gives a fuck about, like, legitimately resting anymore. I think he is almost entirely in the headspace of, I need to get shit done before shit gets done to me. And I was like, yeah, I appreciate that. It's really funny that we really don't get an actual chance with Sonny and Beth, though. Like, after Antarctica, when it's all fucking done, I feel like... I know he doesn't get into a relationship with her. I feel like that's pretty fucking obvious. But I feel like he should have. As like an experimental thing. Because they're really fucking cute together. And if you agree, do that. Because why not? It helps me out. And tells YouTube that you enjoy this kind of content. By the way, do you have like goals for this stream? I do not, unfortunately. But I can give you the prize of giving you Sonny right now. Sonny, Can't see us, so now you've got to like the stream and hit subscribe. Look how big he's gotten. He's a big boy now. Well, big girl, but still. There you go. We're in August, so next month he goes. Maybe earlier. It depends. I need to talk to Dylan about that. G3 probably planned for it, and that's why this setup but changed his mind. That's fucking annoying, though. I don't think he should have pushed it out of it. I feel like the only issue about that is because they do, like, admittedly work, like, quite well together, would be the actual breaking up process. Because you can't kill Beth, because that would actually be a bit too traumatic for Sonny. It could have just been a case of something happened, and it scared Beth, and she doesn't want to be with somebody in the position that Sonny's in, which is a master at this point in time. Really fucking annoying. It's just upsetting. Really. He's gonna get bigger than actual Sonny, probably. Knowing Ophi and the actual cat's dad, he's probably going to be outrageously big. About to make me take my like back. Anyway. Sonny did not recall falling asleep. But when he woke up by someone banging on the hatchet rhino, sitting up, he looked around and realized that he had passed out while studying the weave of the Midnight Shard. The Azure Tai Chi was still laying on a holographic table, glinting as if to mock him. Sonny almost dying, making Beth want to break up. Or shit just getting out of hand. Like, constant event after event after event after event of risking the fucking life. I don't think it's even that big of it. I don't think... Like, it's not even that difficult. You could have made something, like, quite sweet, quite cute with them for, like, a couple hundred chapters. Just to, you know, get Sonny warmed up to the idea of being romantically involved with somebody that isn't Neff, since he's kind of in an emotional turmoil with Neffis right now. True Neff would have turned pyromaniac, was turned into a pyromaniac star. Neffis would have not been able to handle that. That's not fucking that's not Sonny's fault. Sounds like Fated? Yeah, it does sound like Fated. Fucking. It's just fucking stupid. I feel like that should have been a thing already. Anyway. He had almost solved the problem. That elusive element of the weave was almost isolated. But... Sup, Dween?
Bonjour.
What time you... Or what day you taking him? It better be fucking soon, cause he's driving me up... I'm hoping it's next month. He's driving me up the fucking wall. On a holiday. It's not fucking hard. I barely look after these cunts. I just tell them what to do. Look, I know. Trust me. 24 fucking years. I should know, but... Wait.
Just on the washing. Washing Jesus at least 9 times this week.
And he only does it to George's stuff.
Yeah.
Not mine.
And she just does it just to piss me off. Because she used to litter it.
Half the time, when I have to force her. Again, I have to force her to use that one.
So happy with this cat.
Oh yeah, I bet you fucking are. It's as chaotic as you.
You're fluffing up.
Well, yeah. It's fucking huge. Hmm? Well, yeah, of course the fuck. My cousin's here for a cat. Well, he's checking in on it. Shadow slaving notes. And then he chats over there. Questioning what the fuck's going on. Yeah, it's this one.
Shalom, I'm back again.
Yeah, he's getting to evade once more. No rowing this time, and no peeking from my window. Has he just fucked off? Or she fucked off? Speaking of a bitch. Oh, I think Helios is about to go into season. As she's won now, and it's... female cats really spray. No, she's just aggressive. And knowing she's, fun fact, bigger than Donnie now. Bathed her recently, picked her up, basically just fucking ridiculous. Donnie's a bigger top, she's a bigger bottom. That sounds weird. We're being left out? No. He said hi. As someone banged on the hatch once again, making the massive APC shake a little, Sonny flinched, rubbed his face. Coming to that. Is that Dom? Dom's the only one I can see moving the fucking APC. Shalom. 1005. I'm 1/3 the way through. Yeah. 1/3. To be fair, this has been nothing but fantastic so far. But it's also the longest one. It's so fucking long. Oh, wait, no, Dylan, come here, actually. Look at how many full Falcon Scots there are. Look how long this goes on. And that's where it stops. That's where the volume stops. It goes on forever. But it's good so far.
I'll read it one day.
I mean, you've already read a handful of it.
I've read 100 chapters.
Oh, one was coming out in a couple of days.
I'll read that.
Yeah, you'll read that one. That's gonna be way easier experience. That's true. I got to the maggot thing, by the way.
Oh, chapter what?
Yeah. Brother, I fucking know.
I realised you only animated 2/3 of the book. And half the 2/3 of the book that they actually animated were not even in there.
Wait, Quibs, you're my Lord of Mysteries guy. Was it actually 2/3 of the book? Of, Volume 1 that they animated for Season 1? Oh, this is Joshua's cousin. Yeah, it's the same one that invaded last time. The one reading Lord of Mysteries.
I'm reading. I still got the second book and waiting to start the book whenever I have the book done.
If you want to take the third, I've got the third one by accident. If you want it. This is only covering. Yeah, it's it's long, brother. Around that, yeah, about 2/3. Yeah. All right, you dipping?
Chill out for a little bit.
Alright, bet. Chill outside here then, because I've still got to go through 25-ish chapters.
Oh yeah, no, leave it to it.
Alright.
Sure.
Places.
Bye, chat.
Oh, 100 something chapters, I think 78. 78 fucking chapters. Ridiculous. Yeah, no, that's stupid. Anyway, where was I? He had almost solved. Oh yeah. Coming. Who the hell? He opened a hatch. The frozen, and froze, swallowing the rest of his irritated shout. Oh, Master Jed. Good morning. She glanced at him with amusement. Technically, it's evening. Go wipe the drool off your face and come out, Sonny. We've been summoned to attend a meeting. How long's Sonny been out for? What the fuck? Also, it's good to know Jet's moving again. But that means our next monster is here. Who did I say it's gonna be? LO49. It's either gonna be starting LO49 or we're gonna be finishing off Cloud Gouger. No. Devouring Cloud. He frowned and then threw an angry look at the gloomy shadow, which was hiding in the darkness not too far away. The bastard was supposed to warn her if someone approached, protecting Sonny from a sudden attack, or embarrassing himself, in theory. The shadow shrugged innocently and looked away. Shaking his head, Sonny returned inside and quickly washed his face. A couple minutes later, he left the APC and closed the hatch behind him. Since Soul Reaper mentioned that he had to come out, they were most likely heading for the complex at the local branch of the 1st Army Command, used as headquarters. It was only a short distance from the barracks. Indeed, Jack walked in that direction, with Sonny following as he looked around with sleepy eyes. A few moments later, he asked, "What's this meeting about?" She shrugged. "We'll find out. All I know is that White Feather wants to see us." White Feather, huh? Wasn't the season end where Volume 1 ends, though? Yeah, but these are 40-minute episodes as well. And it just kind of I think it's meant as in, like, all of Volume 1 gets glanced over, while a whole third of it is just not adapted. While the majority of it is. What about the Winter Beast? I think the Winter Beast is not going to appear for a good while. The two of them made their way to the army headquarters, but then walked past it, approaching the heavily fortified compound instead. Winter and Dale were already waiting for them near the gates, looking as ragged as and fatigued as Sonny. He greeted them. I heard you retook Branch C yesterday. Must have been a tough fight." Dale simply shrugged. "Nah, not really. We're still holding both sections of the wall above the branch, so all I had to do was to persuade the abominations to stay put until the garrison force shredded them with ranged weapons." He remained silent for a moment and added, "Things would have been much worse if they were better climbers, though." Sonny nodded somberly. Together, they entered the compound and they were led into a spacious room on one of the underground levels. There, two people were waiting for them. Master Rowan was standing in the front of the false window, studying the projected image of the night sky. His face was painted ghostly green by the ethereal tapestry of the swirling aurora. St. Iris was motionless, sitting in the imposing chair with her back held straight. What is your favorite nightmare creature classes? Ooh. I think corrupted creatures are probably my favorite. Corrupteds are just fucking so imposing in this series. Her Her elegant armor was bent and broken. White steel married dried blood. Her hair, which had fallen back into a carcass of pale gold, now looked lifeless and bleak. Her dazzlingly beautiful face was pale, blackened by ugly bruises. Fucking hell. Poor Tyrus, man. She's getting fucked up. It seemed that holding the Winter Beast back was taking a toll on the transcendent of the White Feathered clan. Her expression was still aloof and stern. However, her amber eyes burned with the same fierce, cold resolve. Master Rowan turned at the sound of the steps. Ascended Jet, Ascended Winter, Ascended Dale, Sunless. Welcome. Sorry for the sudden invitation. I like how he talks to Sunny like he's an actual friend of his. That's really, really cute. Alright, fuck off. Doggo got gift love and attention. Sonny noticed black circles under the handsome man's eyes. Rowan was acting uncharacteristically subdued, his usual charisma gone. That did not bode well. Master Jet waved a hand. Walls wait for no one. What do you want to discuss? Rowan smiled slightly. Straight to business. Well, it is for the best. There is not much time to prepare. He walked away from the false window and stopped beside Skytide, then gestured at the holographic projection in front of them. On it, a map of the surrounding area disappeared, replaced by a blurry image of a grotesque creature. Leathery wings, lean body with six segmented legs, and tails that ended in a long, jagged stinger. The three long necks, which ended in a harrowing circular maw. The abomination looked like a mixture between a wyvern, a worm, and a scorpion. It was large, formidable, and utterly hideous. Our scouts have confirmed that the devouring cloud has produced a new tyrant. A fallen one. But still a dire threat to the survival of the city. The creature mostly hides within the swarm, controlling it from behind. Ooh, that's fucking gross. I like how it treats tyrants when they're being created as like an amalgamation of several of the creatures. Of the more mundane creatures at the very least. Like, this sounds like a Ghidorah version of the original creature. Titans are also great. Shame they are rare to see. I mean, yeah, if they're anything like Goliath, then another insectoid, great. I don't think it's meant to be insectoid though. 1 minute. There we go. I think it's meant to be more like this. Than it, like, three-headed, six-legged version of this. Than anything else, really. I don't think it's insectoid at all. Winter cursed. Yeah, we figured that. We figured as much after the last time. Master Rowan slowly nodded. It is our priority to eliminate the tyrant. The devouring cloud will descend on Falcon Scott today. You'll be the blade to strike its puppeteer down. The irregulars glanced at each other. After a short pause, Jet asked, "How do you know that the swarm will come today?" Rowan frowned slightly. But before he could answer, St. Tyrus suddenly spoke. "Because our clan will lure it here." Oh. Interesting. The four ascended grew silent, looking at her insidiously. Skytide met their gaze with a calm expression. Her face was as motionless as ever. Somewhat stunned by the confusion, Sunny asked, "Why the hell would you do that?" Skytide inhaled deeply and turned away. "Goliath draws near. When we do eradicate the other threats before he comes, if they attack together, you can imagine the devastation. The window of opportunity grows narrower with each day. We can't passively wait for the devouring cloud to return anymore. So Rowan and the other awakened warriors of my clan will lure it here today." She glanced at the irregulars, studied them for a few moments, and added, "Ascended Winter will contain the swarm. Rowan will bring the tyrant down, and the three of you will make sure that the creature never takes flight again. That's the battle plan." Sunny smiled darkly. What if Winter fails to hold the swarm back? What if Rowan fails to isolate the tyrant? What if the three of us fail to kill it in time? St. Tyrus looked at him for a while. Her amber eyes, both beautiful and cold. Then she said simply, "Don't fail." Master Jet laughed. Shaking her head, she patted Sunny on the shoulder and walked towards the projection of the fallen tyrant. "Alright, I like the plan. Let's discuss the details." Tyrus is just fucking cold like that. Dare I say she's too cold for Antarctica. A leech and a scorpion. I don't think a leech is an insect. I don't even think it's in the insectoid family. No, it's not an insect. Didn't think so. Same thing as a worm. Most tyrants always are an amalgamation of various things that makes them creepy about that. That's what makes it creepy to think about, yeah. That kind of just makes me think of, like, the first, like, real threat. Let's not forget about the Jade Beauty. True. The bug. The giant bug thing. Tyrants are always ugly. Yeah. I can't imagine any of them looking, like, cool. I'd let her boss me around. Yeah, fucking course you would. Tyrus is the representation of what a saint is. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. I figured that Jet is the, like... Jet's meant to represent what a master is meant to be on the field, and Tyrus is meant to be, like... She's the top dog of even among saints. Maybe not the strongest saint. I think we had this discussion last time, but yeah. The dialogue could have felt so cringe, but she makes it work. I feel like the imagery of her being fucking battered by fighting the Winter Beast also helps, too. She's like... Done. I have been fighting the strongest creature in Antarctica by myself, basically, for weeks on end. If you do not have a fucking choice in failing. And I feel like that works incredibly. The discussion did not take long. Soon, the irregulars said their goodbyes to Skytide and headed to the exit, each in a hurry to prepare for the coming battle. Sunny, however, stayed back after a bit of hesitation. When there were only three of them left in the room, Skytide, Rowan, and him, Sunny glanced at the battered transcendent with a complacent expression. After a few moments, he said, You must have heard of another of Valor's saints was killed." St. Tyrus stared at him silently, not saying anything. Sunny tilted his head a little. "You and I have helped that monster escape from the Night Temple. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead, and Mordred would have still been contained. Do you regret saving me now that he's out here, slaughtering people?" Skytide remained motionless for a bit and then shook her head. "No. Oh, Sonny thinks it's Mordred that's killing the Saints. Oh. Okay. Tyrus is considered a mid-tier saint. That's fucking insane. That's insane. It's similar to how jokes are funnier when said by a funny person. Yeah, because they know how to, like, it's their job to make it funny. But Sonny thinking it's Mordred's interesting. And I guess by this motion, Skytide also thinks so. A pale smile appeared on Sonny's face. Why? She sighed. Years ago, when the young Prince of War came to the Chained Isles, I offered him my hospitality. Like the other awakened, he was under my protection, roaming the dream realm in search of something. Much like you did. When Vala plotted to ambush and eliminate him, I followed orders and did nothing to prevent it. I have carried that shame of what wrong. I have carried the shame of that wrongdoing ever since. He pondered her words for a few moments. They have a very good reason to get rid of him now. That guy's a nightmare creature. The guy is like a nightmare creature. Not much human left of him. St. Tyrus looked at him in the eyes, her beautiful face expressionless. It is worth it. To do the wrong thing for the right reason? No. Life is unpredictable and the future is unclear. All we can strike for is the act according to our principles, and what we consider right. The rest doesn't matter. That's an interesting philosophy to try and look at this. Sonny looked around, his gaze lingering at the traces of the dry blood in Skytide's armor. Her eyes turned dark. Doing the right thing is what you and your clan banished to this hellhole. She looked at the false window, where the image of the night sky was projected. The full moon shined in the velvet expanse, surrounded by lights of the ghostly aurora. Hints of some deep hidden emotion appeared in Skytide's beautiful face. After a while, she said, "The sky is suffocating here. But other than that, this is precisely where I want to be." Sonny lingered for a few moments, then bowed slightly to Master Rowan and silently walked away. He prepared for battle. That was a great chapter. I really like the insight of Tyrese's philosophy here. Killing saints as a master. I'm not surprised Mordred can kill a saint as a master. Don't get me wrong, I don't think that's an all-shocking thing. I'm just shocked that it is Mordred. Oh, hi, Philip. The only reason she is holding off the Winter Beast is because her powers are a direct counter. Yeah, but she's still getting fucked up by it. It's not that impressive when he does soul. When he's just a soul do and overpowers them with his extra cores. I mean, I guess so. But yeah. Yeah, no, I really don't have any complaints about that chapter. I really like how Sonny's and Rowan's relationship, already from, introducing one another, deeper than the rest, right? Which is showing the connection Sonny's been forming throughout the entire story, and that's cool. And then that little conversation with Skytide, and where she's like, "I like you, kid. I like you. I wouldn't have changed anything because you would have died otherwise, basically. You would have ended up in the same fate as Mordred, regardless of me doing anything or not." So, that's cool. And Rowan not even Rowan not even bothering into interlude, and that was also great. They speculated him, though he can ambush Saints mid-battle against nightmare creatures. Yeah. I could also imagine he can just overpower, a lot of people's souls. Anyway. Oh, Walter. That's his MO. True. Standing on the battlement of the peering into the cold darkness beyond, Sonny had a contemplative expression on his face. The wind smelled of snow as it played with his black hair, which had grown a bit too long by now. Pale moonlight permeated the air, filling the reach of the ravaged land. Winter and Dale were sitting nearby, leaning on the alloy pavement of the wall, and sharing a flask. The two captains seemed calm, one in a usual relaxed manner and the other solemn and straight. As the contents of the flask ran out, went aside and looked at Sonny. "You seem terribly serious today." He lingered for a moment and shrugged. "Just thinking about stuff." "How's stream going?" "Stream's going fine. Ignore that. We should be significantly deeper than we currently are, but we got into a fair bit of tangents, and my cousin came in to invade to go see how his kitten's doing. But other than that, it's been pretty good. She did not press. Content to rest. Content to rest with her eyes hidden behind the cracked sunglasses. Sonny felt strangely thoughtful after his conversation with St. Tyrus. He was not sure that he agreed with her uncompromising views, but there was one thing Skytide had said that was unquestionably true. Life was indeed unpredictable. Take his own relationship with his Steedly Saint. Sonny did not know St. Tyrus very well, or share any of her principles, but he found himself respecting the stern transcendence to a great deal. He liked Master Rowan too. The three of them shared some history. Several years ago, Sonny held nothing but contempt towards the legacies, but he had regarded them as arrogant, dangerous, and hateful people. Some who did not deserve the unfair privileges bestowed upon them by nothing except their birthright. Who would have thought that he would come to value and admire some of them one day? Are you in Falcon Scott now? You see the number? We're absolutely at Falcon Scott, baby. I come back and see a puppy. How delightful. There's like 60 chapters of them. Yeah, we're on, what, 20? Something like that? Take Cassie, too. When she surrendered his secret to Nephis on the Forgotten Shore, Sonny had thought it was the darkest moment of his life, and yet, if she had not made that choice, he would have stayed behind as a sleeper. Sonny had no way of knowing that he would have survived the same journey-changing Star had. What he did know, though, was that Rain would have been dead if it not for his return. If Sonny had not been holding back the tide of nightmare creatures advancing on her school, his sister would have been ripped apart by the rampaging abominations. There are too many instances like that to count. Life was unpredictable, and no one could predict the twists and turns of fate, except for Weaver, perhaps. Even oracles like Cassie could only see glimpses of it, blind to the context, and powerless to change the outcome. So, where did it leave him? The same place where I started, I guess. An ignorant fool struggling against something he could not even comprehend. Antarctica, at least, was 1 minute. Yup.
So I have permission to say, like, not take, but take the cat for a few days first.
The kitten?
Yeah.
Take it now. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but I know. I prefer it not kissing my brown cum. Do a cat have it?
We did.
I'll be honest, I'm off for next week anyway. I've fucking done work at the moment. I told you what I might be doing, didn't I?
Nope. 1 minute. Let me mute this part.
Probably have. Well, I'm moving down to Cardiff to work on hypercars.
What the fuck?
So Bugatti, McLaren.
Yeah, I gathered.
Yeah, I'll be working on the quality control of them. I can either go into design, welding, or sales.
I mean, fair fucking do.
After 3 years of training? Yeah, 3 years of training, I'll be on 70 grand a year. I'm in double what?
Yeah, I was about to say that's more than double, I think. You earn what, 20? No.
34.
Yeah. My brain was between 28 and 32. But
No,
yeah.
that was the first.
Yeah.
So, 20 was first, 30 was my next, and then 32 and then down 34. 3 bad thought. I'm taking it. Don't. I'm going on a week of sick. I can't be happy.
Fair enough, and you're taking that week of sick to go take... What have you named it? Yumi with you.
Oh, well, we got our house till Thursday, so say Yumi for a bit, and then... Oh, we got it till Friday.
Thank fuck. That just saves me saving cat food, honestly.
No, I've just literally gone and brought a lot. Whiskers is fine, innit? She lives on hard food now, easily.
I mean, oh yeah, no, she tries to eat the dog food all the time.
Yeah, we got biscuits constantly, wet food 2 times a day.
Hmm.
She quit.
You get to see the growth in real time.
Scary. Yeah, we'll pick up tomorrow, probably morning-ish. Just let me know when you're going to do tomorrow.
Probably about 1.
What time are you streaming? Are you streaming tomorrow?
Probably later on in the night, probably about like 8.
I'll be up morning.
Alright, laser. Sonny's gone tomorrow. Let's go. About fucking time. He's gone. Oh, because the puppy came to invade my room before. That's what, Quiz was talking about, Zeta. Neff has Sunny, why would she need more? Wait, what? 7 cores, more abilities, more minions, if you're not Neffis. 7 cores just means 7 times the soul lessons. No. If we take it in, like, Sunny's context, it definitely means more than that. And I'm imagining for all 3 divine aspect wielders, it's probably different. Like, Sunny can manifest, like, Sunny gains a new shadow, which he can then amplify himself, alongside gaining more essence. It's not just more essence, it's essence alongside something else. So, Sunny, it's an amplification. For Mordred, I imagine it's being able to copy people with a certain amount of soul cores. For Nephis, what the fuck can she do? I have legitimately no fucking idea what Nephis can do with her soul cores. Heal more people, I guess? We don't even know Nephis is like 4K as an ascended Nora Master, so I don't know. But yeah, that's a strange one. Mordred was like low diffing Sunny by being a tyrant or something. So where does that leave him? Antarctica, at least, was terribly straightforward. With a sigh, Sunny moved a strand of his hair away from his eyes and sat down near Winter and Dale. His hands were aching for a simple fight. How much more do we have to wait, damn it? Dale glanced at him with a smile so faint it was almost non-existent. That's why you can. You'll be regretting that. You'll be regretting that this calm does not last much longer. She goes boom. Neph's augmentation as well. She can augment herself, but I don't think that's related to her soul cores. Like, Sunny can augment himself, and he has an extra shadow. So he can augment himself 4 times. If it's the same thing, I feel like that's just lazy. Sunny has so much essence exhaustion, it's in Antarctica, it's insane. Well, yeah, have you seen this kit? It's fucking ridiculous. It's insane. Brother has, like, 7 soul cores means that, that your aspect ability is 7 times more versatile, whether it be by having 7 times the essence, or being able to use your aspect in 7 different independent instances at a time. Yeah. Yeah, so, what I figured. Also, Sunny's not shutting the fuck up again. And by the way, for everybody who's wondering, tomorrow's stream is going to be the antagonist stream. Then there's not going to be then there's no stream after that, and the day after it will be finishing off Antarctica. Her physical augmentation is weaker than Sunny. It's more focused on augmenting her soul. Yeah, I thought so. Because again, if it worked almost exactly like Sunny's, bear in mind being able to manipulate his own shadows and teleport through them, then yeah, it's fucking lazy. Sonny Grimson looked away, staring at the squad of soldiers that marched by. The soldiers were acting a bit strange. Sticking painstakingly to the better illuminated parts of the battlements and hastening their steps in the darker areas. Their faces were glum and nervous. He frowned. What's up with them? Winter turned her head slightly, studying the soldiers. Oh, you haven't heard of rumors? Tony thought for a moment and then shook his head. What rumors? The ascended archer chuckled. You should really come out your APC more often. You know, well, anyway. There's a lot of scary stories spreading among the refugees these days. One more nonsensical than the other. The latest story is that there is a shadow wraith stalking the city, hiding somewhere in the darkness. Apparently, it lures people out. It lures people away from the light, never to be seen again. Oh, it's fucking thingy. Wait, what? Never mind. That's not thingy. Is it Imp? I thought it was the Taravella 49, but no. Yeah, I think that's the Imp. She took a deep breath and added in a somber tone. Although, maybe there's some truth to that one. Soldiers are not usually easily spooked, but as you can see, they're on the edge. Too many disappearances lately. Sonny frowned. In a city of 200 million, there are bound to be some disappearances, especially with the nightmare spell infected people left right. However, he felt slightly concerned that a shadow wraith, that was right up his alley, no? There could also be a different explanation for the increased number of disappearances. The Taravella 49 is known to start its meals in just a manner, but people wouldn't know about the disappearances for LO49. What did the Imp eat to get Sonny's powers? His side. Like, it took a massive chunk off his side there. As it, you know, tried to drown him as well. We knew it already gained his shadow powers. As we were looking over, as it did like that sweeping shot pretty much, being like, oh yeah, here's the Cloud guys, here's where Winter Beast is, Goliath is coming out, fucking, the Darkness bugs are walking towards the city, and Imp is literally like where Sonny was just a day ago. Manifesting. So that's cool. Love to see that. In any case, he sensed some unease. A shadow creature? I don't know, that's extremely rare. I only ever met one in the wild, and that was inside of a nightmare. And even that was inside of a nightmare. I'm not sure if any survived to this day. Well, there is that one little bastard who got a chunk of his flesh. Did the scavenger need to devour a corpse to inherit new abilities, or would a piece of flesh suffice? What were the chances of the vile gremlin devouring an affinity, developing an affinity to shadows? Sonny knows! Dale simply shrugged. If there is something strange going on, the Army Command should already be investigating. Since we aren't officially informed, either the rumors are baseless or the instances are not serious enough to inform the irregulars regardless. We should concentrate on the task at hand. As if on cue, the sound of the light steps of the Master Jet approaching from further along the wall, the members of her cohort, now fewer than before, followed. She looked around briefly and said, I just received the word. Rowan and his people are approaching. The Devouring Clouders is in a frenzy. Don't know what they did, but it worked. Prepare yourself. I don't know, maybe captured the fucking boss. If I had to take a solid guess, it was capture the fucking boss. The rest of the defense force seemed to have to receive the same news. All along the southern stretch of the wall, a flurry of activity commenced. Soldiers were checking the weapons for the last time, awakened at some of their memories. Railguns were hurriedly finishing maintenance procedures and dragging crates of tungsten rounds closer to the feeding mechanisms. Anyway, I'll leave for a while. Have fun, you guys. Alright, later. Thousands of turrets came alive, turning their twin barrels towards the sky. Sonny took and stretched, breathing the cold winter air. Looking at the members of his cohort, he grinned. Same deal as last time, hopefully. Actually, never mind. I'm not saying that out loud. Just do well and don't die. Was he going to make a joke about Was he... Was he going to make a dead Quentin joke? Sonny! What the fuck? Don't do that! You just lost the match. Well, you lost him 2 weeks ago, but still. Fucking hell. I'm pretty fucking, like... I'm going more tone deaf towards the idea of people dying, but even then, fuck me. I at least wait, like, after the funeral. Or during the funeral, depends on the family, but still. Anyway. 1007. We're meant to be so much further than this. Pretty soon, the distant horizon turned hazy in a myriad of flying horrors. The scene was eerily familiar. The only difference was that the last attempt of destroying the devouring cloud was that, today, the landscape was illuminated by the pale moonlight, and that there were a few less irregulars standing watching the wall. Sonny silently observed Winter, who was preparing to unleash hell. Once again, she was surrounded by 7 mysterious memories, and once again, a group of Awakened used her aspects to augment her powers. He stood some distance away from the company of Master Jess and Dale. None of the 3 were going to participate in the ranged barrage, conserving their power for the sortie of hunt down and kill the tyrant. The atmosphere was tense, but not as oppressive as the first battle against the harrowing swarm. On the alloy battlements in front of them, a man in leather armor was sitting with his eyes closed, meditating. The falling snowflakes swirled in a strange way around him, as if following an invisible path. He was one of Dale's Awakens, and someone of whom Sonny knew. The man possessed the ability to open stable partial rifts. Oh, it's this guy! And and he had been one of the candidates he had considered when assembling the cohort, since no one knew where the tyrant was going to fall. After having its wings cut by Rowan, the strike team would need to get around the perimeter of the wall fast. If Rowan succeeded. God, I didn't think we'd see this fucker again. I'm so happy we do. I'm so happy we get to see this fucker. Yeah. I don't think the imp is capable of tasting anything. I think it's meant to just be the greed. You know? Actually, yeah, an open flame sounds pretty accurate. If Rowan succeeded... Gods. Hearing Dale's quiet whisper, Sonny looked south and saw arcs of lightning dancing deep within the distant swarm. His face paled a little. They're inside it? It seemed that Rowan and the Awakened of the white-feathered clan were leading the devouring cloud to the city with a smell of their own blood. No, you know what? That would make sense. Like, that one wouldn't be surprising to me. Whoopsies. You're going tomorrow, you little shit. Can't wait. Divine meat? Pause? Divine meat. Suddenly, the task of slaying the tyrant of the swarm seemed even heavier than before. So what? Nothing changed? Sunny had some contingencies at least. Saint and Nightmare were currently guarding one of the breaches in the wall. Should the three masses prove inadequate, his shadow would help reach and kill the brood mother of the swarm. Or at least, or was it a father? Who cares? Sunny clutched his fist and watched the horde of flying horrors swiftly drew closer to fucking Scott. Soon the city's defense system opened fire once again, and so did Winter. The massive brood beasts obscured the sky, drowning out the light in the moon. In front of the swarm, a horde of nightmare creatures moved, seemingly as desperate to escape from it as the humans would be. Caught between the devouring cloud and the wall of Falcon Scott, they launched themselves at the alloy barrier, dying in scores under the barrage of bullets and arrows. Yeah, the higher the rank, the better the tasting. Divine would just kill a mundane person, honestly. Maybe even an awakened. No, that's actually really funny. The idea of a mundane or an awakened trying to eat something divine killing them. The only thing I've got in my head is that is like one of several fucking memes from Food Wars, in where a person is nutting from how heavenly the food is, and they just die from it. It's like a heart attack. It's like, you know? Like one of the rare people in the world that get to die from an orgasm. Oh my days. Didn't we have a convo about how the people from the cohort tasted? I wouldn't be surprised, it's us. Post-consumption clarity.
What is it? No? Okay.
I can hear Sonny striking, but he wants food, but it's not food time. It's actually far too early for food time right now. Clip that. No! We've seen what happens when an awakened eats something divine, though it gave Sonny a seizure. The food was so good, the building lost its clothes. Such a strange and wonderful show. To be fair, it was more of a hostile takeover. Probably. Oh! Are you talking about fucking... Well, are you talking about... Are we talking about Weaver's Eye? At the Forgotten Shore? Because we're talking at that point, Sunny literally got rebuilt. Sunny was restructured from the ground up. Because of how divine it was. But that's blood. And I think he more... like... squeezed it? I don't remember that one. Anyway. Why is the door open? Where's my cane? Where's my cane? Also, yes, Food Wars is a wonderfully funny show. I meant his bone, but yeah, tomato. Oh yeah, he did eat the fucking, like, finger, didn't he? The finger bone. Getting rebuilt by the meat. Oh my days. I can't spell lad. Sonny clenched his fist and watched as the horde of flying... Oh. Yep. Somehow, today's battle felt more frenzied, more dire. Shrieks and howls of abominations fueled the human shouts, all disappearing into a rustle of countless, feathery wings. Meat so good he was reborn. He took one sip at it, and that happened to him? Yeah, fucking hell. Oh, that's so funny. That's what the comment said! That's what Philip said! Don't blame me for reading it! Sonny took meat so good it literally remade him. Oh, fucking Christ. Sonny took meat so good it literally remade him. That is the funniest fucking sentence I've ever heard. Meat so good he transcended. A dark expression appeared on Soul Reaper's face. Gripping her glaive, she said, "Wait. Hold. Wait for a signal." At that moment, everything descended on Rowan and was awakened as they had to lure the tyrant forward to bring it to the ground, so that all three awakened of the irregular company could sort it out. Find it and finish the creature off for once and for all before it could escape. Seconds passed and minutes, but the promised signal was not coming. No pause. Resume. Exactly. You can't stop. Sonny felt his nerves reaching a breaking point when a swift shadow suddenly fell from the sky. It was not a brooding beast, however. Instead, it was a young awakened woman, wearing the white colors of her clan. Her armor decorated with a beautiful etching of hawk feathers, and mirrored with blood. Sonny remembered seeing her several times at the sanctuary back in the Skytide had still ruled over the Chained Isles. The young woman landed gracelessly on the battlements and staggered, barely keeping her balance. Then she looked around, took a step towards Master Jet, and stumbled. Dale caught and supported her, his face grim. Soul Reaper frowned. "What happened to sending us a signal? Where's the tyrant?" The young woman gritted her teeth and said hoarsely, her voice full of ire, "Two. There's two of these cunts?" You know what, Sonny? Just get in. Get in, teleport in, send a solace, just fucking end it. Tired of this bullshittery. The young woman gritted her. It took a few seconds for her words to register. Sonny cursed and looked at the dark mass of the swarm that obscured the sky. Two tyrants? How does that make any sense? Are they trying to become a titan? Is that what's going on? Jet's face twitched. She stared at the young woman for a moment and asked evenly, "So, where are they?" The legacy leaned on Dale and turned slightly to face the Iron Cloud. "The signal." As if answering her word, the two radiant spheres of light suddenly appeared in the distance, tearing through the darkness. One deep within the swarm, across the killing field. The other, unexpectedly, even further away in a different direction, to the west of the city near the ocean. The devouring cloud had barely reached here. Her job done, the young woman of the white feather let out a sigh and slummed, losing consciousness. Dale barked something, and one of his men, most likely the healer, took her off his hands. What the fuck? I wonder if soul shards have taste. Do you think it tastes like sparkling water? Ooh. Prepare for trouble and make it double. Yeah, apparently. Fucking Team Rocket has. Jesse. Nope. Jesse James. Meow, that's right. What a weird show. Welcome to Weird Anime, man. The three masters briefly glanced at each other. Master Jess uttered a curse that would have made Sonny blush if the situation was less dire, and then smiled darkly. What the fuck could Jet have said to make Sonny blush if the situation was less dire? The only thing I can think of is, fuck me sideways, I guess we're gonna have to split up. Like eating TV static. Ooh. Like eating, I like to imagine it's eating, like, aluminum. And where you get that, like, fucking terrible static. Team Rossick, we're queer and we're here. Where's my pen? Where's my pen? My pen up and disappeared, bitch. Hold on. It is... oh my days. She looked between the distant spheres of light inside, and moved her shoulders as if to loosen muscles. I'll take the southern one. Sunny, Knight, you two go west and deal with the second tyrant and get it done. Sunny blinked a couple times and took a step forward. But she raised his hand, stopping him. That's an order, no wasting time! With that, Jet began summoning a memory. Before the swirls of light sparks even manifested into reality, Soul Reaper was already moving, leaping over the parrot of the battlement to disappear into the haze of the falling snow below. Sunny gritted his teeth. When he turned around, there was a shimmering portal in the air in front of him, leading to the point of the western wall, not too distant from where the sphere of light was still burned in the air. Dale was already heading towards it, his helmet weaving itself from lights. Sunny followed, stepping into this spectral rift. However, he sent a mental command to Saint. Not a few seconds after Soul Reaper landed on the ravaged ground beyond the killing field, the Dark Rider leaped through the breaches of the wall and followed. Fuck yeah, let's go. 3 on 3, baby. So it's... I'm assuming it's Saint, Jet, and Rowan. And then Sunny, Dale, and another random. If Jet learned how to flip from Effie, we're all fucked. I would hope so. Don't make me think about it. Get Kirbs out of here. Everything's already fucked. Oh boy, I'm sweating like a fucking whore in church, man. Okay, I didn't close the right tab. Fuck. This is 10:08. Stepping through the spectral rift felt no different from taking a mundane step. It was only a little disorientating. The sudden change of the landscape and the direction of the wind, the subtle shift in the tone of the firing armament. For Sunny, it was especially so because he could also feel the shadows around him were entirely different. However, there was no time to waste being confused. Forcing himself to focus, he followed Dale to the edge of the wall and peered down. Far below, there was a stretch of land flooded by attacking abominations, with brood beasts swarming above them. And behind those, the edge of the tall cliff had descended towards the shore. The dark expanse of the ocean stretched so far as the eye could see, moonlight dancing on its restless black surface. The sphere of light was slowly growing dimmer as it burned somewhere above and beyond the cliff. Dale spoke, his voice sounding slightly muffled in a helmet. "We'll have to fight our way through." Sunny nodded. "I cleared a way. You follow." The Cenosaurus was already manifesting itself into his hands, and the shadows were wrapped around his body, filling him with resilience and strength. The marble shell was augmented as well. Sunny lingered for a moment. What about when we reach the tyrant? We can't allow it to escape, and Master Jet's gone." The Steward Master shook his head. I'll trap it and us within the barrier. Then either the tyrant dies or we do. No one will escape." Sunny had already seen one of Dale's barriers, and one of those things, oh my god. the one that allowed things to pass through within but block everything coming from the outside. Today would be the second. Today he would see the second one, which functioned in reverse. More than that, he was going to be trapped inside the barrier with the damned fallen tyrant, as if he wanted to be sure the results were no better. We're already down bad. You're acting. You're added teasing. She starts acting like a MILF. I mean, you can hear my dogs outside. That's actually just my thoughts. There we go. There was one bark. Bro's about to make a domain expansion. Hell yeah, brother. More than that, he was... great. I'll be going then. Come down in a few seconds. Instead of summoning the Dark Wind, Sunny simply turned into a shadow, slid to the edge of the battlement, and swiftly glided down the surface of the wall. In that moment, he was already on the ground, emerged from the darkness with the Jade Giant whistling through the air. By the time Dale landed behind him, using some sort of rope memory, half a dozen abominations were already bleeding on the ground. The defenders of the section of the wall were already received orders to support their sortie as well. Shifting nerf fire to help the Ascended create a corridor through the massive nightmare creatures. Granted, they were spread too thin between the devouring cloud and the abominations attacking the wall, in the desperate attempt to escape from the swarm. So the results were modest. At least Sunny did not have to worry about chasing a tungsten round with his back. God damn great. Sunny and Dale rushed forward, fighting their way through the tide of frenzied nightmare creatures. The Shrewd Master and his healer shield, and a heavy flanked mace to crush and break the abominations. Flinging their bodies out of the way, Sunny simply cut through them, rendering the hideous body with the jade blade of the Sinosaurus. However, there were too many enemies to kill. Even if Dale's plated armor easily shrugged off the blow after blow, and Sunny could not simply ignore most attacks that got through his defenses, the weight of the horde threatened to push them back. More than that, they were constantly accosted by the brood beasts from above, making it much harder to remain alive. From now, they were not meant... Yeah, I'll play in tower defense, pretty much. For now, they were not meant... They had not met a creature powerful enough to be a lethal threat, which was a testament to how incredibly durable both masters were. But it was only a matter of time. Sunny growled and called upon the shadows. Instantly, a dark hand rose from the ground, grabbing the abomination and either throwing them aside or outright tearing the bodies into pieces. Black chains whipped in the air, obliterating lunging brood beasts. If you have a good memory or two, use them now. Dale bashed and leaping abominations with his shield, turning its body into bloody paste, and tore something off his belt. In the next moment, there was a blinding flash, and a sound akin to a roar of an angry dragon shook the world. Sunny smelled the carnage before he saw it. In front of them, a morbid path of charred corpses cut through the horde. Dale pushed Sunny forward and lunged into the momentary rift in the mass of creatures. That one has been accumulating charges for a long time. We won't be able to use it against the tyrant. Sunny snarled as he ran. We need to find the damn bastard first. Don't hold back. How can you not see this fucking Ghidorah-ass creature? What the fuck? A few minutes of frenzied slaughter later, battered but alive, they had reached the edge of the cliff and plunged down. Sunny had turned into a shadow once again, while Dale had used the enhanced rope with a vicious hook tied to the end. The hook had been ruthlessly cutting through the flesh of an especially massive nightmare creature just a second before. Down on the stone beach, there was much fewer abominations. Some of them had already had already cleaved to the bone by the brood beast, while others were alive and full of murderous fury. Some distance away, Sonny could see the tall walls of the port fortress and the shapes of the gargantuan ships resting in the waves. As he looked around in search of their prey, something flew from the darkness, forcing him to jump aside. It turned out that a massive chunk of bleeding flesh had been the torso of a nightmare creature seemingly only moments ago. It's Imp, baby! Looking at where the chunk had come from, Sonny witnessed a chilling sight. Out there, ahead of them, halfway in the dark water, a towering being besieged by a mob of abominations. 6 segmented tails, a tail with a long stinger, torn and broken lethal leathery wings, and 3 terrifying circular maws stayed at the end of its long necks. Only 8 chapters. How long have you been streaming? 3 hours, but believe it or not, we got distracted like heavily. Not only with chat, but my cousin came in to go grab the kitten and talk to me about shit, so yeah, not much I could have really done there. As he watched, one of the monstrous maws shot down, biting into the body of the powerful nightmare creature. With a violent twist, the creature came undone, rivers of blood and viscera spilling into the cold stones. At the same time, the other 2 maws shredded a couple of more abominations, swallowing large chunks of them whole. You know the AO3 had better pacing. Not my fault that my cousin came to fucking invade, alright? The tail stinger shot forward with blinding speed, piercing another and pumping poison into the convulsing body. Sonny looked at the McCree scene with a dark resentment. Be careful for what you wish for, I guess. They had found the tyrant of the devouring cloud. Any final varies before the end of the volume? Imp is going to become a shadow. That is really my only fucking theory. Imp's going to become a shadow, and Luster or maybe someone else from the main core is going to live through Falcon Scott, but I think everyone else is going to die. Your cousin didn't waste that much time. Like, several minutes. Yes. As Sonny watched the tyrant tore apart several more abominations, devouring their flesh as if the 3 enormous maws, this creature was on par with the Lord of Dread that Sonny had faced in the catacombs below the Dark City. Oh, you should be fine then. Back then, he was merely a sleeper. Now, he was an ascended himself, and abnormally powerful one at that. His loyal shadows were disproposed, but he was accompanied by Dale instead. There was no reason for the fight to be too hard. However, there was a big problem. The more nightmare creatures the tyrant had killed and devoured, the more invigorated it seemed. The gruesome wounds on its wings had already healed, and very soon the monstrosity would be able to take flight again. Sonny would not allow that to happen. Glancing at Gale with a somber expression, he said, "It's now or never." Above them, a swarm of brood beasts separated from the dark mass of the devouring cloud, rushing down to protect their ruler. Dale nodded Dale nodded and silently lunged forward, closing in on the tyrant to trap the creature. And the 2 of them with it, inside the barrier of shimmering energy, Sonny followed, cutting down several abominations that had tried to bar the passage. However, the towering monstrosity seemed to have sensed the approaching threat, or maybe grew tired of the relentless attacks by other nightmare creatures. It suddenly jumped, soaring high into the air, its broken wings raising a powerful gale. The tyrant had not managed to stay in the air for long, at least not yet, but it succeeded in creating some distance between itself and its pursuers. Then, moving with stunning speed, it turned into the direction of the port fortress and ran. Sonny's eyes narrowed. Damnation. It only took him a split second to make a decision and shout, "I'll slow it down. Catch up as fast as you can set up the barrier." With that, he left Dale behind and turned into a swift shadow. Flying with terrible speeds across the stone beach, Sonny pursued the tyrant. The creature barreled towards like a speeding train. Its six legs turning countless stones into rubble and dust. Its wings were healed more and more. Jesus Christ. Like I said, we also got distracted. Again, several tangents. Close enough for the port fortress to have close enough to the port fortress for it to be seen from its walls. Sonny finally overtook the monstrosity and jumped out of the shadows in front of it with the Sinisaur's flashed, severing one of the creature's limbs, and toppled heavily to the ground. He barely managed to dodge the massive body, but in the next moment, the tyrant's stinger was already shooting through the air, aiming at his heart. Ah! I can't spell imagery. That's not even... That looks like I spelled I'm angry. Or imagery. If it wasn't for the ugly as shit. Sonny blocked the terrifying jagged spike with the flat of the jade giant, and at that same time turning his body as heavy as it could. The impact pushed him back, his feet leaving two grooves in the stones. The monstrosity struggled to stand up, but a dozen jet black hands rose from the ground, grabbing it and pressing it down. Its three long necks of the tyrant twisted like snakes. Two maws bit into the shadow's hand, tearing them apart, while the third flew towards Sonny. Staring at the repulsive fleshy circle full of razor-sharp fangs, he shuddered and realized that the thing could swallow him whole. Sonny shifted his weight and dashed aside, narrowly dodging the maw, then lashed out the Sinisaurs. As a bloody wound appeared on the abomination's neck, a deafening wail slammed into him like a hammer. The shadows had been manifested were all but gone, and the tyrant was nowhere near to be immobilized. Sonny could waste more essence in creating shadow implements, maybe even encase the creature and himself in a large dome, but he could really needed to do was damage its wings. Sadly, the monstrosity was fiercely determined to protect them. As soon as Sonny tried to get closer to the abomination's wings, its stinger, 3 maws, and 5 remaining legs all came after him. I don't like how each ligament is being talked about like it's a different fucking, entity as a whole. It's really gross. It's, ugh. He scrambled to dodge the hurricane of attacks dancing between them like a demented acrobat. Shards of stone and wet sand rose like a cloud into the air. Curse you. The tyrant's movements were growing more frenzied and chaotic. Its mind was being assaulted by the sinister of the curse, of the sinister whisper of the cursed sword. The effect of the enchantment was going to persist too, driving the monstrosity utterly mad. Funnily enough, the same erratic behavior seemed to be repeating in the skies above them, with a large portion of the devouring swarm seemed to have lost a lot of its unusual cohesion. They would only cease to be a threat in the city once both tyrants were dead, though. The massive abomination understood that there was something strange going on with its mind as well. It tried to disarrange and lower itself to the ground as it preparing to jump again. Only this time its wings might have healed enough to allow the tyrant to fly. No! Before it could escape, however, a dome of shimmering energy suddenly appeared around them. The tyrant's jump slammed into the roof of the dome and plummeted back down. The heavily armored figure of Dale slammed into its body. Flagged mace, falling down to crush another one of the creature's legs. The three of them had now been locked inside the barrier. The tyrant would not be able to escape anymore. However, the dome of energy was not particularly large. It barely encompassed the enormous body of the winged monstrosity and just a few meters of stone shore around it, leaving Sonny and Dale no room to maneuver. It was like being locked in a tiny cage with a very angry, starving tiger. I'm surprised you know what a tiger is. If the tiger was the size of a small building and 3 heads and possessed the tail of a scorpion. So a manticore? Almost? Yeah, just a tiger manticore, pretty much. And I had been driven into a rabid insanity by the whispering jade sword. Crap. The tyrant wailed again. It screamed full of madness and fury. Then it rose from the ground, and all hell broke loose. Okay. We're going into interesting places. Like, finally. Come on, fight back. What was my note? I read the comments, and now my note's gone. I can't think of it. I was going to write something down. Oh. Chapter 1010. 1 minute. 1 minute. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I know I'm wasting more time. I can hear you bitching and moaning, but I've gotta do it because it's funny. No, I don't need you. I need... Where is it? There we go. Okay. It's not even that funny. I don't care, but it'll be funny for me. Only for a couple minutes, though. If even. Where the fuck is it? There we go. You... all for a stupid fucking joke. I know. Take my word. I fucking know. There we go. Let's do that real quick. Chapter 1010. Lava, I'm gonna need you to just shut the fuck up. Let me have my fun. There we go. Chapter 1010. Trapped in a small bubble of an energy barrier, the tyrant turned into a monstrous hurricane. Moving with the speed that was surprising for such a large creature, it thrashed and spun, trying to rip the hateful humans apart. Sonny and Dale had managed to dodge or deflect the barrage of devastating attacks for now, but avoiding being crushed by the sheer mass of the frenzied monstrosity was even harder. The barrier was just too small to move away, leaving them no choice but to try and straddle it. That had not been a good choice. Even on the tyrant's back, the 3 Maws and the Stinger could attack them freely. More than that, the abomination instantly rolled to the ground, throwing them off. Sonny barely avoided being buried under the mountain of flesh. Just a handful of seconds after Dale had erected a barrier, he felt the salty taste of blood on his tongue. Both ascended were battered and wounded. Of course, the tyrant was not unscathed either. 3 of its legs were gone, and the body was covered with a multitude of deep cuts, and one of its necks was halfway being severed. Better yet, The creature seemed to have surrendered most of its primal instincts, driven into madness by the Sinisaurus. A bestial rage of the tyrant was terrifying. But it would have been more dangerous to fight the monstrosity if it had retained its inhuman intelligence. A smart enemy was infinitely deadlier than a senseless one. Now, all you had to do was put it down. Cut off its head! I'm trying! Dale's shield was wedged between the tyrant's necks, and as Sonny yelled, he hammered its rim with its mace, as if driving a nail into wood. Ugh. The heater shield sliced through the flesh of the abomination like a blade, causing a river of black blood to spill into its stones. Why is all the blood in this series black? Bye, random. Why is all the blood in this series black, man? Half defeated by the creature's shriek, half deafened by the creature's shriek, Sonny manifested a wall of shadows to defend Gale from one of the remaining two maws. The wall shattered under the monstrous assault, but by the time the Ascended had hammered his shield one last time, one of the tyrant's heads flew off. Damn! Decapitated by basically a shield. It's fucking crazy. It's corrupted, infected, you could say. Nah, fair. After that, Sonny had to worry about himself. The wounded creature shifted, slamming into the barrier with a towering bulk of its body. Boneweave and Marble Shell saved him from turning into a bloody paste, but he was trapped, crushed, and unable to breathe. What's worse, there was no escape. Well, for most people, Sonny simply dissipated into the shadow projected onto the creature's body by the shimmering barrier, and appeared on the other side of the abomination. His sword already falling to bite into its side. Just like that, the dire battle continued. Sonny and Dale were one mistake away from being severely injured or killed at that moment, but neither of them had made that mistake yet. As time went on, their enemy grew more and more fanatic, but the two masters only grew more effective in their attempts to butcher it. They were learning how to better hurt it with every blow, dodge, and step. Dale's armor cracked, but in return, the tyrant's stinger was shattered by the heavy flanking mace. Fuck me. Sonny was now bleeding from a deep cut above his eye, but in return, one of the tyrant's maws was missing half its fang. I wonder if it feels it's less heads. Does it get dumber when each head falls off? I like to think every head is equally as intelligent, they just do different shit. Using the momentary opening created by the monstrosity throwing all of its weight against the barrier, Sonny finally managed to position himself for an all-out attack. He dashed forward, turning his body light to create momentum, and slashed the Sinisaurus across the blade, across the base of one of the creature's necks. The jade giant seemed to laugh as it sliced through the tough hide, steel muscles, and unbreakable bones of the tyrant, embracing from the other side of its neck of the fountain blood. Emerging from the other side of its neck in the fountain of blood, the second of the three maws fell to the ground. One more. Dale received an earth-shattering blow on his shield and slid back with a low grunt. His hand trembled a little. The barrier won't hold much longer. We must hurry. Sonny did not need to be reminded. He already felt that the shadows surrounding him were changing. The shimmering energy were glowing dim every time the tyrant slammed into it. By now, most of its shine was already gone. But the creature lost most of its weapons as well. It was bleeding heavily, maimed and wounded, its speed gradually decreasing. Sonny knew not to let his guard down. And these last moments were often the most deadly, because human fighters tend to get overconfident when victory neared, and because their enemies would often abandon all caution in a one last desperate attempt to destroy the opponent and survive. Still, they had to end it quickly. Risky. The thought flashed through his mind, but Sonny was already moving. Pushing himself forward, he deflected the glazing blow from the creature's tail and slammed into the tyrant like a cannonball. Thrown off balance, the monstrosity kneeled and then threw itself into a fierce retaliatory attack. Sonny managed to dodge its legs, but not its maw. He simply slashed at it with the Sin of Solace, feeling the flesh part between the jade's blade. At the same time, the creature left itself completely open to Dale. The Steward Master lunged forward, its mace suddenly igniting in a dangerous red glow. The moment it connected with the base of the tyrant's last remaining neck, the flagged head of the mace exploded with an ominous light and something thunderous. Sonny saw the shape of the abomination's neck melting into a furious red light as it was torn apart. Fucking hell. Then, for a second, he did not think about anything anymore. Moments before it died, the tyrant managed to grab his shoulder with its maw and fling Sonny into the air, feeling a pulse of tearing pain. He found himself flying backwards, away from the dying creature. His back connected to the weakened barrier and shattered it, the marble shell turning ragged from the impact. Sonny landed gracelessly a dozen meters away from the convulsing body of the tyrant, rolling a few meters more, and came to a stop at the edge of the water. The pain groan escaped from his lips. That hurt. Would you rather go to war in Antarctica or give Neff a piece of your mind? Give Neff a piece of my mind, easily. Antarctica seems like just hell. That's all Antarctica is. It's the irony of hell, if you really want to think of it like that. Antarctica would be easier. When did Sig turn to Kirbs? Everything is black because I'm Batman. Would it be like having conjoined twins? See, that one makes more sense to me. Come on, Sonny X. What the fuck does R3 mean? Alright. Sonny saw the shape of the abomination's neck melting in a furious red light as it torn apart. Then, for a second, he could not think about anything more. Moments before it died. Oh, I already read all that. Slowly, he sat up and glanced at his shadow. The leathery pauldron of the puppet shroud was pierced and severely in several places. There were deep scratches on his skin. The tyrant's fangs, however, had not cut deep. The lacerations were shallow. He took a shaky breath and looked up. High above, the devouring cloud seemed aimless and lost, without malevolent purpose guiding the swarm of brood beasts. They were being slowly obliterated by the city's defenses. I'd rather not be in constant pain whenever she uses her abilities. She would be fine, but I would be dying. Oh, yeah, no, still give me Nephis, though. You can get used to that. I'm not getting used to Antarctica. Plus, it's cold. Fuck that. Saint and Master Jet had must have finished off their tyrant as well. Sonny glanced at Dale, who seemed rather battered but alive. We won. By all accounts, he was supposed to feel jubilant and relief, even though the battle was not over. The irregulars had accomplished their task. Today, the First Army was going to celebrate a victory. However, Sonny did not feel relieved. Instead, he felt cold. Very, very cold. And frightened. What the hell's this feeling? I can't tell if this is the Terror or the little imp. I can't fucking tell. My pen's not even working. Struggling against the deep sense of unease, Sonny shivered and turned to the black waves, his hand reaching for the hint of the Sinosaurus. Just as he did, the waters parted and someone appeared from below. Sonny froze, stared at wide eyes, and his face paled terribly. There was a man walking out the ocean, water steaming from his armor. He was tall, with a powerful build. His hair was dark, and his bloodless face was empty. Not a hint of emotion hiding in his hollow eyes. Instead, there was something different in him. Something vast, alien, and terrifying. The man slowly emerged from the water and took a steady step forward, towards Sonny. Towering above him like a hollow wraith, the empty gaze of his glassy eyes fell down. Sonny's hand shook. Stunned, he tried to crawl back and whispered in a faint, trembling voice. Vern? It is the Terror.
What? It can make zombie people? What?
The Terror can make zombie people? What the fuck? Shit's about to get real. Yeah, apparently. What? For a moment or two, Sonny's mind was empty. He crawled back, looking at the familiar figure towering above him. Vern. It was Vern. There was no mistake. Or something wearing Vern's corpse, at least. His shadow was more vast and dreadful than a human shadow was supposed to be. The hollow gaze of the dead master pursued Sonny, his face still and unmoving like a mask. Behind him, the dark waves stared and more figures rose in the water. Men, women, dozens, hundreds even. They marched forward like an army of dead, silent and motionless, their eyes drowning in darkness. All their shadows were wrong. The people of LO-49 that Sonny had left to die. He recognized them all, starting at the underlying surface of the ocean in horror. The Terror. Strangely, it was a contemptuous laugh of the cursed sword that shattered his paralysis. Look, Lustrum Lays, your sins have come to haunt you. Sonny shuddered, coming to his senses. What sin, you bastard? I did everything I could to save him. The insidious voice laughed again, then whispered, its hissing words falling like drops of poison. Weakness is also a sin, you pitiful worm. It's the greatest sin of them all. Is the sword making him hallucinate? Or is it the Terror? What? I forgot to move this. What the fuck? Sonny snarled, then rose to his feet, and froze for a split second, thinking feverishly about the situation. After chasing the tyrant, he was now behind the city. There were tall cliffs between the ocean and the northern wall of Falcon Scott, so nothing could escape the shore without being torn to shreds by the defensive armament. Granted, most of the First Army forces were currently concentrated on the southern side of the wall, fighting against the devouring cloud. The port fortress was nearby, though, and defended by his own garrison. Bloodwave and the Awakened of the House Knights were also there, protecting the anchored ships and overseeing the loads of the refugees. 1,000 enthralled corpses was not going to put a dent in the defenses of the port. As for the terror itself, just as that thought flashed in Sonny's mind, he saw something that made his blood run cold. There, behind the slowly advancing figures that were of the drowned residents of L49, the black water seethed and boiled, releasing even more thralls. Nightmare creatures, thousands of them, were rising from the waves, all moving from the same silent, harrowing depression. He took an involuntary step back, and steeled himself and raised the Sinisolus. The terrorist thralls would not be allowed to reach the port. Hundreds of thousands of refugees were currently there, and even more already on the ship. Thankfully, the elevator platforms leading to Falcon Scott were empty, the evacuation stopping briefly on the account of the devouring cloud. The defenders of the city had also spotted a new threat. A powerful beam of light fell from above, illuminating the sound horde. A moment later, a hail of bullets was supposed to tear it into it, but it didn't. What the fuck? They're not creating illusions, it's doing its own thing. The sword's gaslighting. And that's why it came alone from the gate. What the fuck is this? This thing became way more scary. Holy fuck. How did you make the Terror of LO49 more scary? What the fuck? The spotlights moved on as if not noticing anything. Instead of a glittering barrage of heavy bullets, all that came were a few sporadic streams of rifle bullets. The armaments on the wall of the port fortress was silent too. Sonny felt a chill run down his spine. The hex. He did not get a chance to finish the thought. Vern suddenly disappeared, moving with much more speed than he had been capable of as a human. Sonny shifted, trying to deflect the incoming attack, but his reaction was too slow. A devastating blow sent him flying backwards, and the breath knocked out of him entirely. He crashed to the ground and rolled, feeling a cold numbness spreading through his chest. Curse it. He had been mistaken to assess the enemy's strength based on how powerful the thralls had been before failing prey to a terror. However, the creature had done to them. He had made them into was much more dangerous than the former slaves. Selves, you are a forgetful fool, aren't you? Struggling to inhale, Sonny gritted his teeth. Is the fucking monster talking through Vern? What the fuck? Struggling to inhale, Sonny gritted his teeth. Indeed, he was. He had already known that the Hex people were capable of showing unnatural strength. Why would the thralls be different? If anything, the changes would be greater. One master, 100 or so awakened, close to 1,000 mundane soldiers, several hundreds of civilians, and thousands upon thousands of nightmare creatures, all controlled and transformed by a terror. With everyone seemingly blind to their existence, the situation was not good. I like how the creature is purposely calling out Sonny specifically. This is fucking brother! What the fuck? This is a petty fucking nightmare creature, let me tell you that now. Whoa! The situation was not good. Feeling true fear for the first time in a long while, Sonny forced himself to rise once again and look at the hollow-eyed horde. No, not everyone. Although most of the defenders seemed to be ignoring the terror's thralls, some were still firing their rifles. That meant that the creature's hex was not absolute. With so many people around it, it could only do so much. There was a limit to its power, which meant that it couldn't be defeated. There was the sound of metal scrapings against the stone behind him. Looking back, Sonny saw Dale approaching, his shield raised and dripping with blood. His heart skipped a beat. Dale, do you see them? The heavily armored master turned his head slightly. The darkness nestled in the slit of his visor. His voice sounded a little muffled. What are you talking about? Sonny's heart fell, but then Dale continued. How would I miss the thousands of creatures crawling from the ocean? Of course I see them. The question is, why is the wall armament still silent? Okay, that scared the shit out of me for a second then. Whoa. What the fuck? More and more nightmare creatures emerged from the water, flooding the shore. Sonny found Vern and shivered, noticing the dead master staring at him as well. It's the terror of L49. The wretched thing is messing with the people's minds. We need to. The hollow horde suddenly stopped moving. Thousands of heads turned in unison. Countless eyes, all staring at a single point. Sonny. He shivered. I guess it recognized me as well. The horde rushed forward. Fuck my life! What the hell? Dog, fuck LO49 being scary. The creature itself is terrifying. I mean, it is a terror, but still. Payback, terror getting the get back. Yeah, apparently. What the fuck? We just beat the Varan Horde. Across the city in the south of the majority, across the city to the south, the majority of the First Army forces were fighting the devouring cloud. Even directionless, the gruesome swarm still possessed an existential threat to Falcon Scott. The sky was torn asunder by fire and explosions. Countless of brood beasts melting in that inferno, as if they threw themselves against the siege capital's defenses. Are we finally going to see Bloodweave actually do shit? I hope so. Fuck me. Somewhere further south, far away, Skytide once again engaged in a dreadful battle against the corrupted Titan Winterbeast. And yet here, on the shore of the Dark Ocean, a new threat appeared. One that perhaps no less dangerous than the devouring cloud. Worst of all, no one except two masters and a handful of desperate soldiers seemed to be aware of it. Or so Sonny had thought. The moment the hollow horde surged forward, the port fortress finally came alive. Numerous turrets turned their barrels, unleashing an onslaught of bullets at the thralls of the terror of the depths. Bright beams of light once again shone on the shore, and several railguns thundered, cutting rifts through the horde. Arrows and magical projectiles fell down like rain. The thralls had turned out to be too powerful to be obliterated by the sudden assault, but they did slow down for a moment. Finally, some luck. Why do you think of this shit? Why do you decide to why does your brain decide to have a fucking mouth to think with? Stop saying shit. Sonny prepared to launch himself into the massive enemies, but Dale suddenly pulled him away. What the hell are you doing? The steward master glanced at him, calmly, and shook his head. There's no time for that. The real enemy is the Terror, not the puppets. You need to go. Find Bloodweave, and find someone from House Knight at least. They need to find the creature and destroy it before it's too late. Sonny blinked. What about you? Dale turned to the advancing horde, lingered for a moment and shrugged. I'll stay here and make sure they don't breach the wall of the port. Right, okay. Dale's gonna fucking die. There's a lot of words left unsaid, but they both understood the implication. Dale was the best at stationary defense, while Sonny was swift and elusive. The roles were decided for them by this simple reality. There was nothing to discuss. The heavily armored master took a step forward, raising his shield and mace. Go, Sunless, don't linger! Sonny opened his mouth and then closed it without saying anything. From one last glare at the figure of Vern, who was walking steadily through the hellish barrage of bullets without paying any attention, he gritted his teeth and dove into the shadows. Behind him, the first of the thralls was already lunging at Dale, hollow eyes shining at the reflective moonlight. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Swiftly gliding through the darkness, he soon reached the wall of the port fortress and scaled it. Emerging from the shadows on the battlement, here a chaotic flurry of activity was boiling. Soldiers and awakened, feverishly sending rifles and sending rivers of bullets, arrows, and magic into the horde of thralls. On the other side of the wall, Sonny could see a large crowd of terrified refugees filling a large courtyard below. They had come here to board one of the ships and escape the doomed siege, but got stuck in the middle of the battle instead. Ignoring the grim sight, he ran across the battlements towards the citadel of the fortress. If he could not find what he had sought them, he would proceed past the citadel towards the pier, and from here to the battleship, if need be. As Sonny ran, he was looking around, hoping to find someone from House Knight among the defenders. He got lucky sooner than he expected. On the wall of the port fortress had towers rising above it and a set of intervals, each serving as a bunker. As he passed through one of the bunkers, observing the complicated machinery of the railguns housed within, he noticed a familiar figure standing near a targeted interface. Tall, handsome, with black hair and sometimes seemed inky blue. Navi. Navy and Bloodwave? God, I hope so. Bloodwave, let's go! Oh god, this is getting interesting. I really don't want Navy to die. Or Naive. However the fuck you pronounce his name. Sonny dashed towards the Nightwalker, who looked up from the terminal with a surprised expression. Sunless, what are you? Sonny waved a hand, interrupting him. Long story, are you free from a hex? Can you see the monsters? He realized something. He looked around a bit confused. Actually, never mind. How are you able to see them? Naveen lingered for a moment. Nightwalkers like me possess a high affinity to guidance and revelations. The ocean and the depths too. So many of us were able to see through the hex. As for the rest of the garrison, they don't see anything. But they also don't need to, as long as someone provides them with targeting data. Basically, they're just shooting blindly in the direction we point. Sonny froze for a moment, admiring the effective crudeness of the simple solution. Also, that's insane. Like, House Knight having a casual, like, ability to resist hexes and shit like that, that's insane. And, frankly, fucking impressive. Sonny froze for a moment, oh yeah. On the wall outside the bunker, one of the soldiers suddenly lowered its rifle, remained motionless for a moment, and then took a step forward and jumped over the parapet of the battlement, disappearing into the cold water below. Without a sound, no one seemed to notice his absence. Where's Bloodweave? Never mind, I spoke too soon. Neve pointed north towards the pier. Protecting the ship. Why? Sonny answered with urgency, obvious in his voice. This battle won't be won unless the source of the hex is destroyed. The Terror of LO-49. We need to find it and kill it. Staying under the defensive will only allow that fiend to propagate its influence throughout the city, killing countless people and growing its army. The House of Night and your Saints are the best bet. Nightwalker stared at him for a few moments. His tired face paled a little. You want us to abandon the ships, dive into the ocean, and fight a terror in its territory? Sunny simply nodded. Exactly. I'll dive in with you too. I love Sunny. Yeah, fucking. You want us. You want a master and a saint to dive into the water with a terror in its own territory, surrounded by its army, and for us to try and kill it. Yeah, bitch, I'll jump in too. I don't give a fuck. I want my revenge. I want my get back. Let's fucking go. Sunny's the stupidest protagonist I've ever met in my fucking life. I love this idiot so goddamn much. I love this idiot so fucking much. He's so confident. Oh, fucking hell. Maybe I do need to put Sunny in Esther. Fuck me. Into the water with a master and saint of. They are an insane bastard. Sorry, you don't understand. I'll be there and I can barely swim. You don't love this idiot as much as Nephis? Yo, true. She loves him so much that he went to a different continent for her. Naive hesitated for a bit and sighed. Well, alright, follow me. I'll take you to see my uncle. Bloodweave's his uncle? Sunny blinked a couple times. Wait, that's it? I thought you were going to persuade... I thought I was going to have to persuade you. Nightwalker gave him a strange look. I was persuaded the second you said this battle won't be won unless that terror is a priority one of the priority targets anyway. So, come, let's hunt the damn bastard. He's a goat! Davey is a goat! Actual fucking... who do you think his father is? No idea. I literally know two names from House Knight. Naive and Bloodweave. I still get secondhand embarrassment reading Nephis' confession before Antarctica. I can't watch my own video on it. I can't watch my own clip, because it makes me cringe out. Anyway, Naive's a fucking goat. Oh my days. Brother, you convinced me when you said this battle won't be won. So, yeah. Anyway. As Naive and Sunny made their way across the wall of the port fortress, the battle grew louder behind them. The sounds of screams rose in the night sky, and the battlement beneath them shuddered. Ignoring all of it, they rushed forward. As they ran, Navi yelled, "Have you ever fought in the water?" Sunny spared him a tense look, remembering the harrowing journey across the Forgotten Shore, the post Nephis had built on demon bones and did not survive until the end. Once. So, the Nightwalker let out a nervous laugh. How did it go? Sunny gritted his teeth. I'm alive, aren't I? There was not much choice anyway. Naviv was probably the only ascendant of House Knights within the fortress. The rest were protecting the battleships sailing across the strait. Bloodweave was going to need all the help he could get, so Sunny had to join him in the hunt for the dreadful terror. Plus he wanted to. The abominable creature deserved to die, and especially by his hands. Won't be easy though. Sunny had a couple of memories that could help him perform well in the water, but he lacked the experience fighting in the depths of the ocean. Worse than that, Shadow Step and Shadow Manifestation would be nearly useless there. The shadows needed a solid surface to exist, and it was going to be hard to find where he was going. Actually, Sonny was not sure how his aspect would function on the water. Much more distressing was the fact he did not know much about the Terravello 49 and the abomination was truly capable of. The fact that he had relied on the mind attacks and manipulation suggested that it lacked the physical might. But even then, such things were highly relative when it came to corrupted creatures. I guess you could think of it like Cassie, in where she is an oracle, but she's still very physically capable. Less so than everybody else around her, but still physically capable. Autism strikes again. We love the House of Night. Honestly, these guys kind of goated. Really, he was not even sure that the Terror was a corrupted rank. What the hell am I doing here? The Cinesaurs laughed, forcing him to grimace. It did not matter, even disregarding the fact that he had a personal score to settle with the creature. Even if he had a personal score to settle, the creature had to be destroyed to protect the city. But what are you doing risking your life to protect the city? It's not like you lost from light. Sonny did not really know how to answer that, but he refused to let the voice of the sword distract him from the task at hand. They were already in the pier, moving swiftly to its end, some distance away. Two gargantuan battleships rested on the black waves. He looked around, not noticing the distant figure of the enigmatic saint anywhere. Where's Bloodweave? Is he on board the ships? Neve gave him a confused look as he took his midnight blue coat off. Beneath it was a black wetsuit, an armored memory already weaving itself into sparks. What do you mean? He's in the water, of course, below the ships. Oh. Of course. Yeah, honestly, yeah, no, yeah, that's on us. Really, Sonny, that's kind of on us. We should have expected better. But have you seen Keysong? One minute, let's go into the Discord real quick. Let's where's 18 plus? Let's go into the Discord, which is in the link in the description, by the way. Lava King's got a point. He hesitated for a moment and then dismissed the puppeteer's shroud. Left wearing nothing but his underwear, Sonny shivered in the wind. His pale skin was painted black by the shadows wrapping around his body, and his lean muscles seemed like they had cut from metal obsidian. He sighed and then summoned the three memories. First, the large and beautiful white pearl appeared in his hand. Sonny lingered for a moment and then placed it on his tongue and closed his mouth. The essence pearl would allow him to breathe and see clearly underwater. Then a piece of icy blue crystal inlaid in the frame of the dull mantle appeared, hung around his neck on the black sting. The memory of ice. Using the two charms at once would consume essence faster, but Sonny had to protect himself in the lethal cold of the winter ocean, and it was only possible to augment one at a time, while the mantle of the underworld traits of the marble shell. So he chose the blue crystal. What the fuck is that Discord? That's my Discord, in the link in the description of the 18 plus section, that you can just freely go in, because who cares? She is a fine woman. Shadowslave has the best women. Agree to disagree, but yeah. With how some of the art is portrayed, yeah. You know that GTA 6 go? What if it was Neff? If Neff was described as that, then fucking hell. There's some Keysong art on the normal channel. Yeah, that's true. Lastly, the harness made by a fisherman's net wrapped around his torso, the nimble catch. With that, Sonny was more or less ready to dive into the water, at least physically. The only problem was that he needed both hands to swim. But that was easily remedied by the fastening of the Sinosaurus to the nimble catch. The harness was very handy in that regard. With the jade blade strapped safely behind his back, Sonny walked over to the very edge of the pair and glanced at Naive, the Nightwalker, already clad in a light armor that seemed to be made from a black seaweed and necroshell. A pale smile appeared in Naive's face. Ready? Sonny stared at the tumultuously dark waves beneath them and shook his head. Then he jumped. The ocean gasped him in a cold embrace for a moment. Sonny almost panicked. A deluge of unpleasant memories instantly surfacing in his mind, but then discovered that he could just breathe normally despite being surrounded by water. That calmed him down a little bit. I feel like that would freak me out way more. The ability to just breathe in water fucking terrifies me. Oh, you mean the one in the actual Discord? You mean the one that random post? To be specific, this one random posted. That one? That the one you're talking about? I know it's not the exact recreation of the one, but I think it's the one you're talking about. Yeah, you think so? Damn! It's in the Discord, lad. Link in the description. The essence pill had a strange effect. Sonny could breathe through his nose as if he was standing on solid ground, and it seemed as if an invisible barrier prevented the salty water from flowing into his nostrils. Additionally, the active enchantment of the charm allowed him to see clearly through the dark expanse of the ocean, as if he was wearing a diving mask. He was also code, but not terribly so. It seemed that the high elemental resistance of the marble shell, augmented by the shadows, was enough to protect him from freezing to death. Adding the memory of ice on top of that turned out to be overkill. Sonny dismissed the blue crystal and relieved some of the relieved to save some essence. Guys, if you're saving them, make sure to send them to the trash in case someone looks at your gallery. I wouldn't. Stupid fucking kid me. Yeah. Don't forget to like and subscribe, by the way, in case you know. Friendly reminder. Not too bad. A moment later, Naveen plunged into the water beside him, swam nimbly towards, forward and down. Sonny had learned how to swim during the wilderness survival lessons back at the academy, and practiced a few times on the forgotten shore, and yes, one glance at the scorn of the House of Knights made him feel embarrassed. Oh, well, would you look at that? It looks like fucking, Teacher Julius is coming in handy one more time. Nightwalker moved through the water with great speed and ease. Looks like some kind of graceful aquatic creature. Oh, it almost seemed as if he was more comfortable in the water than he was on land. Maybe he was. Sighing inwardly, Sonny followed. His movements were not... Oh my god. His movements might have not been as natural and as graceful as Navee's, but with a frightening strength of an ascended devil, and the help of a nimble catch, he found himself more capable of keeping up. They dove deeper into the dark water, soon reaching the ships. Sonny felt a tremendous shadow floating slightly above. or slightly below. A few moments before he saw it, there, in darkness, a monstrous killer whale was waiting, watching them with a giant blue eye. Oh, that's gonna be so sick to see. Oh, that's just sick as fuck. Where is it? There it is. No. You know what? No. I'll deal with that another day. Trying to find... What are you trying to look for? Oh. My phone is almost 6 years old. I don't got that new shit. How long have I had my phone? My phone's old, though. My phone is... Really? Huh. My phone's also 6 years old. Probably made it only a couple of years ago, though. Sonny had seen Bloodweave in his bestial form once from afar, but up close, the Saint of Night was much more terrifying. The creature he had transformed into looked somewhat like a killer whale. Its hide, black and white, the lines of its body smooth and predatory. However, it was much, much larger than any mundane beast had any right to be. There was a patchwork of ugly scars covering its hide, and steel armor encasing its long fins. Edges sharp like blades, its enormous eyes glowing in the darkness like an ocean of blue light, full of willpower and intelligence. Even knowing that the giant killer whale was an actual human, Sonny couldn't help but to feel tense in front of the great predator. Since the beginning of the siege of Falcon Scott, Bloodweave had rarely shown himself. He mostly remained underwater, protecting the anchored ships and fighting those nightmare creatures that could try to attack the city from the depths. Army Command did not dare leave the port fortress and the vulnerable vessels without a defender. And yet, today was exactly what would have to happen. While Sonny stared at the mighty Sate, Naveen glided forward and hovered in front of the killer whale's snout, keeping himself in place with barely noticeable movements of his arm and legs. The tall master looked tiny beside the creature. Sonny realized that he did not know how to communicate with others underwater. He couldn't really speak or open his mouth, unless he wanted to use the essence pearl and suffocate. There was probably a system of signs one could use to learn, and then he had not done that in advance. Could he not use the rock? I think about changing it once every 10 years. Yeah, that's probably the smart move. I just realized, boop. The world was silent. No, not quite. Actually, the ocean was full of sounds. They were just strange and muffled, reverberating through his bones as if he was hearing them through his entire body. The noises of the battle above were just a low, all-encompassing, distant roar. Sonny knew that the sound was supposed to propagate very far into the water, but he had no tools to distinguish and interpret what he heard. Nevertheless, Nightwalkers seemed to possess some method of sharing information. A few moments after Naveen approached Bloodweave, the killer whale shifted slightly, staring into the depths of the ocean. His pupil narrowed. Then, a strange thing happened. The eye of the giant predator remained clear and blue, but the water itself seemed suddenly tinted, dark crimson around them. Sonny felt extremely uncomfortable, as if Bloodweave did not like what was happening at all. Then a sensation passed as swiftly as it had appeared. The ocean was normal once again. Naive turned around and beckoned from him to get closer, struggling against the instinctual fear struggling against the instinctual fear of the large predator. Sonny swam forward to the monstrous killer whale. Once he got close, there was suddenly a familiar voice in his ear. My uncle agrees. We have to kill the terror. Sonny stared at the Nightwalker silently. Naviv tilted his head a little. Oh, you can't speak. Well, there's nothing to discuss anyway. All the available information about the creature was already given to us by Tyrus of Whitefeather. We can only attack the terror and do our best. How is your resistance against mind attacks? Sonny made a fist and raised a thumb. He doubted that any master had better mental defenses than him. Plus, he was already inculcated against the terror's hags. The Nightwalker nodded. Good. Taking her awakened into the depths would have just given the creature more puppets to control. The three of us will have to hunt alone. Once we discover the terror, Bloodweave will lead the charge while our task is to be able to support him. Well, maybe we'll even survive. Who knows? You ready? Sonny shrugged, which was an awkward thing to do underwater. Then follow me. No, it's not. What the fuck? G3, have you never swam before? Just... Or even just a... Not that hard underwater. Orcas are really cool. Orcas are incredibly fucking sick. Orcas, dare I say, are some of the coolest animals ever. Also, diving headfirst into trying to fight a fucking terror is some insane work. Anyway, then follow me. Naviv swam even closer to the great beast, gliding parallel to Bloodweave's back, reaching the dorsal fin that had stood tall like a mass of a ship. He grabbed onto a small depression in the armor's encasing, it, and gestured for Sonny to do the same. Great, I'm gonna ride on a damn saint in the depths of the damn ocean. An orca of the size of a blue whale with the strength of a saint? Yep. Cursed his fate. Sonny followed the Nightwalker's example and latched himself onto the killer whale's fin like some sort of hitchhiker fish. He could feel a vast, powerful heartbeat somewhere below him, and the mighty presence of that beyond all mundane senses. Davine's voice resounded once again in his ear. Don't let go. Well, unless you feel the pressure is too great for you to handle. I don't know how deep the terror hides and how deep you can dive. Sorry, Sunless, you will have to learn how to traverse the abyss fast and on your own. Before Sonny could think of an answer, even though he could not reply to it, Bloodweave suddenly moved. His great body lunged forward with stunning speed, and a powerful current almost threw Sonny off the fin. He grabbed tighter to the steel armor, feeling how strange it was to be able to breathe freely despite the rushing water. I think that bird that dives bombs and cracks its prey's skull open is cooler. Oh, it's a hawk. What's that hawk called? Well, to be fair, a lot of birds dive down to kill prey, but there's one you're thinking of in particular. The peregrine falcon. That's it. I thought it was a hawk. Never mind. Anyway. Devine stretched his hand to support him, but then brought it back, seeing that there was no need. This is... Riding a giant killer whale into the dark depths of the ocean was perhaps not the strangest journey Sonny had made, but it was definitely up there with one of the weirdest of them. Especially considering that the whale was actually a saint of a great clan knight. The whole situation would have been comical would have been comically surreal if it wasn't so dreadful. And a terrible enemy awaited for them at the end of the journey? Bloodweave journeyed away from the shore, submerging deeper and deeper into the watery abyss. The world around them was ruthlessly cold and absolutely lightless, eerily similar to the sky below the Chained Isles, but much more frightening. In fact, that was not the only similarity. The deeper they went, the more Sonny felt as if something was pressing down on him. It was as if a titanic slab of stone was weighing on his body, making it harder to move and breathe. The feeling was not dissimilar to the torturous force of the crushing, and thinking of an analogy that made him very, very uneasy. The crushing was capable of killing even saints after all. He tried to control his breathing. No mundane ocean can kill a saint, and in terms of sturdiness, I'm not far from one. Down and down they went. Huh? Isn't Triss similar to a hawk too, huh? Sake. When I grab my hands on you. No clue what you mean and I don't want to. I feel like it... You're so dumb, I just got... Yeah, you just fucking got it. I only caught it because I said it out loud. Oh shit, I just got it, yeah. I'm so mad because I only caught it because I said it out loud. And the fact he got me to say it out loud pisses me off even fucking more. You know what? You deserve a punishment for that. 1 minute. How can I, It's not letting me. It's protecting Sake. I'm throwing frogs at you. Frame 1. There we go. Sake has been silenced. That is probably the dumbest fucking joke I've heard in a good while. I read it in my head and I thought, and it said, huh? Instead of, ah. I got it when you said it out loud, yeah. I'm so fucking angry. Oh, Sake, you bastard. You fucking bastard. What time is it? 4... Oh... Like I said, I'm gonna try to make it a full 1:30. I was too locked in my terrible mobile game to notice at first. I'm going to make food like a quick snack really quick. I'm so fucking hungry. I've not made food in a good minute. So I'll be back. I got snack. Was Sonny eating at the chair? I made chocolate wraps. We had 2 left and a lot of chocolate spread, so I was like, fuck it, why not? Ugh, my mouth's gonna be watery. Some Nutella and some tortillas. Yep. The deeper blood weave descended into the vast, bottomless, dark abyss of the ocean, the more disturbed Sonny felt. And he had already been deeply uncomfortable before taking a plunge into the shadows, but there was nothing but emptiness and oppressive darkness, both above and below them, stretching endlessly into the unknown. Even though Sonny could see into the water, unlike how it would have been in the impenetrable darkness of the cursed sea of the Forgotten Shore, he was still distressed. The depths of the ocean was not a place meant for humans. They were meant to be the opposite. Coming here voluntarily was nothing but pure madness. If only fucking normal people knew that. I might have misunderstood the Nighthawks. They were all lunatics. He shifted slightly and glanced at Naviv, who was holding tightly into the fin of the monstrous killer whale. The currents battered them. The pressure was slowly growing, unbearably. The scorn of House Knight was not exactly calm, but his unease was caused by the protest of fighting a corrupted terror, not a watery abyss itself. The spirit of Arlen is haunting me. Yeah, wherever the fuck he is. Yeah, what about it? I hope Arlen's doing good. Yeah, last time we checked, he just came out the hospital or something like that. Scratch that, I'm gonna flow blue whales on you. Oh god, I don't think I've laughed harder in a month. Yeah, good. I hope you got your fucking giggle, cunt. Alright? Strangely, Sonny's feelings were reversed. The terror of LO49 was a harrowing foe indeed, but he had faced plenty of foes. The ocean, on the other hand, was an alien, unfamiliar, and fundamentally hostile space. It was abysmal in its purest sense of the word. Grimacing, Sonny pulled himself closer to the blood-weave fin and waited. He did not know he did not know the exact means the Saint was using to track the hidden terror. But there was some pattern to his movements, but Sonny wasn't sure that what it was. Sometimes it felt as though the Great Predator was choosing a direction at random. But one thing remained constant. They were moving deeper into the abyss. Moving deeper into darkness. What happened to Arlen? Yeah, he went into hospital. We still don't really know why. We just know we had to. I think he's just been reading shit. I'm gonna be real. I think that's just been it. I think Sonny would despise cave divers. I think Sonny would go out of his way to kill cave divers. I think he'd think of them as lesser. Naveen had not spoken to him again. But there was also no reason to. Sonny briefly considered summoning the extraordinary rock to relay his thoughts, but then discarded that idea. It was nothing useful to say. He was making too much noise, could attract unwanted attention. Who knew what horrors hid in the dark depths besides the terror? At some points, he felt coughing fit raising from somewhere in his lungs and nearly panicked. The last thing Sonny wanted was to drown because of the residual trauma caused by brushing against the nightmare gate. He gritted his teeth and concentrated on suppressing the cough, forgetting even his fear of the ocean in the process. That was why he almost missed the moment when the terror finally revealed itself. Oh shit, we're finally gonna see it! We're also gonna get a name for it, finally. It was 100... it was worth it. Would 100% get muted again. Yeah, of fucking course you would, you prick. Hidden in the depths of the lightless abyss, an eerily beautiful creature floated in the vast and silent darkness. Feeling a slight tremor run through the running through the enormous body of the giant killer whale, and hearing its booming heartbeat change pace, Sonny looked into the distance. He shivered. From a distance, the terror looked akin to a strange, ghostly flower. A lily, perhaps, or a white lotus. Its pallid petals flowed and danced slowly in the darkness, some stretching for hundreds of meters into the empty abyss, some swirling around the halls of the nebulous shape hidden at its center. The sight of it was both breathtakingly beautiful and deeply terrifying. The wide ribbons of white looked both like petals of a flower and like long tentacles of an ethereal creature, too alien to be described with words. This fucking thing is creepy! Don't you dare say. When they got closer, however, Sonny discovered that they were neither petals nor pale flesh. Instead, he thought what he was looking at were long stretches of white flowing clothes. He did not know if he was right or if it even made sense. And what that was, not what Sonny was preoccupied with a moment either. There are other shapes surrounding the ghostly white blossom. Hundreds of them. Drowned bodies surrounded them like a morbid barrier. Humans, nightmare creatures, and things that he could not name. They floated silently around the terror, unmoving, their empty eyes peering blindly into the darkness. Some had cloth petals wrapped around them like a brutal shroud. The eerie scene made him shudder. The otherworldly beauty of it all made the visage more appalling. There was a powerful presence emanating from the mass of the billowing white cloth. One of the utter horror and malice. Sonny felt the presence overwhelm him, making it impossible to look away from the terror, but also unbearable to witness it. He felt mesmerized, frozen, and paralyzed. The feeling was broken by another presence, though. Suddenly, the darkness around them seemed to become tinted red. He felt a deep fury rising from within him. Sonny recognized that fury as something not of his own, but instead belonging to someone else. Bloodweave. A saint of night had increased, and whatever fear they might have felt was washed away by a murderous rage of a great predator. It almost seemed as though the clothed petals trembled slightly. In the next moment, hundreds of drowned creatures all came alive, the hollow eyes turning to stare at them. Sonny uttered a silent curse and freed the sinister souls from its makeshift scarab with his free hand. Here we go then. What the fuck? What the fuck? I hate this. I hate this thing. Fucking terror of... I can also finally stop calling it fucking terror when we learn its name. He felt Bloodweave's body move, and then a furious roar spread through the water like a fearless battle cry. The force of it almost was almost physical in nature. moving through the dark abyss like a devastating shockwave. The monstrous killer whale surged forward, and with him, the ocean itself came alive. A powerful current assaulted the petaled flowers, following the ghastly defenders away. The crimson hue of the water became more apparent, and whatever it spread, Bloodweave seemed to gain even more speed, even more might. At the same time, the clothed petals exploded with motion, unfurling like long limbs, grabbing the thralls and throwing them forward. By Sunny's side, Naviv glanced at him and outstretched a hand. A bone harpoon appeared in it. The Nightwalker smiled, indigo light dancing in his eyes. It's time. With that, he pushed himself off the fin and shot forward with incredible speed. A moment later, Bloodweave crashed into a moving barrier of hollow-eyed thralls. Fucking hell. Think how strong Nightmare could be if it was this rank. Yeah, no. Thinking Nightmare being anything stronger than like an Ascended is just fucking gross. If you know that one had a specific thing, everyone would have been cooked. Probably because it didn't get enough screen time. How are you feeling this setup? For fighting the Nightmare creature, I think it's great. This is really fucking good. Like, I am more intrigued about how they're going to deal with this than pretty much anything else that isn't Goliath. If anything, I want Goliath to be one-shot, because I feel like that'd be way funnier. And, poetic irony from Sunny's case. My pen's not working. Nope, there we go. Did I update that? Yes, I did. Anyway. The monstrous killer whale snapped its jaws, scavenging several massive nightmare creatures at once. Clouds of blood and pulverizing flesh escaped from its maw like a red tide. Powerful currents of crimson water swirled around its massive body, ripping even more abominations apart. A dozen thralls were destroyed, and when the great predator ran through them with dreadful speed, the armored fins moved, slicing bodies like a giant blade. A split second later, blood waves shot past the barriers of flesh, leaving devastation in its wake. He continued forward, heading for the airy flower of the white cloth that was the terror. Now even Sunny was left behind, though. Their task was to deal with the thralls and prevent them from attacking the Saint from behind. How the hell do I do this? Fighting underwater was not at all like fighting on land. At this depth, Sunny might as well be as Sunny was constantly being pressured down by the immeasurable weight, both from and within. His ascended physique and augmented strength were enough to deal with it, but he still felt a strain considerable enough to demand adjustment. It was like fighting while under the effect of the crushing. More importantly, though, there was nothing to support him here. Usually, a fighter might have came from being grounded. Without the ground under Sunny's feet, his blows would lack power. They would also push him away with the same force had they been exerted on the enemy, making battle flow and positioning a nightmare. So he saw two ways of fighting effectively. One was a grapple with the enemy and use their body as support, bringing combat to an extremely close range. He would be greatly disadvantaged in this scenario due to the length of his blade. Don't you literally have a fucking dagger that you can use? And the other was the acceleration and maneuvering to turn of each of his attacks into a deadly charge. Sunny had a sinking suspicion that would have to be utilized both approaches today. Ahead of them, Naveed crashed into one of the thralls. His harpoon shot forward, piercing the creature's head. The Nightwalker pushed it through all the way, and then let it go, and then let it go through the shaft. Grabbed it again near the head of the weapon and tore the spear free. Then Sonny had one more time to observe Nightwalker forced to concentrate on his own enemy. A vaguely familiar abomination that resembled the grotesque mannequin of flesh lunged at him. Its hollow eyes were full of darkness. A menacing bone scythe cut down, threatening to split Sonny apart. He was somewhat certain that his skin would withstand the edge, but there was no point in taking that risk. The Sinisolus moved to intercept the strike, much slower than he was used to, but still viciously fast. The jade blade easily cut through the scythe, breaking it, and continued forward to sever the flesh of the mannequin from the shoulder to thigh. The spell whispered in his ear, the voice unaffected by the heavy mass of water. "You have slain a fallen monster. Your shadow." There was no time to listen to it. Sonny suppressed his revulsion and used the bleeding remains of the abomination to launch himself sideways. A moment later, the container's body barreled through the spots he had been occupying. 5 more were already closing in on him in 5 different directions. Sonny took a deep breath. This is not too bad. I'm at the shaft of the fucking harpoon. Also, how bad's the delay that y'all are talking about that? Whiff is shut up. The situation was dire but not hopeless as he had expected. The greatest threat, the terror itself, was currently preoccupied with Bloodweave. The thralls, meanwhile, were numerous and much more powerful than he had any right to be. However, there was one factor working against them. Most of the thralls were no more native to the dark abyss of the ocean than he was. I'll do it for 10 sec. The delay is here. Whoa! The delay is bad. No, it's way longer than that. I might have to restart stream because that delay is terrible. And I think that happened because of stream lagging out before. That's insane. I'll read through this chapter and see how bad it could possibly get. The movements were purposeful, but still a little awkward. Their initial assault was dreadful, but mostly because many had been launched forward by the long pieces of the white cloth that swirled around them and enthralled behind the terror, behaving like tentacles of the giant monster. Now that the momentum was spent, the thralls were much slower and less maneuverable than Neve. And Sonny, too, thanks to the nimble catch. An Awaken would have been torn to pieces in an instant, but the two masses found themselves in a certain advantage. More than that, Sonny realized that his aspect was not useless underwater as he had thought. There were no shadows around him to manifest, but that was also because there was no comparial living shadows to obey him. Of those, there were plenty. Shadows required a surface to exist, and each thrall's body was a surface. Each of the thralls possessed a shadow, which allowed Sonny to sense their movement. Even if he did not see them, it would also allow Sonny to use Shadow Step as long as the abominations was large enough. As 5 thralls lunged at him, Sonny swarmed forward, dodged the claws of an especially large nightmare creature, and dove into its shadow, appearing on top of the chitinous monstrosity that had missed him a few moments earlier. Yeah, stream's delayed for some fucking reason by, like, an insane amount. Oh yeah. The Sinistars punch through the thick Capris, instantly killing the abomination. You've slain a fallen beast, your shadow. Sonny grinned. So many fragments. He pushed himself off the convulsing carcass, narrowly escaping the cloud of blood, and looked up, just in time to see Naveed clashing with another thrall. The bone harpoon once again struck first, beheading the hollow-eyed creature. However, this time the Nightwalker was just a split second too late from dodging an incoming attack. Meow! Shut up! Fucking hell. Stream's delayed. Have you tried skipping forward? I'm way ahead of you. You guys need to skip forward, not me. I'm probably by like a good 30 seconds, maybe 50. However, this time the Nightwalker had a split second too late. Oh yeah. Even though the thrall had lost its head, the creature's tail still flew forward, carried by momentum and inertia. Its long, vicious spike at the end of its tail struck Naveen square in the chest, easily piercing the Necro shell armor and plunged deep into his body. Then it emerged from its back. What? What? Sonny's eyes widened. No? No. What the fuck? Sunless. Fucking nightmare cat, you know that? No. Ugh. I don't even know what a brush is. Whatever. Fuck it, use this. Move. Get out from under the bed, Sunless. Move. Go. Fucking hell. Anyway, what the fuck? Master stalling. If I don't move the cat from under my bed, he will shit under it. And that's entirely because he hates the fucking new list that marbles, in which I tell her never to get because the cats are stingy, but yeah. 10 seconds for a message to show up on screen? No, that's bad. That's fucking bad. And then something strange happened. The scorn of House Knight seemed to ignore the terrible wound. And in fact, there was no wound. Instead, it was through Naveen's body that had turned into liquid. He can turn himself into water? The spike pierced a liquid and then flew out of Master Naveen's side without leaving any trace. A second later, Naveen turned solid once again, already attacking the next thrall. His movements were swift, graceful, and flowing. Sonny tore his gaze away to lash the Sinner Souls to deflect a blow from a hollow-eyed thrall. Neat! Behind them, Bloodwave had finally reached the beautiful, harrowing white blossom. Don't fucking scare me like that, cunt! My days! Ugh! I thought the goat died! Fucking... Fucking asshole. Sorry, I'm not getting over that. The shot kind of scared me. I wasn't expecting for Naveed to turn into Juvia from Fairy Tail. Nah, he has a daughter to get back to. Surely he makes it back. Yeah. The monstrous killer whale cut through the crimson darkness, descending upon the ethereal blossom while flowing white cloth. His mouth opened, revealing a ballast of terrifying fangs. His blue eyes had turned deep red, glowing like spotlights and full of murderous intent. As the great predator approached, a pallid flower exploded with movement. The shorter petals swirled, creating a barrier of white cloth around the small, unclear shape hidden in its center. The longer ones, which had been drifting gracefully in the currents, suddenly contacted and shot forward like tentacles. Bloodweave roared. Powerful currents surrounded his body, churned, surging forward to meet the petals. He dodged nimbly, continuing to move forward as its jaw closed on one of the white tentacles. There was no blood, no torn flesh, no crushed bone, as though the petal was indeed nothing but white silk. The damaging it was like cutting a piece of lifeless cloth. Sonny did not see much of what had happened, but that's because he had his own problems to worry about. Some art of the Terror in the Discord. That's sick. That's sick. 1 minute. That's a fucking sick ass art piece, that. By Roselle 9 right there. Roselle 09110. That's fucking beautiful, mate. Perfectly encapsulates Antarctica as well. That's sick. That's sick. Thank you for that there. G3 has reverse death flags. If you have a family, you're safe. Brilliant. There's some more artwork, which is insane. Send them into the Discord. I'd love to fucking see them. It also makes my job later on way fucking easier. But yeah, no, that's insane. There was just too many thralls around him, all powerful enough to pose a serious threat, and even with more of them assaulting the poor fortress somewhere far away above, the terror's drowned guards was enough to kill him and Naveed 10 times over if they weren't careful enough. Damn it. Propelling himself forward through the dark water, Sonny collided with the hideous creature made of iron and bone. The Son of Solace passed through the abomination's body, cleaving it apart. However, the next throw was already upon him. 2 human hands wrapped around his throat, trying to rip it open with a dreadful strength. Sonny's skin turned as hard as stone and resisted the pale fingers. But he still found himself being strangled. He used Shadow Sense to perceive the shape of the enemy. Sonny slashed back with the Jade Sword, severing the hands. Ooh. I'm a sucker for water paintings, or whatever they're called in English. Yeah, watercoloring. water painting is correct. No, because the actual paint they use for the watercolor paint is not acrylic. I mean, yeah. Propelling. Ooh, wait, where was I? Damn it. Propelling himself forward through the dark water, Sonny collided with the hideous creature. Oh yeah, I already met that. Tearing the cold hands off, he twisted and kicked back, pushing himself and the thrall away from each other. His adversary was hindered and maimed, but not eliminated, and there was more already coming in. This is just not going to work. He was doing well for now, but death is only one mistake away. Sonny relied on his superior speed and maneuverability to slay the thralls, which meant that the moment he was immobilized or stalled, the tables would be turned. He was not a stranger to fighting with everything on the line, but not in an environment as strange and unfamiliar as the depths of the ocean. It was far easier to make a fatal mistake in a place of the ruler of which he did not know. Make a mistake in the place of the rules of which he did not know. Sonny willed himself to swim forward, then hesitantly turned onto his back and looked in the direction where Neve was battling the throng of abominations. Really, G3? We're really going to use throng of abominations here? The Nightwalker moved with ease and a graceful precision, navigating the dark waters like a creature born in and for the depths. He certainly knew the rules. An idea slowly formed in Sonny's mind. He adjusted his battle strategy in order to keep Naveen in his sight, earning a few shallow scraps of his result. Is he going to use shadow dance in this kind of environment? Sonny was a talented fighter, possessing combat intelligence on par with some of the best. He had plenty of insight of the underlying laws of conflict, and he was much better than it. His mastery of shadow dance allowed him to read most of his opponents like an open book, and that was exactly what he was doing throughout this battle. Most of the battles of Antarctic campaign, there were too many thralls around him to truly grasp all of the patterns. But the rudimentary battle style was also crude and unsophisticated. Sensing the movements of their shadows for a moment was enough to gain a shallow but sufficient level of understanding. However, that approach might have been the wrong one today. So instead of trying to shadow his enemy, Sonny concentrated his will onto trying to shadow his ally. Navee's battle style was much more complex, profound, and refined. Yo, he's copying the goat! I completely forgot he had shadow dance for a minute there, can't lie. In terms of scope and sophistication, it was up there with some of the most intricately designed combat art Sonny had witnessed, as expected of one of the scorns of the Great Clan. That style was not something he could learn in mere seconds or several minutes, but there was a few minor insights Sonny could gain were already enough to quantitatively change his performance. So that's how you do it. I doubt you could copy a whale. If he just goes back to normal, then maybe he might be able to do it, but I don't know. What I do know is that you should like the stream. Anyway. Sonny's starting to swim like a fish now. Who was the fairy tale character you mentioned? It's been a while since I watched it and I don't know who it is. Juvia. Since Naveen can turn himself into fucking water, apparently. The lessons he had learned from using Shadow Dance to study how Nightwalker moved were not anything grand, but they were extremely valuable. What better teacher could he have gained from a man supposedly carrying the lineage of the Storm God, the God of the Depths? It was all about how his body related to the water, and how that water related to his body, how he could position himself to cut through the unimpeded, and how he could use the mass of water to his advantage. Shadow Dance and the harsh training Sonny had put himself through to master its first steps made both his mind and body extremely malleable and adaptable. That was why he was able to quickly put what he had just learned to practice, changing minute details on how it moved, which which muscles he strained, and the timing and sending target impulses of essence to refine them. Sonny was suddenly able to navigate the dark abyss much more freely. He felt more in control of his environment now, working with it instead of against it to achieve his goals. A massive nightmare creature lunged at him, its claws missing the target by a few centimeters, just as Sonny had planned. He cut the abomination and at the same time circled around it, using the carcass to hide from the enemy. And a moment later, the second thrall was dead too. Good. But then there was even more Sonny could do by fusing his unique abilities with what he had learned from Naveed, using Feather of Truth to make him slightly lighter or heavier. He could float up or plummet deeper like a stone. Using Shadow Step, could jump between large abominations. He could turn incorporeal and cling onto their bodies as shadow. If he used all of this smartly, the ocean would not be as inhospitable. In fact, it was even a little liberating, being able to freely move the 3 dimensions chosen. Of just 2 opened, all kinds of neat tricks he could pull. The only limitation was his intelligence, cunning, and imagination. Get ready, bastards. Brandishing the Sinner Souls, he cut through the dark water to meet the attacking thrall. A pale smile appeared on his face. Dog, this fight's so fucking good. Dog, this fight's so fucking cool, my god. I don't think y'all wanna hear me eat. We're back to chapter 8. We're starting the series again. 10:18. Oh, when Josh gets to chapter 10:44. I'd be amazed if I make it at 10:25 right now. Oh, let's go, chapter 8. Sonny and Levine fought against the drowned guardians of the Terror, while Bloodweave assaulted the airy flower of the white cloth itself. From what Sonny could see, he really got a chance to glide in the direction, imbued by a furious and lethally dangerous battle of his own. The corrupted creature and the saint were in an impasse of sorts. The Terror did not seem to have a lot of physical power. Its graceful petals possessed a harrowing strength, of course, but not enough to threaten the transcendence in its bestial form. Not all saint transformations were those of beasts, and out of the ones they were, not all powerful, overwhelming physical might. But Bloodweave certainly did. The monstrous killer whale attacked it again and again, and Paleyed Blossom avoided its teeth and fangs, and again. Its short petals danced and making the Terror glide away, moving in irrational, mesmerizing patterns. The sight of it was eerily beautiful. The longer petals, though, some of them hundreds of meters long, slithering through the crimson darkness like white tentacles battering the great predator while trying to wrap themselves around his enormous body. Nevertheless, Bloodweave did not seem hindered. A few of them were already torn apart, saves of billowing white cloths drifting silently into the dark depths. Some distance away of the 2 clashing giants, Sonny and Naveed were feverishly battling the legion of hollow-eyed thralls. The cold abyss was littered with blooming clouds of blood and sliced remnants that floated around them like a morbid veil. Almost 100 abominations had been slain, but twice as many still remained. Curse it! I really want to know the visual imagery G3's trying to come up here, and what kind of thing he's trying to display. I feel like that's going to be interesting to, like, think about and dissect, especially when it comes to writing the script. Do you guys think... do you guys think... I fucking hate that. I read his comment and it fucking made me chuckle a little bit. Anyway. Nightwalker was a good partner in this battle, perhaps even the best one he could have hoped for, and yet, he still missed his shadows. Granted, neither would have been much help in the depths of the ocean. Stone Knights weren't exactly best divers, and neither was a horse as far as he knew. Nah, he isn't that familiar with the Greek gods. Sunny, meanwhile, had grown somewhat confident about fighting underwater. He had managed to learn a few things about observing Naviv, and understood how to deal with the unbearable pressure of borrowing from his experience throughout the crushing. Everything was going well. Sunny decapitated another thrall and then spun, bringing the Sin of Souls in front of him. A creature that had been hidden in the cloud of blood suddenly lunged forward, only to impale itself on the Jade Giant. He had sensed the shadow long before the abomination appeared in view. His lungs were burning, which was concerning. Which was a concerning thing when one was deep below the surface of the ocean. However, Sunny knew that it was just a sign of physical exertion. The essence pearl was still supplying him with a steady stream of air to breathe. Although he felt tired, the tiredness was nowhere near being debilitating. With every kill they made, the number of thralls attacking Naviv and Sunny diminished. They had already survived the assaulting of a full 300, so fighting against the remaining two was much more manageable, and it would only grow more manageable soon. When is the Momo coming out? 19th? Yeah, 19th I think it is. I mean, considering it's him and the Atheon book is making the manga, it would be insane. The novel artist peak. Yeah. That's I need to know why he chose a flower and a killer whale. I really want to know the imagery behind that one. There has to be something in there for him to try and get inspiration from. Unless he just thinks it's a really fucking cool imagery. Which, again, it is. It's a fucking sick imagery. But, I don't know. Anyway, I'm getting fucking tired. So why do I feel so uneasy? He shivered, allowing himself to drift down for a brief moment. Indeed, despite the fact that they had seemed to be prevailing, his heart was growing heavy with each kill. It did not make any logical sense, but nevertheless, Sunny's intuition seemed to be telling him that he was missing something. But what? There was not much time to think between the clashes with the abominable thralls, mostly because Sunny had spent most of the time observing the dark waters around him and frantically calculating how and where to move to survive, as well as to put himself in a position for the next attack. And yet, the longer the battle went on, the more it felt like something was just not right. What is it? He would have said it was too easy, but it's not. Fighting hundreds of menacing thralls underwater was one of the hardest and most demanding battles, and he had the misfortune of going through in the southern quadrant. Sonny was not only pushing his limit, he also ventured well past him, going as far as to learn an entirely new dimension of combat. Even then, it was barely enough to keep him alive. Perhaps it was the fact that the Terror of Elo-49 had yet to launch a devastating mental attack on them, or pull some other diabolical trick. Not that it was not already doing more than enough. In fact, its powers of the Pale Blossom wielded were truly harrowing. It was controlling thousands of thralls that laid siege to the port, spreading its hex through the garrison of the fortress and the First Army soldiers, maining the northern section of the wall, puppeteering hundreds of abominations and sought to kill Sunny and Neve, fighting a powerful saint, all at the same time. It was just that Sunny had expected something more. A better defeat. a bitter defeat had suffered at LO49 left a mark in his heart. Although he did not want to admit it, the truth of the matter is that Sonny was afraid of the terror. Was the fear irrational? Mobile Shell gave him a high protection against mental attacks, and it is currently an ascended attribute, one rank below the terror. But it also augmented my own shadows, Bloodweave and Naviv. I don't know how good the tools are to defend against minds, but anybody from the Great Clan would have had a great arsenal of memories at their disposal. Maybe the truth was just that simple. The three of them were too tough to be affected by the terror's greatest weapon. As he dispatched another throw and briefly met Neve, the two of them grasping hands to propel each other in a different direction. The Sinosaurus sighed. "You're such a fool." Sonny grinned, raising the giant to meet another enemy, and he grew accustomed to the cursed sword striking at all of his deepest insecurities, and the lack of education and intelligence, mostly emotional, being one of them. However, why had the Sinosaurus spoken now? What was I thinking about? The three of them being highly resistant to the terror's most powerful means of attack, and before that, about how many things the creature was doing at the same time, from fighting Bloodweave to controlling and assaulting the port fortress. He continued to slay one thrall after another. Why is this upsetting Sonny? That is... Oh well, I can't think of anything. I was trying to think of something, but I can't think of anything. He continued to slay one thrall after another, becoming more and more distracted by the feeling of an imposing doom. His intuition was almost screaming now. I don't get it. I don't get it. Damn! Sonny tore through the group of abominations, gritting his teeth. Luckily, there were much fewer of them left, and he had some space to think. Because of that, the random thought found its way into his mind. I wonder how Dale's doing. Then he froze, which almost cost him an eye. Dale and the other defenders of Falcon Scott must have obliterated a lot of the thralls on the shore by now. And here in the depths of the ocean, Sonny and Neve had killed their fair share as well. And the terror, which had been spread thin, controlling all of them, was freed from the burden of commanding the thralls. With each of the puppets of humans destroyed, the creature was gaining the ability to concentrate all of its power into a single point. Oh! Oh, is it gonna try and control, Bloodweave? Suddenly chilled to the bones, and he turned around to see the battle between the Terror and the Saint. But he was just a moment too late. It was waiting for its thralls to be killed so it could concentrate on getting a Saint? Oh no. Oh, Sonny, you're fucked beyond help, brother. I thought they said they had good lines. Initially, I thought it was evolving, or it was like I thought it was evolving. That's what made Sonny concerned, because it could still evolve in that second. But no, it just wants to control a fucking Saint! Oh my god, I can't handle this. It's got me stress eating. Faded. That's really funny. That's really fucking funny, Admiral. I'll give you that. It'd be a bitch slap if the creature evolved right in its face. At like the Sixth Sense, remember? And that's how he knew it was important to immediately leave LO49. Yeah. That's fair. It ain't a better snack for a time in evolution than hundreds of lesser ones. Yeah, that's exact. Sonny? Hi, Alma. LO49 is, devious. Yeah. We're at the 5-hour mark. We've been at the 5-hour mark for, at least 3 minutes. Some distance away, the ethereal flower suddenly swirled its beautiful petals, billowing outward, like a current of white silk. Ghostly tentacles were flowing, of the flowing cloth shot forward and chained at the charging saint. Too swift and insidious to dodge. As Sonny watched in fear, Bloodweave's head became enveloped by the silk, his glowing eyes disappearing from view. Its body of the monstrous killer whale shuddered, moved weakly, and grew strangely still. Motherfucker! Ah! Alma, have you changed your profile picture again? I can't even see what to. Oh. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Or what that is. My chemistry teacher has the same name as you. Gods. He saw something much more frightening as well. Two of the longer petals were already flying through the dark abyss, approaching Sonny and Aviv. They were fast. Too fast. Inescapable. He had no time to dodge or even react. There were no thralls close enough to hide in their shadow. And not enough time to try and swim away. All Sonny managed to do was slash forward with the Sinisaurus. The Jade Beauty met the white petals, cutting through the cloth like a small piece of it drifted away. But the petal was not slowed down at all. It seemed to unfurl into a vast expanse of billowing silk, surrounding Sonny from all sides. Then he was wrapped in a cold whiteness, encompassed and immobilized by it. The feeling of the smooth saint brushing against his naked skin made Sonny shudder. Damn nation. Then the world grew still. The dark abyss of the ocean disappeared, replaced by an eternity of fluttering white cloth. His exhaustion and fear disappeared too. His memory, foresight, awareness, intent, and resolve were gone. His mind was empty. Sonny vaguely remembered having thoughts, desires, and hopes. But those words seemed senseless now, the meanings unfathomable. In fact, the word that he used to describe himself, Sonny, was meaningless too. What a strange one it was. Surrounded by the billowing silk, he sensed movement. There were shadows moving around him. He was moving too, being drawn closer to the largest one. With each passing moment, in his sense of self was dissolving more and more. Soon it would be gone completely, and then something new, something old, something darker, something waiting was going to take its place. He felt at peace with that. He felt empty. The emptiness was comforting. It was just one thing blemishing the peaceful white flawlessness of the empty sighting world. A sinister, mocking voice, its laughter in its ear gloating. Here we go. A pathetic end for a pathetic fool. Spurred by a hateful voice, his own voice, Sonny suddenly remembered. Lost from light, that was his name. That one memory unlocked all the rest like a key. What is going on? He struggled against the white cloth enveloping his body, but it was hopeless. The terrifying understanding flooded his mind, making him remember what had happened and what was happening. What was probably going to happen. Sonny's consciousness was strangely split. One part of it sensed the reality being dragged through the mass of water, one by the terror's petals and the other by the endless expanse of the billowing silk. He could feel a boundless alien presence encroaching upon both, seeing through his eyes, thinking his thoughts, hungrily waiting for more. Its progress was slow and labored, but it was inevitable. Sonny tried to fight against the horroring invader, throwing all of his willpower into a fierce assault, but it was simply scattered against the vast, ancient, malevolent enormity of it like glass. Not good. His thoughts slowing down, suspecting that the terror in its mindscape wasn't a futile endeavor. Sonny tried to free himself from the physical bonds instead. However, his arms were pressed tightly against his body and the white cloth refused to part before the blade of the Sinisolus. Like the flesh of the other nightmare creatures usually did, he was going to cut through the white, only being able to move his wrist tiny bit. Curse it! Sonny could vaguely sense the shadow of Naviv and Bloodweave some distance away from him. It seemed that he was only going to struggle against the terror's petals. Both were probably still mesmerized. Why was he not then? The Sinisolus and possessing a true name might have helped, but it was not the only reason. Bloodweave was an enigmatic saint's true name as well, and yet the monstrous killer whale was motionless, silently drifting on the currents of the dreadful embrace of the white silk. Which meant that this small degree of awareness was probably the result of Sonny's unreasonable high resistance to mental attacks. Even though he now shared his head with the terror, a part of his mind was still fighting against it. What good was it, though, since Sonny was neither free of himself nor could he stop the creature from replacing his very self? As he drew closer and closer to the beautiful blossom of white silk, he could feel himself growing insubstantial. With each movement, his thoughts became less his own. His eyes stared at the sinking veil, moving on their own, as if something was looking through them. Finally, Sonny felt true horror. What the fuck is going on? Brother, what the fuck is going on? Sonny finally felt true horror. He had been scared before, but never like this. Sensing something else take possession of his body, but utterly helpless to resist the slow delusion of his own will. It was at that realization that all of his deepest, most guarded fears. It was being done by the terror of L49, the hateful, abominable creature that had already defeated him once. Full of dark resentment, Sonny gritted his teeth and summoned two memories. That much you could still do at least. One of them was the small lantern cut out of obsidian. The other was the fearsome mask of the black liquid wood, with vicious fangs and three sharp, twisted horns. Weaver's mask, Sonny had not caught upon it in a long time. It was frightening him as well, almost as much as the terror. Trying to not think about what he was about to do, Sonny activated the single enchantment of the Shadow Lantern, commanding it to devour all the light around it. There was no light to devour in the dark abyss, but it's not what he wanted to do. What he really wanted to do was for the divine memory to gobble up as much of his essence as it could. The shadow lantern burned through most of his essence. Sunny had in time to take the white tendrils of silk to bring him to the pale blossom. There was very little of it left now. Sunny felt his mind was almost gone. Struggling to wrestle... Sunny... Oh my god! Ah! Struggling to wrestle control of his face from the terrifying presence, he forced himself to grin. He wanted a smile to be menacing, but in the end it was just weak and scared. A pity. He sensed a vast shadow, and it was full of harrowing wrongness looming close, and thought. You wanted to see through my eyes? Well, look. With that, Sunny reached into the Weaver's mask and activated its second enchantment. Where is my eye? What the fuck? What the fuck? He's gonna make the fucking nightmare creature see the strings of fate. What the fuck? What the fuck? 10/20, I guess. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. Sunny had never even thought of using that deadly enchantment after the first time. Back then, moments before falling into the sky below, he activated it out of sheer desperation. His gamble had paid off, but it almost cost him his life. Whereas my eye allowed the wearer of the mask to gaze into the tapestry of fate in all of its hallowing glory. The endless, beautiful eternity of twisting threads transfixed all existence, stretching infinitely in every direction, as well as into the past, present, and future. It connected everyone and everything to an inconceivable, unknowable web. The Weaver might have been able to witness the great tapestry, but mere mortals like Sunny were not. A single... Are you good? Sunny, you're doing some insane shit right now. I hope you know that. This is some, like, actual next level thinking. A single moment of looking into fate had almost caused his mind to collapse. If his essence had not run out after a single moment, he would have certainly been killed. His head exploded in a most violent fashion. Luckily, he had gotten off easy by only experiencing unimaginable pain and pure agony, the memory of which still made him shudder. The terror was very welcome to try and do the same. At the same time, as the last of Sunny's essence was disappearing, causing him to experience pain, backlash, and an inconceivable sight of the great tapestry, the inconceivable sight of the great tapestry of fate superimposed itself through and above the world. It was stunning, breathtaking, utterly overwhelming. And as he remembered, however, funnily enough, Sunny saw the beautiful threads differently this time. To him, they seemed like nothing but chains now. Granted, he did not linger to try and look, only catching a small glimpse of the cosmic tapestry. Compared to what it was to come, Sunny's used a little but rather devious trick. His consciousness was still split between reality and the illusion of the endless expanse of the billowing white silk that the terror had created to mesmerize its prey. So, Sunny made himself blind to the actual world, concentrating entirely on the illusionary realm of the pure whiteness. That was why the terror, who had almost stolen his body, was looking upon the world through his eyes. It was the only one to gaze upon the harrowing infinity. Sunny felt the white silk enveloping him quiver, as if a pallid blossom was convulsing. Even though his head was full of splitting pain because of one short glimpse of the string of fate, his weak smile finally turned into a real grin. Look well, wretch. A split second later, his essence ran dry, and the Are you good? Are you good, Sonny? I cannot wait for you to go tomorrow. Sonny's both insane IRL and in the book, yeah. Sonny sensed this moment, yeah. Sonny is like, I'm doing some gas shit right now, let me take a fucking look. The physical binding of the white silk had wrapped his body had come a little loose as well. Not wasting a single moment, Sonny used the slash to thrust his hand forward to the tip of the Cenosaurus, pierced the wall of the closed prison, and then moved upright, cutting a vertical rift in it. A second later, he sliced one petal open and burst into the dark water. Incredibly happy to be in the impressive embrace of the dark ocean again, Sonny hastily studied his surroundings, knowing that he did not have much time. Witnessing the tapestry of fate had not killed him as an awakened monster, so he had doubt that it would kill a corrupted terror, if that was truly what the dreadful flower of silk was. In any case, the creature would most likely not stay stunned for too long. Currently, the pillared blossoms seemed to be seizing, its petals contorting in a grotesque convulsion. The graceful harmony in the eerily beautiful dance had been broken, replaced instead by a chaotic and jittery movement, devoid of any logic. The frogs appeared to be in pain and disorientated too, looking at the agony consuming the abominable creatures. Sonny became even more convinced that the fate was something only the gods were meant to see. Or maybe not one at all. If even the corrupted abomination of great and terrible power was reduced to a convulsing mess. What hope did a mere human have to withstand the sight of eternity? Thanks, Cozy Joe. Jolly. And you're going to be in for a crazy ride through the Falcon's God and what comes after. I'm concerned for Volume 6, I can tell you that now. I've left it out for too long. Oh yeah. Shrugging off his own pain, Sonny glanced briefly at Naive and Bloodweave. They seemed to be showing signs of life. They had not even begun trying to free themselves yet. Chances were the terror had come close to its senses before they could ever do so. He had to finish the battle himself. Gripping the hilt of the Cenosaurus, Sonny propelled himself forward. He fought against the weakness that had left behind by draining all of his essence, pushing his body through the water as fast as he could. The nimble catch had turned into a useless piece of net. Its active enchantment silent. Luckily, the enchantment of the Eternal Pearl was a passive one, so he could still breathe. That is the most lucky shit Sonny could go through. His muscles and his lungs were burning at the time he had reached the white flower. It had been a dozen seconds or so, but the convulsions of the billowing petals were already growing weaker. Feeling a cold terror grasp his heart, Sonny gritted his teeth and dove into the mass of white silk. His goal was the small shape hidden in the center of the petals. Swimming between the dancing swathes of the white cloth, Sonny could not shake the feeling that he could be caught again at any moment. And his mind had been devoured and his will would be replaced by something alien and vile. Nevertheless, he pushed forward. After an eternity of fear, he finally reached the heart of the pale blossom. And there, he saw... Sonny froze for a moment. I'm scared. I'm scared. What's he gonna say?
Stop it! Stop! Actually, you know what?
I'll make life easy. 1 minute. Say hi to Sunny real quick. $9.20, you taking a piss? Nah! In front of him was a shape wrapped in a white silk. You could see a vague contour of a human body, desiccated and short in structure. It was feminine and small, almost delicate. Pressed tightly against the wrappings, a hint of a face could be discerned. 2 hollow pits where the eyes would have been, and a large one in the mouth that had seemed to be open as a silent eternal scream. A cold understanding suddenly drowned on him. Looking at the expanse of the white cloth, extending from the wrapped body, he realized what he had thought to be a flower was not a flower at all. It was simply a great, brutal shroud of white silk, its sleeves and drapings drifting in the cold water. Sonny lingered only for a split second, then grabbed onto the desecrated body, coming face to face with it, and dove his sword through its heart. A strange, sorrowful expression overwhelmed him for a moment. Then the white cloth around Sonny exploded with a frantic motion, and grew very still. In the sound that followed, the spell whispered solemnly into his ear. You have slain a corrupted terror. God damn. That's fucking gross. Does anybody have art of that I can see in the Discord? I want to see specifically the basically little girl in that. Oh my days. That was fucking gut-wrenching. Very, reminiscent of Sylvain, no? Yep, you have corrupted a slain terror. Yeah, shut the fuck up. He's gained a memory. He corrupted someone? How? He went really early into the stream and saw Sig's joke, and he never recovered since. But yeah, no, that's very reminiscent of, Sylvain. With, what is it, Wormvein? That's interesting. The one I sent in Discord is the best I could find. Alright, that's fair enough then. Oh, this one. Oh, yeah, that's great. I'd think more human. You know? Seeing that my joke was devastating. Sorry, Josh, you're not living that one down. You think her backstory is as depressing as Sylvain? Knowing how MO49 has been moving, or what is it? You have slain a corrupted terror, symbol of the falling grace. Knowing how Sybil? I don't know how to pronounce that. Was moving, I'd say yeah. Probably. The voice of the spell resounded in the boundless darkness of the ocean, making Sonny shudder. You have slain a corrupted terror, symbol of the fallen grace. Your shadow grows stronger. As the veiled body drifted down, rinsed in billowing white silk, one last whisper brushed against his ear. You have received a memory. The terror was falling down, deeper and deeper into the cold abyss. Sonny spared one last glance at the paled blossom and the great burial shroud, knowing it would be consumed forever by the deep, dark depths soon. Then, he turned away, tirelessly pushing himself in the opposite direction. Sonny was not in great shape. His mind was slowly recovering from the dreadful mental assault, but his head but his head was in thrones and was splitting headache. Thanks to catching the smallest glimpse of the tapestry of fate, his body felt weak and feverish, still suffering from the backlash of draining all of his essence. Sybil means female prophet -- oracle, or sorceress in ancient Greece or Rome, who told the future in a divine trance. Personal name, the Greek origins mean prophetess. Sibyl. That's very interesting. Thank you, there. I very much appreciate that. That's very interesting. I wonder what the fallen grace could mean. Oh yeah. There was a remnant of trauma caused by touching a nightmare gate as well. Sonny felt that as though he was coughing his lungs out. Holding it back was not an easy task, and yet a hint of dark, somber glee still managed to overcome the cold numbness that encompassed his battered mind. I did it! I killed that vile thing. In the end, he ended the terror with his own hands. The stain of the disastrous first meeting had not been erased, but his failure at LO49 was vindicated. Now, somewhat. Or rather, it would have been if he had managed to return to the surface alive. Which, looking at the dark expanse of the ocean around him, Sonny was not sure he was able to do. Curses. The Terror, Sybil of the Fallen Grace, or Sybil of the Fallen Grace, was dead and drifting lifelessly into the lightless depths. However, the thralls had not perished with their master. They seemed directionless and sapped of power, but there was still almost 100 of them left, and in his current state, and especially without an active enchantment of the Nimble Catch, Sonny did not count his chances against the creatures as high. A dark grimace contorted his pale face. Essence. I need essence. Prophetess of the Fallen Grace. I like my mythology, so reading this part for the first time, my eyes shot open like an oh. Yeah, that's very fair. I want to know what that memory is. I love mythology, so I could see the reference. I knew Sybil was, like, Greek in nature. It was the Fallen Grace that caught me, but I didn't know, well, all of that about Sybil. I'm gonna call it Sybil and Sybil constantly now. And it's gonna drive me up the wall. Even though that it would not be enough, Sonny dismissed the Weaver's Mask and the Shadow Lantern. A tiny stream of essence fell back into the arid desert of his drained soul. It was instantly consumed by his body. The feeling of weakness diminished a little, but not nearly enough to change the situation. The thralls were already coming to their senses, the hollow eyes peering through the mass of dark water that Sonny, Bloodweave, and Aviv. Some had begun moving in the direction, full of murderous intent. Bloodweave and Aviv? Sonny glanced at his companions, hoping against all hope to see them up and again. Naveen was still stunned, drifting lifelessly at the currents. The Saint, however, as Sonny watched, the monstrous killer whale flinched. When he jerked his head sideways and span the white cloth still wrapped around its head, it slid off, revealing the great beast's glowing blue eyes for a moment. They seemed disorientated, but then a sharp intelligence shone through the fog of confusion, obliterating it. The ingent growl escaped from Bloodweave's mouth as he gazed at the drowned remains of the Terror and the approaching swarm of the liberated thralls. The Saint lingered for a moment, and then it moved its giant body and shielded Sonny from the enemies with its bulk mass. The enormous jaws snapped, pulverizing the fastest of the approaching nightmare creatures. Then, the killer whale surged forward to meet the rest. in the next couple of minutes, a one-sided massacre took place in the dark depths. Sonny realized in the first few seconds that his participation wasn't required. Instead of getting away, he swam closer to Naveen, grabbing him both and dragged them both further from the boiling battlefield. Sunless? The Nightwalker's voice sounded weak in his mind, but he was conscious at least. Sonya nodded, then turned the two of them, so that Naveen could see his uncle obliterating the thralls. That's nice. After a few seconds of silence, he heard Nightwalker's voice again. What about the terror? Sonny thought for a moment and then dragged his fingers across his throat. Ah, good. Eh? I saw my name and I was very confused. Josh, you have any fairies so far in the volume? I had one for a moment. And then I lost it. Because I don't think it's the correct fairy. And I've already stated one of them so far. I just realized Sonny stole two, Sonny kills stolen the two saints in Central Antarctica. He stole one. There is no fucking way that Bloodweave was going to wake up from that. He stole one. Against Sybil. Against Sybil he won that one. But fairies. Right now I've only got one. And that the next antagonist is somehow going to be the Sinisolus. I feel like the sword has now gained a legitimate hatred for Sonny. So I wouldn't be surprised if Sonny ends up somehow losing it. Or it's just going to be like a mental one in where he's going to lose control of himself and then gain it back. So he's fighting himself for the next arc or so. Because he can't give it away. And then, I guess the next spoiler would... Spoiler? Fucking, the next, I saw spoiler from fucking Lava. Lava didn't spoil me, I saw the word spoiler from Lava. There we go. I'm getting tired. How long have I been streaming? 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours?! Fuck me. Anyway. I feel like the Sinisolus is going to be the next, like, actual antagonist. Whether it be it possesses Sonny... Or Sonny loses it like he did with Imp for a couple minutes. Well, no, because he can get it back. How'd that make sense, then? The sword's going to try and take over. I feel like the evil version of Sonny is going to, like, try and, like, come out here and there, right? Everybody but Luster's going to die. Like, I'm pretty confident about that. Oh, and, like, Jet and, like, other actual important... In the cohort that Sonny's in charge of, Luster's gonna be the only one alive. Maybe Kim? Possibly? So there's that. Other than that, I don't really have any more. Not that I can think of. Anyway, let's keep reading. The two of them watched silently as Bloodweave tore the 100 abominations to shreds. Watching a saint in action was a sobering experience, to say the least. Sonny shuddered and... Oh, Lava, you cheeky bitch. You cheeky bitch. Sonny shuddered at the thought of having to battle someone like that directly. And yes, the terror of LO49 that dealt with the fearsome transcendent only ended up being dealt with by Sonny. So, don't get a big head now. Yeah, please don't get a big head now. Fuck's sake. Sonny knew that Sunny was all but certain that Mordred had already killed a saint. However, knowing how diabolical that fiend was, the clash might have not been a direct one either. On the other hand, Sunny could easily imagine the Prince of Nothing doing exactly that and crushing a Transcendence in a straightforward fight. However, in order to terrify the rest of his enemies to break their wills, would Sunny be able to do the same? I have no reason to find out. What? This. It's one of the lines you put in the fucking thing. Watching a saint in action was a sobering experience. You put that in the AO3, like, little game that we had. He had no desires to kill a saint. If anything, Sunny wanted to have more of them around. The more the merrier. The position of the First Army in the Eastern Antarctica was much better than here, and a godforsaken hell of the Second Army was already on its way. However, the Chain of Nightmares was far from being over. Who knew what was going to happen in the coming months? It had already taken Bloodweave no more than 2 minutes to annihilate the thralls. Sunny had thought that the Saint would rest for a bit after having a fight with a corrupted Terror and its minions, but the Great Predator did not want to waste time. Very fair. No, that was Jet and it was Supreme. Ah. Oh yeah, no, if you've got theories on like what's going on and you want to talk about them, go to the spoiler section of the Discord. I'm not allowed in there. So also it saves you from being banned in chat. Well, not banned in chat, but like muted in chat. Returning to where Sunny returning to where Sunny and Naviv were floating, he studied the two masses, one with a giant glowing eye and then shifted slightly. The tall fin that they had ridden onto to the desk was right in front of them. Sunny helped Naveen find a handhold, then tightly clutched the steel armor itself. Well, time to go back. The pillared shape of the slain Terror was had long ago disappeared from view, devoured by the lightless depths. The mangled corpse of the thrall still drifted around them, slowly being carried away by the currents. Ignoring them, the killer whale bellowed and surged forward. This time, he was moving up. Ooh, boy. 10:22. 10:22, baby. Cunt, where the fuck are you finding rain? Fucking stupid. I'm giving myself a quick mental break. A lot of that was too much. Oh my god, they're still going. They're still going. Fuck me. The dumbest comment section on TikTok has formed. There goes Josh eating his fucking candle again. I mean, some of his fairies are still fairies to this day. Yeah, a lot of my old fairies have just not been proven yet. I've had one fairy outright confirmed to me, and that was by G3 himself. And that was it. Other than that, I don't think I've not gone into any comment section of my theory videos and had them confirmed for me. Oh yeah, I 110% think the Imp is going to become a Shadow in Sunny's army. Sunny's 4th official Shadow is going to be the Imp. So Sinisolus is going to be an antagonist. Everybody but Luster and Jed are going to die at Falcon Scar, Bearman, like a couple of others. Probably like Kim, if I had to take a guess. I think Professor Opal's going to die there. I don't think Bell's going to die. That would narratively go against Professor Opal dying. I think I already said Sinisolus is going to be an antagonist. But if I haven't, then yes, the Imp is going to be the next Shadow. Best fight since Volume 2, in your opinion? Oh yeah, easily. Easily the best fight since Volume 2. No. I'd say probably the best fight since this volume. I think the second legit fight with, or the first legit fight with the Imp is probably the best fight in this volume so far. I'm partial to the Nightmare fight, it's pretty brutal. Yeah, no, the Nightmare fight's definitely a top 5 fight of the entire series so far. Sunny versus Nethys. Mordred versus Sunny in his Soul Core. Sunny versus Nightmare. Sunny versus Imp. Sunny versus Sybil. What is this, though? What other fights come close? Ooh! Oh, what's its name? What's its name? The Spire Messenger. The Cohorts, the Spire Messenger. I thought that was like one of the coolest fights in the series. Nethys versus the Gunlog. Definitely up there with one of the best fights in the series. Underrated one. Mongrel versus the Nightmare Gate outside the school. That's an underrated fight. There weren't that many fights in Volume 2, the more I think about it. There was, what, Sunny versus... There was Sunny and Mordred versus the Masters. That wasn't a great fight. It was a good fight, but it wasn't a great one. Some theories about the 9. To this day, we still don't know that much about the 9. Some theories will stand. That's Volume 3. I know it was Volume 3. But there's also, like, Sunny versus, like, the Awakened, Awakened Warriors in Volume 4 when he was trying to get Effie back. I still love it, the Gunlog. Yeah. Like, he's the Gunlog. He's that guy. My theory on the 9 still hasn't changed, though. When it comes to it, I think they're fated. I still think I'm pretty fucking spot on the money with that one. The 3 Masters of War was good, yeah. But other than that, I don't really have another theory on the 9. Again, they've not been relevant in 500 chapters right now, so I don't really fucking have much. I've only really got my own schizophrenic speculations on that one. The next fight, Sunless, has in Volume 5 is an even better one than this one, personally. Any fairies on the shadow in his soul that protected him from Morty? I think it's interesting that the enemies he's killed in the nightmares specifically all stay. Like, they all stay in his soul state. That's fucking weird to me. But bear in mind that. I don't know. Also, wait a minute. I just realized I was fucking right. Sorry, I just realized something. I was spotting the money. Oh, I am far past where I need to be. Devouring Cloud, LO49. Ha! Fuck you. I've got the next fight as Goliath and then the Darkness Swarm and Imp. After that. Need to get you to Volume 7 because the lore drops are insane. Fair enough. What about Sunny versus Horus or the 7 Heroes? The 7 Heroes, shit. Kind of a bad fight. Horus, also not the best fight. Fun one, but not the best. Anyway. Anyway, that's on the next guy being Goliath. Because that's what I wrote down. I forgot why I wrote it down, but I wrote it down. On the way back, Sonny couldn't help but to retreat inside himself. He did not know what was happening on the surface. Whether the port fortress stood still, whether the devouring cloud had breached the walls of the city, the very idea of the world outside of the cold, dark, and muted, oppressive abyss of the ocean seemed strange and distant. Chances were that he would have to fight again as soon as the blood weave disappeared from under the walls of Falcon's skull. However, Sonny was too tired, both physically and mentally, to care. He just wanted to forget about everything and rest for at least a short while. Luckily, the killer whales seemed to be moving much slower as they ascended from the depths. That, most likely, was done for the benefit of Sonny and Naveen. Even though they were masters, they were still fundamentally humans. Neither would have died from the decompression sickness, but still, it would still would have done a lot of damage to the already strained and battered bodies. Actually, Sonny was not sure if he was even susceptible to the bends, considering how strange and tenacious his blood was. However, he was welcomed to a short moment of respite. We still haven't seen the fucking memory, and it's kind of pissing me off. I almost killed myself. Holy shit. Somber and unchanging, the dark ocean remained as the same as they retreated it from the cold depths. The only difference Sonny could feel as the slow, gradual lessening of the pressure that weighed on him like a slab of stone. With each minute, his body seemed to become lighter and lighter. The breathing was a little easier. He closed his eyes, allowing the cold currents to carry him. Right. There was the memory. I should probably study it before I return to the battlefield. Sonny was in no ship to fight, but he has no choice but to join the battle soon. He has to use any advantage there was. He summoned the runes and watched as they stemmed in the darkness, slowly forming a coherent shape, before turning his attention to the memories. He briefly checked the lists of shadows, both sane and nightmare seemed to be alive. Relieved, Sonny let out a mental sigh and looked up. A new set of runes appeared at the end of the list. Memory. Shroud of Graceless Dusk. That sounds tough as fuck. Oh my days, that sounds tough as fuck. Shroud of Graceless Dusk? He lingered for a moment. Huh? That was the second memory in his arsenal named after the burial garb. Was the spell trying to insinuate something? Too apathetic to care, Sonny shrugged and continued to read. Memory rank, Transcendent. Fucking hell. Memory tier, 6. Memory type, armor. Fuck me! Talk about an upgrade, ladies and gentlemen. He closed his eyes again for a moment. A transcendent memory of the 6th tier was the strongest he had ever received from slaying an enemy. Of course, since Sybil of the Fallen Grace was the strongest enemy he had ever slain, there was the spawn of the vile thieving bird as well. But Sonny didn't really consider that a true victory, an honestly earned kill. In any case, the Shroud of the Graceless Dusk had been an extremely potent memory. It was an armor too, something that he desperately lacked at the moment. Lucky. Yeah, fucking hell. I love the song of names and the memories we get. Yeah. The spell is manifesting Sonny's grave. Yeah, apparently. It sounds tough because it is a goated memory. Bet. Let's go. Someone encouraged, he opened his eyes and looked back at the ruins. Memory description. Sibless were the heralds of the gods and conduits of the divine grace. Many mysteries were known to them, and so were many truths. There was one being, though, who knew much more. The graceless Catif, the demon of dread. What? He knew every truth there was, because he knew everyone's fear, even that of the gods. And so, seeking salvation from the end, the Syllabus abandoned the mortal realm and guided their people on the long and arduous journey that led them far away, across the lands consumed by war, to the tomb of Ariel. Another one? Another one? There, they found solace, safety, and shelter. In time, the voices of the gods grew silent, one after another, leaving behind only a vast and dreadful silence. That was how Siblus embraced the estuary, and that was how they fell. That guy again. So I think I know where we're going next. Okay. I think I know where we're going next. What the fuck? First the sword, now this? Sonny frowned. That guy again. Yeah, Ariel. What the... Ariel, the demon of dread. Now I'm really thinking the fucking Set of Souls is gonna be the next antagonist. Because what the fuck? By now, he was all but certain the region of the Dream Realm where the Chain of Nightmares had originated, and the Black Pyramid hidden within, was something to do with Ariel, the Demon of Dread. Was the pyramid really his tomb? Then how would a diamond die, and who would have built an antlered grave? And what did the great river that allegedly flowed back in time have to do with any of that? The sanctuary that mentioned in the description of the stifled scream. I completely forgot about the fucking River of Time. Okay. as the place where the dreadful scent had been hidden. Was this the same sanctuary? The Cybers had been, apparently, some sort of oracles that received revelations from the gods. Once the gods died, those revelations obviously stopped. The timing didn't really make sense though, because the Tomb of Ariel had seemingly existed long before that. Mysterious. With a sigh, Sonny tried to ignore the myriad of questions and turned his attention to the enchantments of the Greatless Dusk. There was no less than 6 of them. Blessing of Mind, Blessing of Soul, Blessing of Spirit, Blessing of Flesh, Sublime, Blessing of Dusk. 5 blessings, and Silk. Blessing of Mind, Blessing of Soul, Blessing of Spirit, Blessing of Flesh, and Blessing of Dusk. What? Somewhat invigorated, he studied the descriptions. Blessing of Mind, enchantment description. This memory enhances one's mental acuity. Blessing of Soul. This memory enhances one's rate of passive soul essence replenishment. Oh my days! Blessing of Soul. This memory enhances one's ability to endure and recover from mental fatigue. Blessing of Flesh. This memory enhances one's ability to endure and recover from physical fatigue. Sublime Silk. This memory is woven out of a sublime mystical silk. It is pervious and possesses a beautiful spender. Blessing of Dusk. This memory carries the Blessing of Dusk, the last syllable of the estuary. The wearer can establish a mental connection with one being to hear their voices and thoughts, to make their own be heard. Oh yeah, no, the sword's the next villain. The sword is the next fucking villain. What? Oh no, this is gonna make me spiral. This entire arc is gonna make me spiral. This entire arc is gonna make me spiral. I thought of... Oh, that's a funny thought. It doesn't matter. The text is too small for me to read anyway. You know what I just thought of? What if the tomb's not for Ariel? It's Ariel's home. It's a tomb for something else. Maybe the Jade Queen? Maybe one of the brothers? Maybe the, Forgotten God? I don't know. But I do not trust that the tomb is for Ariel specifically. I think it was originally a home. That's interesting, though. He knew every truth there was, because he knew everyone's fear, even that of the gods. What did the gods fear? What did the gods fear? I also do find it interesting that they let, like, these, like, oracle kind of creatures let themselves away. I also want to point out a lot of this kind of imagery is unironically leading itself to make it out like this specific creature might have been the Lady of the North. because this entire description, you could argue all of this, actually, is very reminiscent to what the Lady of the North might have possibly done in this current timeline. Definitely not helped by this one comment. But I don't believe this for a minute. I don't believe this to be a tomb for Ariel specifically. It doesn't even say the tomb of it. It says the tomb of Ariel. Yeah, I don't believe that for a minute. The Shroud of Graceless Dusk is an incredible memory indeed. Its value was only increased by the fact that all but the last of its enchantments were passive, a rare case for memories of the higher rank. The Silk Garment would enhance Sunny's thinking, passive essence regeneration, as well as make him less tired and recover from fatigue faster. It would also be able to communicate with other people, or maybe even creatures, telepathically, which would have been incredibly valuable ability. Oh, he might be able to communicate with Saint. If he's able to do that, that'd be sick. If there was one thing about the Graceless Dust that made Sunny feel a bit regretful, is that it did not seem to be orientated towards battle, and instead gifted the wearer with great utility outside of it. Which was not too strange, since there was a lot of armor types like that. Still, a transcendent one, even if it was one made of fabric instead of steel, would not have been too shabby. And he, who was already thinking about using the Blessing of Dusk, to cause savage mental shock to people. Sunny had plenty of harrowing experiences to share through the mental link. As he thought about that, the temperature of the ocean surrounding him suddenly changed. Looking up, Sunny could see dim lights through the mass of water. They were approaching the surface. Oh my god, my head hurts so much. I've got like 9 billion fucking questions. I've got 9 billion fucking questions. Sunny's smart ass with better thinking capabilities is genuinely scary to think about. What did the gods fear of? What is the tomb for? Why is everything leading back into the tomb? Why is there a river of time? And what's with Sunny, already a fated being, already deeply connected to every sort of, like, inorganic and organic, well, technically most of it's been inorganic, water, got to do with this? What if it's for Oblivion? Oblivion's the, well, bear in mind the other diamonds that we don't know the name of. Oblivion's the only one that is currently just mysteriously disappeared. What if the tune's for him? And he's the diamond of truth because he knows what happened. Haha, funny. Could be that. Again, it could also be for the Forgotten God. It could also literally just be for Ariel. For all I fucking know. Oh my god, I've got 99 billion fucking questions. Hi, Sonny. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. I'm gonna have to fuck you up that way. Let's keep reading. Oh, let's keep reading because my brain's... Oh my god. Sonny crawled onto the shore, delayed on the cold stones on the pebbles, on the pebble beach for a bit, breathing heavily. It was incredibly nice to lie on solid ground again. At the same time, his body felt heavy and cumbersome. A part of it had to do with spending some time in the depths of the water, and a part of it was simply because he was still tired with low essence. Curse it. He had enough sense left, at least, to let one shadow slide off his body to take a look around to make sure that there was no enemies in his immediate vicinity. There were none. At least, none close by. You're lucky the little imp hasn't gotten by. And then it was only Neve who was doing a little better than Sunny. The Nightwalker took a few deep breaths and slowly sat up. We actually made it. God, I really did not expect to live through that one. Neither did I, Naveen. If we're gonna be if I'm gonna be one-on-one with you, Naveen, I thought you were super fucking dead. So ultra mega fucking dead that it's not even funny. So I need you to never scare me like that again, okay? This story's already confusing enough. I don't need it to give me a legitimate fucking heart attack. Afro, why are you messaging? Porn. Got it. Cool, brother. Sunny, he glanced at Sunny, receiving a vague gesture of confirmation. Sunny shared this feelings. Naveen grabbed his shoulder for a moment and asked a hint of a morbid curiosity in his voice. How did he manage to kill that horror anyway? Such a devastating mental attack. Even Uncle failed to resist it. Sunny remained motionless for a few seconds, pushed himself off the ground, and with a tired groan, he glanced at the scorn of the night somberly, spitting out the essence pearl when he grinned and said, I guess it was just fate. That fiend was fated to die by my hand, and so, fate helped me kill it. Where my pen at? Priorities? Yeah, exactly. Well, to be fair, I don't know if it's porn. It's in the porn channel. Or NSFW channel of our mutual server. But other than that, I don't know. I don't want to sound mean, but how do you become a mob with how much spoilers you post? To be fair, he was kind of mod out of fill-in for having no other mods around. And he kind of just stayed like that. What time is it? 6:09. Navi smiled weakly and looked away. Never took you for a fatalist. A fatalist. That was when a third figure rose from the water. Bloodweave walked onto the shore, his eyes glistening with shades of deep blue and indigo. Drops of water were rolling down his smooth ebony skin, contours of steel muscles clearly visible under it. The saint remained silent for a few moments, looking into the distance. Then he sighed and suddenly disappeared. A strong gale threw a skate, scattering pebbles into the air, making Sunny cover his face with his hands. But what's with that speed? He lowered his hand and looked in the direction where Bloodweed had dashed. Slowly his face grew still. No. Navi's voice sounded defeated. Who's fucking dead? We just came back, cunt! Who's fucking dead? The shore around them was empty. Here they were, a few dead nightmare creatures laying on the ground, the blood steaming and cold. Snowflakes were dancing in the air as they fell to the empty sky. There was no brood beast in sight. There was a roar of a distant cannade that was much quieter than it had been when they had left. All good signs. However, the illusion of peace was destroyed when one saw the port fortress that loomed some distance away. A large section of its wall was torn asunder and collapsed. Most of the lights that had illuminated the battlements were now dark. There was movement in the breach. Silhouettes who looked like people walking between the rubble with unsteady steps. Beyond that, Sonny couldn't see anything else. Remembering the sight of the vast crowd of frightening refugees covering the courtyard, he felt his heart turn cold. The battle was over. Was over at least. Otherwise, Bloodwave would have already been rampaging along the remaining abominations. The ship anchored near the fortress were intact as well. Sonny stood up with a stagger, then dismissed the essence pearl and the nimble catch. Black threads surrounded his body. Soon turned into a grey fabric of the puppeteer shroud. Glancing at the crestfallen Nightwalker, he evenly said, "Let's go." The two of them made their way to the fortress. They approached. More details became visible. The bodies of the enthralled littered the ground, mangled and torn apart. There was much more of them than he had been protecting the Terror. Thousands of them, all slain despite their dreadful power. They had all been defenders of the fort, had not surrendered even a single meter of the approach without making the abominations pay a steep price. Sonny saw nightmare creatures of all kinds among the fallen thralls. Some of them large enough to make him shiver. There were human bodies among them as well. The former residents of LO-49 who had finally found their resting place, thousands of kilometers away from the distant research base. Perhaps they would have been glad to lay in the solid ground again, as well. Instead of floating endlessly in the lightless abyss of the ocean. When Sonny and Aviv walked closer to the breached hall of the fortress, they saw the bodies of the First Army soldiers among the dead thralls too. The mundane humans, the awakened, there were too many of them to count. Sonny felt a bitter feeling grasp his heart. That was a part of the victory as well. He'd been proud, gleeful, and elated after killing the hateful, corrupted Terror, happy to receive a powerful memory. However, his victory was only made possible because most of the creatures drowned. Most of the drowned guarded had been drawn away by the defenders of the port. While Sonny was fighting Sybil in the depths of the ocean, these men and women were dying on the shore, giving him a fighting chance. Oh, brother. Oh, brother, oh, brother, oh, brother, oh, my. They did not diminish the accomplishments, however. It did put a perspective. Cruelly so. Suddenly, Sonny remembered something Master Jed had told him once, years ago, while driving to the gates of the academy. No one can survive in the dream realm alone. The waking world is no different from the dream realm these days, is it? Maybe it never had been. Passing between the soldiers that had been walking along the bodies, recovering the dead humans and hopelessly searching for wounded survivors, Sonny climbed into the rubble and entered into a batch and looked at the courtyard of the fortress that had been revealed behind it. The refugees were alive. Pressed against the opposite wall of the yard and pale with terror, there was a light barricade built to shield them from any potential enemy, with the soldiers vigilantly standing guard behind it. The battle seemed to have been the most fearsome Oh my god, the battle seemed to have been the most fearsome just beyond the breach. The actual mountain of corpses was piled up. The defenders had been a desperate last stand, refugees to let the thralls reach the civilians. Sonny's descent into the courtyard looked around thoroughly. He found Vern's body soon. The enthralled master was laying on his back, staring at the sky with empty, glassy eyes. His ribcage, shoulders, and skull were crushed by something devastating. By a devastating blunt weapon. He was finally, and mercifully, truly dead. Dale was laying nearby too. Ah. Sonny almost failed to recognize the irregular captain without his bulky armor. The memories, of course, had disappeared after the owner's death. And because the body was terribly mangled, however, the insignia of the Ascended of the First Army could still be disdained by the bloody sleeve of the bodysuit. Gritting his teeth, Sonny took a few steps forward and kneeled near the mangled body. He did not really know what to do. The wind was packing up, making him shiver. Sonny remained silent for a while, and they said quietly, "You. Rest well, Master Dale. You did well. Your nightmare is over." Oh, brother! A possible, like, double kill is insane. Dale and Vern killing each other is, painful. Because I liked both of them. I thought Vale was a pretty good, I guess opposite force of Sonny. And Dale just kind of worked pretty well with Sonny. So that's kind of painful. How's Volume 8 been? Volume 8? Wrong stream. I don't know who's streaming Volume 8 right now, but you're in the wrong one, bud. Did I snap that? I did. How the fuck did I do that? How much are we reading today? I don't know. Frankly, fuck knows, mate. Probably another 4-ish. Or 6, even. The second week of the siege was over. A few days ago, the Devouring Cloud was eliminated, and the Terror of 49 had also been slain the same day as well. More people had been evacuated. More people had been evacuated. More people were still being evacuated still. The siege capital still stood, firmly in the human hands, mostly unbroken. Sonny was in a familiar office in the underground government complex, the same where he had met the rest of the irregular officers before the siege started. The office was the same, but the only image projected on the false window changed. It was still showing the view of the city, only now there were fewer people in the streets. The blizzard was picking up again too, so the visibility wasn't great. There was also one more vacant chair. There was currently only 3 people inside. Jet, Sonny, and Winter. The 3 of them were not enough for this large room. It was so painfully empty. Winter's eyes were hidden behind her sunglasses. This was the first time Sonny could see her after the day of the battle within the Devouring Cloud. He hesitated for a while and forced himself to say, Dale was a good man. She turned her head slightly and stared at him for a while. Probably. Sonny could not really see what she was looking. Eventually went aside and briefly tucked her forearm, where the edge of her tattoo could have been seen from beneath, and rolled the sleeve of her bodysuit. It's alright. I knew that fool was going to get himself killed eventually. There were only 6 of us at the start, you know. She grew quiet for a bit and then shook her head. Back at the academy, then there was only 2 of us left after the second nightmare. And now there's just me. I'll probably be dead soon too. No regrets though. As long as it's for a good cause. Her voice sounded as laid back as usual, but Sonny could sense a bit of strain in it. I'm sorry. Winter smiled. If you're really sorry, little devil, make sure to stay alive. You're too young and cute to die. Reaper, you too. Try not to... you two try to stay alive. Not that you're young and cute. Oh, she's gonna die brutally against Goliath. What's my favorite arc so far? Ooh. First of all, you right. It should be thingy. But I don't know. I'm gonna be completely honest. I really don't know. I don't think I don't think it's this one. It's not the mountain. Is Antarctica up there with the Forgotten Shore yet? It's been up here. It's been up there. No. I'll think about that by the end of the stream. I'll have that written down somewhere. Well, if you insist, I'll go give it a try. Might be a bit problematic, though. They remained silent for a few moments, enjoying the relaxed atmosphere. All three of them had been fighting with very little rest between combat shifts for the past few days, so this meeting was a bit of a reprieve, if nothing else. Soul Reaper sighed and glanced at the datapad. I'll update you on the current state of things. Most of the information that has been set to your communicators, so take a look at it later. The important stuff is, the wall is still holding, just barely. 3 breaches have turned into 5, so you must know the Army's command expects that we don't lose control of the defensive barrier, unless something catastrophic happens, though. Winter raised a hand to interrupting her. What's the point about talking about it? Let's just get to the actual business. The priority targets. Hey, there's 2 out the 5 dealt with. Sonny killed the Terror while a bloody mummy, what a brood mummy and brood daddy. You could have just said brood mummy and daddy. Or the Devouring Cloud were dealt with by you and Sonny and Mongrel. That's great news. What about the other 3 though? Master Jet lingered for a bit. Actually, that's why I called you in today. The Heart of Darkness seems to have disappeared, so we don't actually need to worry about it yet. Maybe that thing won't reach Falcon Scott before we retreat. Goliath, on the other hand, was supposed to show up yesterday. He's been moving very slowly recently, however, for whatever reason, so the time window's changed. What's your least favorite part about Volume 5? I'm asking everyone. The water journey to Antarctica. That little section. That's probably my least favorite. Journey to Antarctica. There we go. That's what I'll call it. Volume 5 was the second nightmare. 4. Volume 4 was the second nightmare. This is getting suspicious. We should expect the big bastard to arrive tomorrow or the day after. An uncomfortable silence settled in the underground office. Winter broke it by the whistling. Speaking of something catastrophic happening, huh? Are you sure you can handle the Titan? Soul Reaper lingered for a minute. Don't fret. Sonny and I will handle him. Saint Bullweave agreed to come out the water to assist too. If we need him, he's not as powerful on land, but as a transcendent, it's still a transcendent. Overall, it seems like the situation is not entirely hopeless. The First Army has suffered heavy casualties in the past 2 weeks. True, but no more than the Army Command expected. The evacuation is also only a little bit behind schedule. I'd say that as long as Tyrus continues to keep the Winter Beast at bay, we have a real chance of putting this off. Whoa, a lot of you really did not fuck with that. The intro of Volume 5 was a little slow. Besides from that, the volume's been goated. I think the beginning of Volume 5 is one of its highlights. I think that very small period of Sonny getting to be just a normal fucking civilian with Nephis back in his life is probably... it's up there. It's up there for Volume 5. Sonny shifted in his seat. How's she doing anyway? Master Jack gave him a long look and thought before answering. Her voice was a bit wistful. Well, Skytide is doing fine. The White Feather has lost a lot of people during the battle with the Devouring Cloud, but her husband and immediate family survived. Rowan will be out of commission for a couple of weeks, sadly. Coincidentally, the House of Night lost many awakened at the same day, as well as the forces of the Great Clan were diminished, but they still pack a bite. The heavy hitters are still all alive? Sonny let out a sigh of relief. He had been somewhat worried about St. Tyrus and Rowan. It's good to hear that the both of them are still fine. Soul Reaper yawned and put her data tablet onto the table and gave him a pungent look. Back to Goliath, though. How is that project of yours coming along? He stared at her for a moment or two. That depends. Have you gotten those memories I requested? Jet winced. No. There's a lot of sleepers that need to be armed, and a lot of memories being lost every shift with people carrying them before dying. Carrying them, dying before getting the chance to transfer anything, so I'll be able to receive a few in a couple days, but we probably don't have that long. Sonny sighed and gave her a bitter smile. That's fine. The project should be finished. I have a few spare memories as an emergency replacement. It's just that I would have preferred to not have wasted them. Winter gave them both a curious look. Are you two talking in code? What project? What memories? Why are you guys not trying to buy a boat to the black market and sail into the sunset together, are you? Soul Reaper grinned. Just a little something Sonny has cooked up that the devious head of his to solve the Titan problem. I'll tell you if we have some free time today. What the fuck is going on in chat? What are you guys on about? I forgot that's technically a part of Volume 5. What, the little conversation that Sonny living his normal fucking life? I don't know how, though. It's peak. Sonny with Rain, Sonny with Jet, Sonny with Effie, Sonny with Nephis. Sonny's, like, sick little confrontation with Mordred, which is still the hardest line in this volume so far. I am present. You thought you're getting rid of the Admiral that quickly. That easily. You fool. Painful fool. See you, love. In my mind, I consider it the end of Volume 4, even though it's not. All of Volume 4 to me is just a second nightmare. It's not even like it's not anything before and it's not anything after. That's how my brain concentrates on it. But I see why you could think of it, though. Like, it merges in quite well. 8 times? Brother, there's so much to read. Why are you reading this 8 times? Fucking hell. Fuck. She glanced at the clock and the smile disappearing from her face. That said, you should get back to it, Sonny. Don't linger. The Army Command has been known to make the wrong estimations before. He nodded, and then stood up and spared the two women one last glance. They're probably not going to see each other again until Goliath showed up. Maybe not ever again, after. He remained silent for a moment, and smiled. We don't need to buy a boat for the black market, by the way. My rhino is full of ambiguous... my rhino is full of, amphibious vehicles, so we can just take us over the strait, no problem. As long as nothing swallows it on the way there, of course. Anyway, if something happens, you're both invited, so... With that, he winked and hurriedly left the office. Ah, that's really cute. Once when he was outside, however, his smile disappeared and was replaced with an expression of focused concentration. This is it then. No more time to waste. That's very cute. That's very cute. That's very sunny. I'll give you that. I think that's also the first time Sonny's overtly flirted. It's the way he's improving. Doing better than fucking Nefis. Where's the jetbot? Kirbs, where's the jetbot? In general, baby. Sonny followed the network of underground tunnels to reach the barricades, and then emerged from the rear end of the Rhino, from where the Rhino was parked. Breathing in the cold air, he spent a moment to enjoy the lack of desire to cough. The strange trauma he had received after touching the nightmare was all but gone now, and walking forward through the darkness. Snow was crunching under his feet. Weird. Is this a good sign or a bad sign? Probably a bad sign. The street illuminated the city, often went wary because of the numerous gates outside and within the wall. Usually, army technicians and civilians personally would fit and replace the damaged components promptly. But in this section, it was barely lit, and no one seemed to have cleared the snow in a while either. Had the state of the city deteriorated to a point where simply no one bothered with these things anymore? Or was it simply the result of so many people having already been evacuated? By now, only a third of the initial 200 million remained. A third of the 200 million? That's impressive. That's impressive. Maybe the person assigned to maybe the person assigned to maintain the small corner of the city was already safely across the street and no one was to replace them. Perhaps it was both. Glancing at the dark city, Sonny rubbed his face and walked towards the Rhino. The next few days had been hectic. One minute, just realized something. About 66 million left? Yeah. About the size of England, actually. Fall in love again. Music should be playing again. There we go. By all accounts, he should have been dead. Tied, and on the verge of collapsing from sleep deprivation. However, Sonny felt fine. In fact, he felt rather great. His body was full of vigor and vitality, while his mind was fresh and focused. The reason was, of course, the Shroud of the Graceless Dusk. He glanced down, studying the transcendent memory. The Graceless Dusk looked like a simple tunic of fine, soft silk. He had expected it to be white, but to his surprise, the turned out to be a rich and beautiful black color, with an incandescent patterns embroidered along the collar, hem, and the sleeves edges, with a silver thread, and a helm that reached below his knees while the sleeves ended at his elbows. The tunic was tied to his wrist by an armored core of the black silk, and with a pair of dainty shoes. I think that's dainty shoes made from the same fabric with the sole. It was merely a suit of well-tamed garden and wilderness. That's me. My bad. Sorry. I also want to point out, all of this kind of reminds me, of just a black version of Noctis's fit. And that's interesting. The tunic was tied to the waist of an unarmored core of the black silk with a pair. Oh yeah, I've already read all that. The shoes only looked dainty too. The black silk of the Am I fucking crazy? No. The black silk of the tunic and the shoe was made from a light and soft, but more durable and tempered steel. Sonny had tested how impervious it was. Exactly, and was surprised to find that the cruel sight could not pass through the fabric, no matter how hard he tried. It did not burn, get wet, dissolve into acid, or suffer damage from any other elemental attacks that he had at his disposal. Only Sinisaurus managed to cut the black silk, and even then, even then with a lot of trouble. Yeah. Which is not to say that the Graceless Ducks could serve as a good suit of combat armor. The tunic itself left his forearms, shins, head, and neck exposed, while the soft shoes only covered his feet, and ankles worse than that. Neither were rigged. Meanwhile, the black silk was very hard to pierce, and did nothing to stop blunt attacks or concussive trauma. The marble shell could deal with that, to some extent, but it still had to not be an ideal situation. However, Sonny did not care. The Graceless Dusk did not make any noise, and it was extremely light, not constraining his movements at all. More importantly, the other benefits of the transcendent garment far outweigh the lackluster defenses. Our armor is very reminiscent of Noctis's armor, which is really funny. Wait, Noctis did say he wanted to meet a diamond, so imagine he just recreated the fit. He wanted to meet Weaver specifically, though. That's the thing. I just imagine that this is the kind of idea that I see Noctis wearing. The 4 blessings were a great boon, as well as the reason why he felt so invigorated despite the lack of sleep and rest. The blessing of flesh and the blessing of spirits made him tire much slower, both mentally and physically, while the time he needed to recover from fatigue was drastically cut. In the days after the battle with the Devouring Cloud, Sonny had only slept for a couple of hours at best, and still felt very refreshed and energized. The Blessing of Soul, meanwhile, boosted the rate at which his essence regenerated. That was an awfully pleasant and valuable benefit, especially here in Antarctica. Finally, there was the Blessing of Mind. That one was the strangest, but also the most powerful. The enchantment did not exactly make him smarter or more insightful, but it did make his mind more productive, if that was the thought. It was as though there were several compartments within his head now, each capable of running a separate task currently. As though he was not too, even though it was not too demanding, it was simply calculations and amazingly clear information, easier and faster. The effect was not new to Sonny, since he had been doing more or less the same thing for a long time in order to control his shadow. he was long used to perspectives and comprehending the world from several different viewpoints, which all required him to sort of split his consciousness into several streams. However, after doing some research due to the Greatless Dusk, he had discovered that most people found such a task to be hard or even impossible. In any case, his already deviant ability to petition his mind and multitask was boosted even further by the blessing of mind. Needless to say, all of it was extremely useful when applied to weaving. Silly spell for he wouldn't notice having magical drugs. Silly spell, how dare you give Sonny ADHD tablets? So Sonny got the multitasking ability from his mother? Yeah. And the ability to gain insane dad lore from his father. With his mental capacity increased and his essence regenerating at a much faster rate, Sonny had finally been able to crack the case and turn the Devil's Needle into a memory. He had not been sure that would be able to activate quite the same result, which boosted provided by the 4 blessings. There was a 5th blessing too, the Blessing of Dusk. This active enchantment was very insidious one. It allowed Sonny to establish a telepathic connection to another person, or even several, to communicate with them through words and others. More crude means of sharing information at such an emotion and vague imagery. Sadly, he could not simply read their minds, since the communication had to be internal. That said, the receptions of the link were also unable to refuse it. If Sonny wanted to, he could bombard them with the most gruesome and loud thoughts, causing something akin to a mental shock. That's just fucking rude, Sonny. Those with weaker minds were outright stunned, while those with resilience and discipline were able to at least bound to be disorientated. Of course, the first person Sonny tried to communicate with telepathically was Saint. To his disappointment, the Blessing of Dusk did not work on her at all, probably due to the Shadow's immunity to mind attacks. God fucking damn it! But he still did not know what was going on in the beautiful Onyx's head of hers. And speaking of Saint, entering the dark interior of the Rhino, Sonny called the Tartantran Knight forth. She stepped out of his shadow and plummeted, and the plumb of her helmet brushed against the vehicle's roof. Suddenly, the massive APC seemed cramped and narrow. Looking up at his loyal devil, Sonny smiled. Are you hungry? How about a late-night snack? Okay, cheeky little nothing chapter. Appreciate that, especially after the fucking bombardment of lore information that we just got given. I'm being so serious, by the way. Remember my comment before and where I said I really want Sonny to one-shot Goliath? I'm hoping this needle does it. I really need Sonny to do it. Hell yeah, Saint's gonna get another snack. But yeah, she's what? 15 something away? Sonny let everyone else experience Goliath's kick just for the fuck of it. Yeah, that's a brilliant way to use the Blessing of Dusk. Difference is, he's still wearing his old armor, so they're just there convulsing like... as he's slowly regenerating himself. Oh my god, that is devious. Oh, that's funny. I mean, now he can connect with people and force... oh, you fucking bitch. The real bomb would be forcing his memories to look into looking at fate on someone. Yeah, I was about to say that. Looking at the tapestry of fate. Anyway. 4 chapters to go, ladies and gentlemen. The graceful knight stared at him indifferently, not showing any reaction. The ruby jewels of her eyes glowed with menacing crimson flames, revealing no emotion. Sunny sighed. Oh, come on. Don't you understand what's happening? Just emote, please? It won't kill you, I think. She remained silent and as aloof as ever, causing his heart to ache. Cursing under his breath, Sunny looked away and summoned the runes. The shimmering symbols appeared in the air in front of him. Sunless, lost from light, ascended devil 4 out of 7, 290. Oh my god, 2,937 out of 4,000. He has a lot of fucking things. The siege souvenir. Anything here that I don't know or do not remember? I don't remember what the autumn leaf does. I also don't remember what the heavy burden does. Same with Bone Slinger. I don't think we've seen that in a while. That's a concerning name to name that fucking thing, Sonny. I guess the Siege Souvenir and the Innocent Seeker. Weaver's Needle, Siege Souvenir, and Innocent Seeker are like the only 3 that are like actively new, but I can take a fucking guess what this one is. Oh, for Mongrel. Yeah. It's the Cursed Flute. Oh, get rid of the fucking Cursed Flute. When the last time we used that? Heavy Burden is what he used against the Jade Queen. Right. Anyway, his shadow fragments were already closing in on 3,000. That was not important. That was not the important part, though. Sonny studied the list of memories with a pained expression and looking down and concentrated on Saint's name. Oh, he needs to get rid of one. He was so close. She only has 3.5 fragments away from saturating the counter. Sadly, there was no time to hunt down memories anymore. There was no time for Saint to slowly recover in his core in case she got wounded, either. Which is why he had not sent her to defend the wall in the last couple of days. Sonny would have gone and begged for a few memories from people he knew, but there was no need. He had been prepared to fail to reach the goal on time. It all meant that all he had to do was sacrifice several memories of his own. The problem was that he cherished all of his memories. They had all been useful in their own way. Some of them were integral to his battle prowess. Some were a form of insurance or unexpected situations. The Dark Wing and the Heavy Burden, for example, were far from stellar memories. However, he needed them in case there was no way to avoid an aerial fight. Other memories possessed powerful enchantments that he wanted to replicate one day. Some memories Sonny has outgrown, but has attached them sentimentally. More than that, he hoped to pass them on to Rain when she becomes a sleeper. Oh, that's insane. Really, there was only one useless memory in his arsenal, the Silver Bell. However, Sonny was reluctant to sacrifice it. It was the first memory Sonny had ever obtained, and it was the first memory he had ever changed with sorcery. It was also a memento, the reminder of him at happier times. It's just a dormant memory of the second tier, too. Consuming it wouldn't satiate Saint at all. Nevertheless, he had to sacrifice something in the end, and Sonny sighed and summoned the 3 memories. A heavy kunai, a glistening gem made of a polished red coral, and an arrow of a green fletching appeared in front of him. The last one was the Incessant Seeker, an ascended arrow from a second tier that he had received recently. It was powerful with the strike of thunder, but possessed enchantments that guided towards a single target and enhanced the damage dealt by the sole enemy.
Out of pure fucking spite for Sonny, the spell behaves like that.
Which was a real boon. However, Sonny had many other ways to deal high damage to a single target. The second memory was the Broken Oath. As always, Sonny winced when it saw a rooting aura started slowly dissolving his own soul. It was a great charm, and it had served him well many a times in the past. The synergy perfectly with Satan's immunity to soul attacks. Its power as an awakened memory in the first tier was not great, though. With the caliber of enemies Sonny was facing these days, it was like a drop in the ocean. Aside from that, Saint was mostly fighting against nightmares now. Fighting alongside Nightmare now, and that would hopefully be surrounded by more shadows in the future.
Like the imp.
The others did not possess the same immunity, which limited its usefulness of the red gem. And the first memory Sonny had witnessed was the Prowling Fawn. This one I kind of suspected he'd probably give away, though. He sighed again, looked at Kunai with regret. Yeah, that one's a great memory. Sonny's look for echoes is generally ass, not gonna lie. Josh, we're ending the 4 chapters, yeah? Yeah, probably. Or if Goliath appears next chapter, we'll probably end it at Goliath's fight. Or at the end of Goliath's fight. Sonny's look for echoes is generally ass, I'm not gonna lie. He's had 2 echoes. That's more than, like, most. That's far more than most, I think. Actually, I think he had another echo, but I think it might have been destroyed somewhere. Anyway. There was nothing wrong with the throwing dagger. It just had gone through a lot together. But it has outlived its usefulness, and Sonny had preferred to keep a Prowling Fawn simple for utility, but the situations demanded that he let go something. Sonny had already lost the Patient Avenger, and now he was going to lose 3 more perfectly fine memories. It felt as if his heart was bleeding. Waste. Such a waste. He closed his eyes and handed the dagger, the gem, and the arrow to Saint, without looking. There you go. Eat them. Enjoy your meal. The graceful knight silently looked at the memories and crushed them in her fist without pausing for even a moment. Hearing the dreadful sound, Sonny was stunned. She didn't even hesitate. Those were precious. Those were very precious, damn it. Opening his eyes, he saw 4 streams of radiant sparks absorb into the shadow's body. Her eyes flashed with dark glee. The runes still hung in the air and the counter showing. Shadow fragments, 200 out of 200. In the next moment, the shadow that existed where Saint's soul should have been suddenly rippled. The 4 dark embers in its depths shone a lightless radiant. The wisps of the black flames rose from within her armor. Sonny took a step back, memorized by the familiar scene. He had already seen it once, back when the Tartentian Knight ascended. In the next moment, Saint's figure had enveloped entirely by black flames, making it impossible to see her. Oh, sorry. Free. I forgot about Kurt. He gained Kurt as a thingy. A powerful gust of wind blew through the interior of the rhino, both unbearable heat and chilling coldness assaulting Sonny at the same time. He blinked. Oh, crap. Maybe I should have done this in the soul say. But there was nothing he could do now but wait. Nervous for his expensive APCs, Sonny summoned a barrier of shadows and surrounded Saint. A minute passed in tense silence, and then something exploded from within the barrier, shattering it easily and sending Sonny flying back. A wave of darkness rolled through the rhino, turning its interior into a mess and cracking its armored window from within. The enormous vehicle shook and trembled, then grew still with a loud groan. That makes 4? Am I missing one? Crab, Saint, Kurt, who else am I missing? Crab, Saint, Kurt. I'm missing one more, aren't I? Unless you typed it in chat. Mimic? Never gained Mimic as an echo, did he? Yeah, the Mimic is just a memory. That's the covetous coffer. He can do that? What the fuck? I mean, that's cool, but like... yeah, too late in that one, Admiral. But... I mean, regardless, I'm still right. It's still free. But still my brother. Fuck me sideways. I'm too tired to... Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry, dog. It's a fucking 12 o'clock in the morning for me. Or it's about to reach 12 in the morning. Oh my god, it happened to the other one. Okay. Why fucking mimic? Whatever. Sonny scrambled back into his feet and stared at Saint, who was standing in the same spot, seemingly unchanged. However, the darkness dwelling within her was much deeper and much more frightening. Her onyx body was radiating a sense of vast, dreadful power. The menacing crimson flames dancing in her ruby eyes were brighter. His shadow, now a transcendent devil, tilted her head slightly, looking at him with her usual indifference, but Sonny could feel a hint of emotion behind it. Pride. Satisfaction? Gratitude? Slowly a wide grin appeared on his face. Sonny brushed the graceless dusk, straightened and looked at the menacing devil with a smile. Should I start calling you Saint now, huh? Fuck off. Still fucking stupid. Fucking Saint, that's so dumb. To be fair, I think the second you type the message, it's not delayed. Where's my... Oh, there's my water. Ending that Goliath fight isn't good. How does this chapter end? I don't know. Alright. Fuck me, small chapter. Anyway. His shadow was a transcendent now. Sonny found it hard to believe that even though he had been the one who had made her transcendent possible, it's just that Saint held a special place in her human culture. They were the epitaph of vast and unobtainable power. They were more demigods than people, enigmatic and awe-inspiring, so distant as it's almost ineffable. He was a master himself on top of that, one of the strongest out there, but still a huge gap separated Sonny from someone like Skytide or Bloodweave, which he did not dare test. Go to sleep, brother. I'm not keeping you here. Not holding you hostage, brother. To think of a similar existence now served him. It was hard to comprehend. Saint's transcendence, without a doubt, marked a new chapter in Sonny's rise to power. Of course, it was unclear where the Onyx Knight was truly equal to a mighty sage of the human race. In terms of purely physical power, she was at least on par with them, and most likely far superior. Her skill was outstanding, and her talents and willpower, after all. Saint had always been outstanding. She had often triumphed over adversaries that had been much more powerful than her. Greg, can we now focus on Nightmare? My brother has been fucking left behind. There was also a fundamental difference between humans and creatures such as his shadow. Humans possess aspects, while creatures did not. Saint had gained her power, wielding the element darkness to strengthen her body and her weapons. However, every human's transcendent wielded a powerful aspect that had armed several pointed abilities, including a transformation. All these also carried the Nightmare spell. Simply put, Sonny did not know how to end. Sonny did not know who would end victorious if Saint had fought a human transcendent. If he had a feeling by himself that the Onyx Knight would lose, however. If she was augmented by shadows, the results might be very different. Luckily, he had no intention of combining Saint anytime soon. Dismissing the shadows, Sonny sighed and spent some time cleaning up the mess of the Transcendent made in the interior of the Rhino. The ABC was in a sorry state, but still functional. See, the day was still getting better and better. Or was it night? Here in Antarctica, it was always night, so sticking to the old note of time was getting harder and harder. He made himself a late supper, or an early breakfast, and settled in a lounge area for a few minutes. After a while, his communicator made a familiar sound, and it seemed that the Siege Capital's communication array had activated. As it usually did, twice a day, sending packets of data to those with a bandwidth quota. Sonny looked at the new message with a relief. Rain was doing fine, it seemed. Her response was shorter than usual, but she was obviously not expecting any symptoms of infected of the spell. Sonny had been worried about his sister, and after observing so many mundanes be killed by the first nightmare here in Antarctica, and having killed many monstrous abominations, and their bodies had turned into, well, that worry only grew stronger. Sonny sighed. She's okay, she's safe, there's no reason for her to be in contact, for her to contract the spell. To begin with, even if she does, the serpent's with her. Sonny missed his serpentine shadow. It would have been tremendously useful in the Southern Quadrant campaign, considering his dire need for essence had been from day one in this cold hell, not to mention the versatile and powerful nature of Serpent's abilities. And yes, Sonny did not regret leaving it with Rain, even once. Her safety took precedence. And he had many other ways of protecting himself. If anything, experiencing the bitter hardship of the Antarctica campaign without the Serpent had given him an opportunity to learn how to manage his essence with the utmost efficiency, as well as vastly improve his own control over it. Nightmare's currently in the cook chair waiting to be used. Dead as, like, brother, come on. Thinking of his shadow, Sonny suddenly felt curious about the relationship to his class. What? Even though Soul Serpent was currently away, each of the shadows occupied one of his cores. Did that mean that he would only ever be able to control 7 of them at most? Even if that was the case, maybe the dismantle rate at which he would receive echoes was not such a terrible thing. He might have been very upset if someone like Kurt, the awakened psychopath, had he had killed in the Awakened World, prevented him from turning Nightmare into one of his shadows. Nightmare sitting in the shadow chair is a funny visual. I've got to Photoshop that now. Fuck's sake. I've got to Photoshop that now, you prick. Ugh, heavens all fucking mighty. I'm writing that down. At that time, his dislike for the man and the idea of owning human geckos had prevented Sonny from wasting fragments on the transformation. He had caved in and given a better opportunity. Oh wait, would he have been able to make Kurt into a shadow without losing Soul Serpent? Has he just... He was just an awakened monster back then, possessing only 2 shadow cores? I'm rambling. He remained motionless for a few moments, staring into the distant abyss. He was thinking about unnecessary things to distract himself from what was about to come. Goliath was approaching. Mummy LO49, Cock Jet. You're fucking weird, Miguel. I almost called you a mongrel. Mods, delete that message. Oh my days. The creature that had almost killed him once. The Fallen Titan had already destroyed one siege capital. So there was real chance that Falcon Skull would have been destroyed by the abominable giant as well. Sonny and Jet were determined to slay the gargantuan creature of stone. But anything could happen. Even if their preparations worked, there is no telling what damage would be done to the city. Would be done to the city wall if the Titan perished. If he perished. This day might turn out to be the last day for many people. Maybe even Sonny himself. He closed his eyes for a moment. Of my dead body. Well, obviously that was kind of a given. With that, Sonny forced a pale smile onto his face and picked up his communicator. His response to her reign did not contain any grave worries that gnawed at him. Even though she was smart enough to read between the lines, Sonny made the effort to hide the ugly truth as well as he could. That was his only benefit too. Whilst writing messages to Rain, Sonny was almost able to believe in his own lies. Knowing the truth was a solace. He said the thing! He said the thing! Boo that man! Try live chat. Damn, I was at the top of chat. Why are you at the top of chat? We should throw harsh at Miguel with a few stones, of course. Can we not? Can we stop with the idea of throwing stones at people? No. Hi, Sonny. Kitten time. Admiral, how does that happen? Admiral! That's funny. Falcon Scott has been falling for 46 chapters. Damn. Look at those claws. You should feel. You should know how they feel at me. Alright. Alright, now let's throw Harsh at the stones instead. Yes. Absolutely. Is this a long one? Yeah, alright. We'll make this the last chapter, as it's going to be Goliath next stream then. Alright. Obsessed with throwing stones. You're fucking... Failure, you're fucking weird. Sometime later, the members of his cohort approached the Rhino, Bell, Dom, Samara, Kimmy, Luster. Walking inside, they froze for a moment, studying the upturned interior of the APC and the cracks in its armored windows with stunned expressions. After a while, Luster cleared his throat. Sir? What happened? So he gave him a deadpan look. I had a lady over. She's transcended. I love Sonny. I love Sonny Go so goddamn much, man. This is the stupidest fucking protagonist I could ever hope for in this kind of series. Let it out, it's a little funny. Fuck off. It's so stupid. That's so... Sonny with his fuck ass jokes again. So... He's so stupid. The young man laughed nervously. Good one, sir. After that, he practically ran out of the pilot's cabin to check on the interior system of the Rhino. As Luster went through the diagnostics, he kept mumbling under his nose. God, did he have to... God, did he crash into a Titan? This damage. My poor baby. Sonny shook his head and addressed the rest of his soldiers, speaking loudly enough to Luster to hear as well. Prepare yourselves. Army Commander is certain that Goliath will reach the city either today or tomorrow. In any case, we won't be leaving the wall until he does. This is going to be a big one, guys. His soldiers grew somber, their eyes full of calm determination. Sonny nodded. Don't worry about the Titan himself. Colonel Jet and I will take care of that big bastard. However, Goliath is not going to show up alone. And judging by how the Ibris fields fell, it's a big chance that the wall will be breached. I need to tell you how important it is to prevent the nightmare creatures from getting inside. However, if the situation becomes hopeless, be ready to retreat to the secondary line of defense within the city. He paused for a moment, looking at them with a serious expression. Don't be stupid and die an unnecessary death. I need you alive to fight tomorrow and the day after that. The day after that. Dying might as well be considered desperation at this point. No one's allowed to die under my permission. Understood? The members of his cohort grinned and then saluted. Yes, sir. Wouldn't think of it. I'm scared of you way more than I'm scared of death, sir. I wouldn't dare. They're all gonna die so violently. Soon the Rhino started to move forward with some effort. They drove across Falconscott, where a lot of the streets were now empty. And a lot were unlit. Snow piled high in some areas, and in others, crowds of refugees were anxiously hurrying through the cold. Luster was stubbornly sticking only to the well-lit roads, for some reason, which made the progress a little slow. The wall steadily grew closer and closer. Before they reached the secondary defense ring, however, Sonny suddenly ordered him to stop the APC. The young man looked back at him with a silent question. Sonny hesitated for a moment and said, "Wait for me here, I won't be long." With that, he left the Rhino and walked towards a familiar dormitory tower, which happened to be nearby. Oh, he's going to be talking to Thingy again. No one was cleaning the snow in front of the entrance this time. Sonny stood there for a minute or two, staring at the flimsy doors with a grim expression. Eventually, he sighed. Even if the whole city is destroyed, this damn dormitory must remain standing. I'll make sure of it. You know, this is the most EXP I've gotten. How much? 450. God damn. Doesn't really sound like I'm saying fucking Scott. Falcon. Moving across Falcon Scott. To be fair, I think that is the mild amount of scouts in me actively trying to come out. What the fuck? Anyway. With that, he turned around and started walking away. When he did, however, he almost stumbled into someone into the dormitory. Which way you going, idiot? Sonny? He sighed and looked up, noticing Beth and Professor Obel. They must have been returning from their own shifts. Beth at the volunteer center and the old man at the engineering wing of the government complex. The young one blinked a couple times, staring at him with surprise. Before Sonny could come up with something to say, she asked, "Aren't you cold?" Yeah, I feel like everybody's been kind of stuck at EXP. You must pray for the EXP gods for their favor. Yeah. I feel like we have to kind of put an image to the EXP gods at, like, some point. If I ever make members a real thing, I'll do that. I'll find a way to make the EXP god a person. All this EXP recorded on stream has, like, 1,050. Amen. He opened his mouth and then looked down at the thin silk tunic covering his body. Indeed, it did not look exactly like something a person should be wearing in the middle of winter. Sonny cleared his throat. I'm not, actually. The elemental resistance, you know? Beth scoffed. You're still human, are you not? Put some warm clothes. Put something warm on for your spell's sake. Imagine fighting on the wall with running, with a running nose. Is not a great idea. Ascended snot is still snot. She looked at her. He looked at her slightly for a few moments and then suddenly laughed. Ah, yeah, I'm still human. That's true. Thanks. I'll try and remember that.
They're so fucking cute. G3, I will fucking hunt you, cunt, for not making this a thing.
Why did I sound like Bert for a minute there? What the fuck?
Bertha.
Why do I keep climbing now? I have more. Because we're acknowledging the EXP gods. That's probably why. You know, it helps to a certain extent for the gods to understand that you are actively acknowledging them. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if this is the moment where G3 openly comes out and says, I wish I made this story 18+. Because I don't even want them to be a thing. I feel like they just need to fuck. Imagine how much stress this boy is going through right now. Get this man laid and get it done and over with. I see them as siblings. Oh, no. I couldn't disagree more. Sorry, I had to try and read your fucking message though. Professor Obel took a step forward, smiling. We're on your way to visit us, Major Sunless. I forgot he's Major. Come. There's no point standing here in the cold. Sonny smiled and lightly shook his head. No, actually, I'm on my way to start the shift on the wall. Army Commander is expecting a big fight. So it's on the hand to the deck. Well, even more than usual. In any case, I just wanted to... make sure to remain inside and careful for the next day or so. Things might get a little hectic. The old man nodded with a sigh. I see. Well, We won't keep you then. Please stay safe. He moved forward, and then paused and patted Sonny on the shoulder. Ah, maybe you'll stop by after your shift then. It's nothing much, but Beth received a bit of extra rations today. We're planning on cooking up a feast for everyone who's still waiting for a ticket in our block. I'll save you a portion.
Oh well.
Yeah, G3 wish he didn't make it, like, what is it, PG-13 or something like that. I had to regret this story isn't 18 because of some future stuff. It's implied in the chapter that it happened. I mean, Beth does give the feel of an older sister that acts like she doesn't care, but she really does. Beth just gives off tsundere energy. And I get the sister argument, I do. But I also really don't, like, at all. Even with its current rating, he'd still manage to slip in some great things. Yeah, probably. Probably with, fucking idiot. Beth is a tsundere, but she ain't a sister. Yeah, no. Fuck no. I mean, she looks at Sonny like a starving wolf on occasion. I mean, yeah, that's true, like. He sure did, Wagon. Oh. I can't wait to see what the fuck that means. Anyway. Sonny remained silent for a moment too long, then he shrugged. Why not? It's a promise. He watched Professor Obel and Beth disappear inside, then he slowly walked back and walked towards the rhino. As he walked, his smile disappeared from his face, replaced by a dark, ruthless expression. His shadows nestled in his eyes. It's time to kill a titan. Behave, you two. What happened in Negro's Fields cannot be allowed to repeat itself. Goliath had to die, and Sonny had to be the person to kill him. An eye for an eye, a death for a death. Sonny was a very petty and vindictive person, and the two of them had a score to settle. Alright. And that ends that. 7.5 hours. Didn't get to 8:35 like I wanted to, but you know what? You can't win them all. I do remember G3 saying he regrets not putting the age rating higher. How much do you think he wants to write so much Sonny X Nephis smut? Probably a lot, if I had to take a guess. But I could also, like... no, I feel like he should have left himself, like, wide more open for interpretation of, like, certain characters. The two of them are pretty. When's the next Shadow Slave stream? What day is it today? Wednesday? Friday. Friday will be the next Shadow Slave stream. Hopefully. I need to see the Goliath fight. Hopefully, next stream will be the last. I'm really fucking hoping. Because we have 35 chapters and then Falcon, and then all of it's done. I believe. I think it only stops at, I think it stops at 1065. Volume 5 stops at... Oh, never mind. Chapter 1060. So, we have 31 chapters. That doesn't seem right. I thought Antarctica was bigger than, That doesn't seem right at all. Eh. This was another stream that had a little bit of everything. Yeah. The next stream shit is going to burn in Antarctica. Well, next stream's tomorrow. That's going to be rating antagonists. Because we did protagonist the stream before this. Yeah, but I thought Volume 5 ends at, like... I thought it ended at 1065. That's why I'm getting mixed up. Either way. God, these chapters are fucking insane. Saw you walkthrough shorts. Thinking of doing more? Probably not. Not until Volume 5 comes out. And that's only because those videos did really bad on, like, every platform. But yeah, new armor, that's sick as fuck. The information that we got, insane. The battle with, Sigil, fucking, wow. That was sick. The continuing scuffle of the Varenclad is kind of cool. The lives we've lost today is just, has not been it. May we say goodbye to Quentin? Yeah, goodbye to Vern. And, one last little goodbye to Dale. All valiant warriors. Quentin will be missed. And yeah, I guess, we're gonna be starting off with Goliath next chapter. And so far, my prediction has been correct about who we've been fighting so far. It was the Cloud, it was the Varenclad, it was L49, and now it's gonna be Goliath. So that's cool. But man... Also, Bloodweave was, like, just fucking sick. Naive is, like, once again, a fucking goat of goats. I don't think I'm missing anything. Retrospectively, I don't think I've missed... In retrospect, I don't think I've missed anything, but yeah. Anyway. Quentin's not dead, we have to pray. Yeah, Quentin's fucking mega dead. Anyway, goodbye. Goodbye. God, I am so fucking tired. 7, you know what, we wait for it to get to 7 and 30 seconds. Which is approximately now.